government controls the ability of the people to be taken care of, then they're dependent on the whims of government and the people who control the government. And the leaders on the left are probably the most corrupt. Open your eyes and see what's going on to understand what the lies are all about and what they're trying to sell the people as a bill of goods. They enrich themselves. They suck resources away and live lavishly, while the poor schnooks who are listening to them and believing the pablum that they're serving, they buy into this garbage and accept what the politicians tell them, that they should be happy. And if you doubt this, look at every regime that is on the left and take a hard look at how their leaders live. Cuba, Russia, China, North Korea, Venezuela. Venezuela used to be one of the most prosperous countries, just filled with the largest oil reserves in the world. The leaders there live incredibly lavish lives, while the population is poorest in the world. They have food shortages there, and the political class live like kings. But the left are masterful at PR and propaganda. You know, the Republican Party are the worst PR organization in the world. They just do not know how to message, but the left is great at it, and the truth is never told. And who for a second thinks that the leaders of these countries deny themselves anything? Who believes that the average citizen in these countries gets the same health care as the ruling class in these countries? That never happens. The people in these countries get the best health care, and if they can't get it in their country, they go elsewhere. Look at Danny Williams, the Prime Minister of Newfoundland, who back in the early 2000s came to Miami to get a heart surgery. And why is that? Because he felt like he wanted the best health care, and he could not stop talking about those topics, because you cannot tell that story enough so that people hear about this. But my problem is I see through this smokescreen that's been created by the left, and done it with the term democratic socialists. That's a great example. There's no room for dissension among the left, and if you don't agree with their orthodoxy, you get thrown off the island. And you can look at prominent liberals, people like Alan Dershowitz, for example, who disagrees with some of the leftist dogma. He's no longer welcome. You couldn't get John F. Kennedy elected as a Democrat today because he is way, way too extreme to the right for the leftists. So we'll come back in the next segment, and I want to share with you a personal story and why I'm talking about the left today. So stay with us in the Doctor's Lounge.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back into the Doctor's Lounge. I'm your host, Dr. Hal. Today we are talking about the left and healthcare, and I'm going to share my personal story that really has just set me off and got me, all fired up. I left off talking about the distinction between leftists and liberals, and there is a distinction. The left is evil, the left is dangerous, and liberals are not. But the traditional liberals better come around. They better look toward themselves and choose a side that they want to be on, because if they choose the side of the leftists, they are on the wrong side of history. And I want to share a personal story. I got sucked into this latest fight. I seem to get sucked into more fights than I can handle, but this one could not be more personal for me, because it's the existential fight for my medical specialty against the forces of evil on the left, the militant LGBTQ community. And you can't even talk about these people without risking life and limb and personal reputation, because they're well organized, and they will mount tactics against you that are very difficult to fight back against. So I'm going to walk you through the issue that has come up and explain why this is so important and so potentially dangerous for everyone, because this is the camel's nose under the tent. This is, the crack in the door, and this is where everyone must take a stand. So for those of you who do not know what I do in my day job, I'm a pediatric urologist, and I have done this for over 30 years. Now, let me tell you what a pediatric urologist does. Pediatric urologist is a surgeon who deals with disorders that affect the genitourinary system. That's the genital system and the urinary system. They come together in people. But we address the problems in children. And many of the problems that people like myself take care of are congenital birth defects. And we perform surgical procedures, reconstructive surgery, to fix problems that occurred during the development of the children. And this is a highly specialized field. It takes advanced training, and it takes years of experience to get good at doing this. So right now, you finish college, you go to medical school, that's 8 years. Then you do a residency in urology, that's another 5 or 6 years. And then another 2 years of a pediatric urology fellowship. So this takes a lot of training to be able to take care of children with these problems. Now, urologists who devote their lives to taking care of children are perhaps the most committed and the most dedicated people in the specialty of urology. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I am not trying to, minimize or diminish the role of urologists who take care of adults with problems or any other specialty. But I believe that doctors who take care of children are blessed. I think that it takes special people to be able to take care of children It takes patience to deal with their parents. It takes patience to deal with the children. Pediatric doctors are among the lowest paid doctors in all of their respective specialties, whether it's pediatric urologists or pediatric cardiologists or pediatric general surgeons. The people who take care of the adult problems in those specialties are among the higher earners in those specialties. So people are not doing this for money. They're doing it for the love of what they do, because they love to take care of children. They love to help people. They work often longer hours, more longer operations, more difficult problems to address, and this is what people who do what I do are all about. Most importantly, we are entrusted with taking care of the most precious thing in a person's life, their children. And this is a huge responsibility and a privilege. And most people who do what I do know that. And we don't take it lightly. We come to work every day and work hard to help children because we know that what we do is going to make a difference in somebody's life and stay with them for the rest of their life. We can change their lives in a positive way. And this is what we're all about. And the problems that we deal with range from some of the most simple, basic issues, like doing a circumcision on a child, on a boy, to the most complex issues where the internal plumbing is messed up and it's sometimes not even internal. Sometimes it doesn't even get put in the insides. It winds up on the outside of the body, and we have to put it back in and reconstruct things. You know, everybody's heard of, separating Siamese twins, conjoined twins. Very often, the urinary tracts of those children are connected, and we have to figure out how to separate them and fix it. That's the most highly specialized surgery that pediatric urologists do. This is tough stuff. And, people don't talk about urology because it's not sexy. It's not like, like orthopedic surgery, where, you walk around with a cast. It's not like a tearjerker like brain surgery or heart surgery. But this is very important surgery for children, for people, for their families. And so this is something that, we sometimes will see children who are born with genitalia, with genitals that are so abnormal and so unusual that we can't even tell what they are, let alone their parents. And you can imagine how difficult this is for a parent, and this is where the problem starts. So, when I was in training, long time ago, this was a child who was born with abnormal genitals was considered a medical emergency. And I'm going to digress for a second because there are militant activist LGBTQ groups who believe that all of these children should be left alone, that people should be happy to be what they are, to let nature dictate who they are and what they will be. And this is where this conflict lies. And I'm going to come back to this in this show, but I'm trying to explain what the issue is and set the table. So when I was in training, children who were born with abnormal genitals, they were called intersex, and they were many times we wouldn't know whether they were boys or girls. And parents, you can imagine if you're a parent and you have a child and they say, what is it, a boy or a girl? And you say, well, we're not sure. And you can just imagine the anxiety and the difficulty a family has when you have to tell them that. And I was trained with that being a medical emergency, and we would do the best we could to test these babies, to do chromosomes, to do X-rays, to do all kinds of tests before the baby left the hospital, so we could give the parents our best assessment of what these children were. Were they boys? Were they girls? That doesn't exist anymore today because there are 41 different genders according to some of these radical, LGBTQ groups. So this is when I was in training, this was not an issue. We were concerned about this. Today, addressing this is an issue because of this militancy that exists today in our society. And this is very different than the people who consider themselves trans or who consider themselves, fluid gender. There's so many different mores involved in what we're talking about. But I am talking about is children who are born with genitalia that is just not quite right. But let me further digress and tell you how things have progressed. So we did surgery on many of these children. Many of these children were gender converted based on whether or not we felt that they had functional genitalia. If you had a little boy who had a micro penis, a penis that was maybe a couple of millimeters big, long, that's in my day when I was training, that was an unreconstructable and unusable penis, and that child was gender converted as a girl. And I'm not saying that all of that was correct, but I'm saying that those are the things that we did 40 years ago. Many of the surgeries that got done were done on children who had a abnormal urinary tract where it was on the outside of their body and it involved the genitals. And we had to do things to reconstruct their genitals as well as the urinary tract and take a person who was a genetic male with no real phallus and make them into a girl. And that's where these problems arose. And we're at another hard break, and this is a very complicated story. So if this is interesting to you and you want to hear more about why this is so important, you need to stay with us and hear the rest of this story because it will affect you in one way or the other. So please stay with us.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
So we are back in the Doctor's Lounge, and we're talking about an issue that's very personal to me today. This is a problem that is a existential fight for my specialty, and I left off telling everyone about the children who were born with abnormal genitalia that in the past were reconstructed. And the reason why this came up was that a body of research was produced about 15 years ago, maybe a little longer, that looked at how children who were gender converted at Johns Hopkins Medical Center for a very rare condition called bladder exstrophy were doing long-term when they were genetic males and they were converted to females. And the many of these adults were unhappy. They were more than unhappy. They became drug addicts, or they were alcoholics, or they committed suicide. They felt like they were not really girls but boys, and they didn't relate to the opposite sex of their rearing, and it led to lots of questions in my specialty about what was going on. And the information that was produced, that the research that this spawned, it elucidated the fact that there were other factors that were going on that we didn't know of 30, 40, 50 years ago. And it had to do with imprinting of the brain from hormones that the baby is exposed to in utero. And so if you are a male and you see testosterone, male hormone, in utero, there's part of your brain that's imprinted with that testosterone that makes you feel like a male. If you don't have testosterone and there's estrogen in the that predominates, the brain imprints as a female. And we don't know all the answers to this, but this is this body of research has been unlocked and is out there, and we realized that we shouldn't really be gender converting people if we could avoid it. And so this effort by the LGBTQ community and other medical specialties that weigh in on this, and others, they are Johnny-come-latelys, because this moratorium on doing this kind of surgery was a self-imposed moratorium by our specialty. We recognized that we should not be doing this, and we have, for the most part, stopped doing this as a specialty. And let me digress. The people who want to stop this kind of surgery, this gender-altering surgery, are the same people who would think nothing of having the government cover gender-altering surgery. They want to see the government cover gender conversion surgery. So their beef is that this is being done in children before the age of assent or consent. And that's where the problem lies. So let me move on to tell you about the next phase. So this moratorium was self-imposed, but this is not really the whole story. In my specialty, there are many individuals who find a lot of the things that we do objectionable. We used to dismiss them as nuts, as crazies for years. We would go to our national meetings, and there would be, maybe 25 or 50 protesters outside of our national pediatric urology meetings carrying picket signs who were against us doing circumcisions. And, we felt like they were the fringe elements. They exist everywhere. They exist in pretty much every specialty. But fast forward to today, and one of the biggest issues, as we know, is this transgender issue. Bathrooms, the North Carolina case with the bathroom issue, having unisex bathrooms in schools, and if you don't know about what's going on with this, you've been living under a rock or sleeping through the 2000s. So the movement behind this is driven by, again, a very activist LGBTQ community. They're militant, they're well-funded, and the most militant and disruptive groups are the ones that are funded by George Soros, who is behind many of these efforts. And these groups oppose what we as pediatric urologists do, and they're prepared to shut down our specialty using any means possible. And let me tell you what that means. So they want to see an end to all gender surgery. That's their goal. And they've used the pretense of gender conversion or gender reassignment in children who have no ability to give consent for this. And it is one issue that, as I've said, is not really as big of a problem or big of an issue as it once was, because our specialty has imposed a specialty-wide moratorium, and it's us, not them, that deserves credit for recognizing this and doing this. But they now are extending this. There's a special group of children that we take care of who have a problem with overproduction, who have a problem with the normal production of hormones that the adrenal glands are supposed to produce. And they have a chemical block that does not allow those adrenal hormones to be produced. Now, in the production of adrenal hormones, there is a lot of chemical steps that go on. And one of those steps is that if there is a block in the normal production of the hormone, then everything upstream gets built up. And the chemicals before the final production of those adrenal hormones resemble the same hormones that boys' testicles make, the testosterone. And so what happens in little girls who have this adrenal problem, they have been exposed to a block in their hormone production, and they come out looking like little boys in many cases. They don't have a normal clitoris. They have a clitoris that looks very often like a penis. They don't have a normal vagina on the outside. Their vagina is up inside and not at the level of the skin. And they don't have a short urethra like most girls have. They have a long urethra like boys do. But in every aspect of things, these are girls. They're girls chromosomally. They are girls internally. They have ovaries. They have a vagina. They have a uterus. They can reproduce. They can have children. So they need surgery to fix this problem. And this is what the militant LGBTQ community is focused on. They are trying to shut this down, and they're enlisting any means possible to try to stop this kind of surgery. And they call this genital mutilation surgery, and they put into this category other things that we as pediatric urologists do. including circumcision. They lump male circumcision in with female circumcision. Now, again, this community wants to take credit for taking the cover off of female circumcision, which is also called female genital mutilation, when in fact it was my specialty, pediatric urologist, who blew the whistle on all of this when we started to see the influx of African and Middle Eastern girls coming into this country with abnormal genitalia from female circumcision. It was our specialty that figured this problem out and blew the whistle on this, not the LGBTQ community. So you cannot equate male circumcision with female circumcision. They are not the same thing, and it is, again, one of the great lies of the left to try to put this all in the same bucket. But there are other problems that we take care of as pediatric urologists. There are problems involving the penis that are birth defects that we take care of. There are problems involving testicles that are birth defects that we take care of. And if you're a parent and you have a child who has one of these problems, you want somebody to be able to help you, to take care of this problem for your child, because you want your child to be right, to not have a problem. Well, there are groups, and let me point out one of these groups. One of these groups is called Interact, and Interact is a militant group of the LGBTQ community that advocates for quote, protecting the most vulnerable members of our society, such as children born with intersex traits or variations of sex development. And again, they're lumping all of the problems of the genitourinary tract together. Now, they're very careful at trying not to put down on paper much of what their agenda is. They're trying to confine this to just those conditions that are gender-altering conditions. But that's not what they are all about. They're about shutting down any kind of genital surgery, because part of their mission statement is to allow children to be born with what they have. They should be happy with what nature and God created them to be. And this is as ludicrous as anything that I've ever heard. Could you imagine if you didn't fix problems like a cleft lip or cleft palate or a club foot or large, growths on the face of children? You would think that these parents are actually monsters, allowing their children to go through life with this. Well, having a problem that affects the genitals is no different than any of these other birth defects. But to the LGBTQ community, they are not birth defects. They are badges of honor. And they want to be the ones who decide who gets what kind of surgery, and they want to shut this down. That's what they're all about. And I'm going to just go through with you in the last segment some of the tactics that they've utilized to try to accomplish their goals and why this is so critical. This is mission critical for every single person to oppose this with every fiber of their being. So stay with us.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction and medical director of the Atlanta Healing Center. Please join me on Tuesday afternoons at 4 p.m.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, You probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com. Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're finishing up our show today in the Doctor's Lounge. If any of you are interested in more information about this or want to find out how you can help, because I'm going to tell you in a few minutes, just send an email to Dr. Hal at americaswebradio.com, and I will get that and get back with you. And you should share this webinar, this podcast with people, because I think this is so important. And so why am I spending time on this show today? Because this militant LGBTQ community that is funded by George Soros to wreak havoc among parents, ostensibly to protect children from dangerous doctors like me, is really what the danger is, because they want to see a ban on surgery of any kind on any of the genitalia, and to further their goals of increasing this community of people who have genital abnormalities. And I'm not saying that these people are abnormal. That's not what I am saying. And I have nothing against the LGBTQ community. I fully support, their right to be, free to do what they want to do on a personal basis. But they need to stay in their lane and stay out of the business of parents who are trying to get the best health care for their children and doctors who are trying to provide that care for their children. This group has been very active, the Interact group, in going to legislators and trying to get this type of surgery on any of the genitalia banned in different states around the country. They failed in Nevada. They've failed up till now in California. It's going to be on the ballot again this election season. It's going to be introduced as a bill by Representative Weiner, who is going to try to put a ban on this type of surgery. But as I said, this is not just a ban on gender reassignment surgery. And adrenal hyperplasia patients, the ones I'm telling you about, the little girls who come out looking like boys who are really girls, that's not gender reassignment surgery. That's corrective surgery for a problem that they have. But this LGBTQ group are so focused and so narrow-minded that they want to lump this all together along with other problems of the genitalia, and they're willing to lie and make a case to legislators who they get on their side, who will then try to put through legislation to stop it. And California is a great place to start, but they're going to go this season to Vermont and to Oregon, two very liberal states, and try to get this on the legislative agenda and get these laws passed. Now, why is this bad? Well, this is bad because if they get this type of legislation passed, then none of the surgery can get done in that state. And that means that patients, children, are denied that type of operation. They either have to go out of state or they won't get coverage with their insurance plan, and they will have to pay out of pocket. And these people will stoop at nothing to get their agenda passed. They're already making their way into the specialty societies. They have gotten the American Academy of Family Practice to get behind this effort at stopping this surgery. They have gotten they're working on the American Medical Association. They've gotten a policy statement by 3 former surgeon generals to, quote, rethink genital surgery on intersex infants. And again, intersex infants is the camel's nose under the tent, because the population that I'm talking about is their way of getting this on the agenda. These are not intersex patients in the true sense of the word. And the parents of these children who have their own support group are on our side. They feel that the LGBTQ community, the Interact group, should stay out of this because this is a lie. This is just not correct. And so what the fight is, or will be, is going to be a very, very long and protracted one that's going to be costly, because they're going to fight this in every state, and they're going to fight this in the media. They're going to try to fight this by going to medical societies to support their position. And people are afraid. They're afraid to fight back against the LGBTQ community. Why? Because they don't want to become targets. One of my good friends is a well-respected pediatric urologist who runs a clinic in a well-respected children's hospital in this country, and I'm hoping to have him on a future show. And this group launched a vicious social media attack on him personally. They picketed outside of his children's hospital with his face and name on signs, calling him a baby mutilator. And this is just outrageous. It's over the top. And this is a parental rights issue. This is a child right issue. This group wants to make this into a child's rights issue because they're saying that this surgery shouldn't be done. And they're trying to usurp the authority and the ability of parents to make the right decision for their patients, for their children, and be Big Brother and be the ones to make this decision. But make no mistake about it, it will not stop at this. It's going to go on to any kind of genital surgery, including circumcision. And if you think that that's hyperbole, all you have to do is look at Iceland, because they tried to pass a national law in Iceland, and it got postponed, not defeated, not thrown out, but postponed, banning circumcision in males. Now, I recall that happened once before, banning circumcision nationally. Oh, yeah, in Germany in 1933, they banned circumcision on males. Well, you know what? This is where we're heading if we allow groups like Interact to bully their way into legislatures around the country, into hospitals, into specialty societies, into insurance companies, because this is the line in the sand that needs to be drawn. People need to understand that just because you have a popular cause and it's not popular to oppose their positions or offend them, that the positions that they take, as wrong as they may be, it's okay to fight back against them. And that's what we need to do. This is the line in the sand, because it's not going to stop here, and it's not going to stop with this issue. What happens when the government starts saying what surgeries we can and cannot do? Because that's what this is all about. They'll say, well, gosh, you know what, Mrs. Jones, you're 75 and you need this heart operation. But you know what? We decided that 75-year-olds shouldn't have that heart operation because it's just not the right thing to do. You know, we'll give you some medicine and let you on your way. Or, you know, Mr. Smith, you don't need a knee replacement. You're 68 years old, and we're not going to pay for that. You know, this is surgery that we're just not going to approve in this country. That happens already. It happens in Great Britain. It happens in Canada. And you know what? That's what single payer is about, and that's what government involvement in healthcare is about. That's what the left is all about. It's about control. It's about deciding who can get what and letting the government be the agent to do the controlling, and that's not the way it needs to be. So, Dr. Hal at americaswebradio.com, I would love for you to get involved in stopping this militancy right now before it goes any further, and I'll be happy to tell you how you can contribute, how you can be part of this. If you're in Vermont or in Oregon and listening to this, you need to know that this is going to be on your legislative agenda this year, and in California. So this is something that you need to get involved with right away. Otherwise, if you don't, you'll wake up one morning and you'll not be able to get the kind of health care that you think that you need or that you deserve. So thank you for being with us today in the Doctor's Lounge, and come back to the show next week with Dr. Mike, and I'll be back with you in 2 weeks.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction and medical director of the Atlanta Healing Center. Please join me on Tuesday afternoons at 4 p.m.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Welcome to Medicine on Call. This is Dr. Elena.
Thank you for listening.
Good morning. Welcome to the Business Hour. I'm Ron Camacho, your host. And today we're going to be talking about a subject that from time to time we like to visit here at America's Web Radio and on the Business Hour, simply because it's so important to so many, even those who feel like they've got a good handle on their financial future, often learn that there's something new or that they need to be reminded about something they should do now or to plan for in today's ever-changing market. And so I'm pleased to have as my guest today Michael McCool with the financial management firm CPC Advisors. Welcome to the Business Show, Michael.
Great to be here.
Thanks for taking the time. Michael, let's take a moment and talk about your credentials. Most, but not all, know what CFP means. Tell us about this designation and why it's becoming increasingly important to work with professionals that understand the big picture of financial planning, who actually have been trained to help people with their financial planning.
Right. Now, CFP stands for Certified Financial Planner. It's a designation to people that have passed an extensive study and passed exams in the areas of financial planning of taxes, estate planning, retirement, insurance, among other areas of study. And I feel that that's really important. First off, taking this course, I realized if you make change in one area, it affects another area. So if you make a change in your estate documents, it may affect your taxes. Also, if you say, well, I want to retire before 65, then you have to take into considerations about, well, how will I get insurance, health insurance, until I'm eligible for Medicare. So that was one area that's been really helpful for me.
So, and those are some important considerations. We'll talk maybe a little bit before the program's over about retirement and how that has to be factored into your larger financial plan. But you also have the CIMA designation, the CIMA. Tell us about this designation.
Right. The CIMA stands for Certified Investment Management Analyst, and that deals with portfolio construction. And you're looking for the most efficient portfolio, meaning you want to get the highest return on your portfolio while minimizing risk. And to achieve this is you do online study, and there's an executive education component. I did mine at Wharton, and you pass 3 exams to get this designation as well. And I feel like the CIMA really complements the CFP because a lot of people have to invest to achieve their goals. So I think after going through the planning process, again, we define the goals, and then people will have to get their money working for them to achieve their goals, and they do that through investing.
Now, CPC Advisors has a relationship with the Raymond James Advisory Group, and tell us a little bit about that, because I would imagine that that's a very supportive relationship between CPC Advisors and Raymond James.
It is a very supportive relationship. So in addition to planning, we also manage clients' portfolios. So Raymond James serves as our broker-dealer, and with that we will do our trading through them. They will custody our assets. They'll provide client statements. They also help CPC as a firm where they'll do internal audits for us. They'll keep us up to date on current laws, rules, and regulations regarding buying and selling securities, and they're also a really good resource for us when we are evaluating investments. So we'll use their research among others as well when we're putting together portfolios.
Yeah, I would imagine that's really invaluable to have a team with the resources that they have that you can draw from. I also have the impression, and This is not an infomercial. This is a real impression that you have a strong team of advisors at CPC Advisors. And tell us a little bit about the firm.
Yeah, it's a very strong team at CPC Advisors. It was founded 43 years ago by Mike Hines, who's still involved with the business. And I'll just get to the bottom line here. But I think our clients feel that they are taken care of with me and everyone else at CPC Advisors. They know that if for some reason I'm not available and I'm with another client, and they call in, they can talk to one of my colleagues and get their questions answered. So I think that's. I get that feedback a lot from.
And you had mentioned that Michael Hines himself is available, and it's got to be. I guess I would refer to it as a resource. It's got to be comforting to you to know that you could turn to someone who's a seasoned, savvy financial planner and investment advisor, so that. You can ask Michael at any given time, about anything and get some useful information.
Absolutely. In the past, 43 years, he's seen a lot. So he is a really good resource for, what could be new to me, or this is the first time I've seen this. He'll say, well, we've been in situations like this before, and offer guidance to me and everyone else at the firm. So that's good.
Oftentimes there's a strong person like a Michael Hines behind every successful firm, and I guess that's the role part of the role that he plays. Right. On your website, it says that your strategy is to partner with clients to gain a deep understanding of their goals, to construct customized, well-informed plans, and to invest their assets in a manner that will lead to desirable outcomes. Tell us a little bit more about this philosophy and this strategy.
Right. So that pretty much encompasses our planning process, and the first step in planning and to achieving desirable outcomes is getting a complete and accurate picture of your current situation. What that means is, let's find out exactly where you are now. And I'll use the analogy of the GPS. Like when you want to go somewhere, you get asked, where do you want directions from? And it's usually your current location for the GPS, and that's exactly what we're doing with our clients here, and getting the complete picture of where our clients are. The best complete and accurate picture of where our clients are now is, what are your income and expenses, your assets, your liabilities? Do you have estate and trust documents? What does your insurance look like? So that's the first step of the journey right there.
That analogy of being like a GPS process where you plug in where you are and where you want to go. I would imagine that in many cases clients have a pretty good handle on where they are, but in other cases they don't really. That once you go through the evaluation, and you're chuckling because it must be true that a lot of people think they know, and some clients must be better off than they thought, and others not so well off as they thought. So really, you're refining that reality. It's not a perception, it's a reality of where they are, even before you help them with that end goal. And I would imagine that it's also true that in some cases clients have a pretty fair idea of where they want to be. We were chatting before, and I said something about, okay, you have a second house, and you're going to spend more and more time at this other house at the beach or up in the mountains, and eventually you're going to liquidate the house that you're spending most of the time in, and you're going to live a certain lifestyle in that other region. But sometimes people don't have any perception of where they want to go.
That's right. They may have a general idea of what they want to accomplish, but they may not have the specifics. They may not know the where or when. but they have a general idea. And I'll get back to the GPS or the travel analogy, and it's like saying, okay, I know I want to go to Europe. So, and this is the metaphor for retirement, but I don't know exactly when I want to go, or which cities I want to visit, or which monuments I want to see. But they have a pretty good idea of what they want to do at some point in their life. And then as we go through the planning process and as we get to know the clients better, it becomes a little more clear.
And you mentioned they don't know exactly what cities they want to go to or which monuments they want to see. And actually, it does come down to some specifics, like, well, I know I want to see the Eiffel Tower, right? And I think I want to see the ruins, the Roman Forum ruins, but I don't know beyond France and Italy whether or not there's any other countries. I don't know how long I want to be away on this grand trip. But what you're helping them with is determining really not necessarily all the specifics of travel, to take this metaphor further, but whether or not, given what they're thinking they want to do, whether they're going to be able to do it. And also, it might be that someone decides they want to do it, to travel abroad, and that it's going to take resources once a year or once every other year, so that you're there to help them figure out what that future is going to hold in terms of being able to incorporate that into their lifestyle. And in many cases, if we go back to that analogy of the home, or the scenario where you have a second home, you're going to help them figure out whether or not they really are going to get to have a home at the beach or up in the mountains, and sort of the quality of their lifestyle in that home as well.
That's correct, and I think that's also, once you define the goals, you say, okay, here's what based on your current situation, here's what you need to do to achieve everything that you want. And also, an important part of the process is it needs to be updated. Like, I get back to the GPS example. It's like, here's my starting point. I know I want to get across town to this restaurant by a certain time. And as you're driving, you get alerts saying, okay, there's an accident ahead. You need to shift course, turn here, avoid the accident, or it could be just
alternative routes. Yeah,
exactly. So it's not a when you do a plan, it's not done. We update the plans regularly, annually, and make adjustments as necessary. And I think during that process, it becomes clear to the client on what they can do at a time. Maybe they say, okay, I will work another year, or maybe I'll save a little more now so I can do these things later in life. So
those are two really big things, Joel. Michael, what you do in terms of how long you work, or whether or not you save more now so that you can have more to spend later, those are very big aspects, I would imagine, of any financial plan. We're going to be taking a break here. When we come back, we're going to talk more about developing that plan, implementing the plan, and monitoring the plan. We're here with Michael McCool of CPC Advisors. We'll be back with Michael right after this break.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.ahc.org. www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the Business Hour. We're here with Michael McCool of CPC Advisors, an investment and wealth management advisory firm based here in Atlanta. And we've been talking about what goes into evaluating a client's current situation and how to identify goals that a person might have in retirement, when you can retire, and how, what the quality of your lifestyle might be when you retire. Let's talk a little bit about developing that plan, because there are specifics to that plan, and then tell us about the implementation of the plan, and then we'll go on to talking about monitoring the plan, because because as you mentioned, the plan is almost like a living document.
That's right.
It has to be adjusted as you move forward. So how do you develop the plan?
So, the developing the plan is, so we've identified, got a good handle on their current situation, identified, what they want to accomplish. And retirement is usually the big, the big concern for people. It's like they want to make sure they retire. Or another way of saying that is, I don't want to run out of money in retirement. But also on that road to retirement, it's also, want to, fund college education either for kids or grandkids. And also there's another concern is maybe want to be philanthropic or leave something for my heirs, and also there's other considerations. Maybe they have elderly parents that need to be cared for. So as you travel to retirement, it's all these are other considerations that have to be considered. So that's part of the developing the plan, because it's not a straight line.
I would imagine, that there are a lot of baby boomers now who delayed having kids and who, approaching retirement or maybe in retirement, have kids that are in college.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, not even talking about the grandkids and wanting to do something for the grandkids, but, I would imagine there are a lot of baby boomers who are having that to consider. And that's a really significant expense in many cases. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars cumulatively.
Right. It can be. So that is... from what I see in my experience, a main goal for parents is like, okay, I want to live and retire. I want to retire in a lifestyle I'm comfortable with, but also, as you mentioned, college can be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So working that into the plan is very important, and there are resources for that. There's 529 plans, saving outside of retirement programs, and also. The 529 plans, and we also look at, you can borrow, parents and students can borrow for college as well. So that can be a resource, but maybe you don't want to overdo it. The borrowing to fund college. So it is a balancing act. So we want to make sure that you don't.
The pros and cons of borrowing a loan. I mean, that's probably a really valuable service that you provide. Advisory services, just evaluating, because I don't think a lot of parents, much like borrowing for anything, think of the long-term implications of borrowing for school. And I'm wondering if you, to use a real-world example, have you found yourself in a position where someone is looking at a combination of private schools and public schools, and the difference in the cost would be hundreds of thousands of dollars in aggregate, but also have you found yourself having to suggest that maybe the student be encouraged to be eligible for something like in the state of Georgia, where there are scholarships available to students maintaining grades? Have you found yourself in that situation where you're saying you might want to encourage your child to be eligible for a Hope Scholarship?
Yes, that happens. I think, throughout the planning process, our clients tell us what they want to do. I won't tell them, your kid must go to an in-state, public school. What we do is show them what to expect if you want to fund the college education, at a private school versus in-state public school. And then it's like, if they, depending on which road they want to take, what they want to do, then we say, here's what you can expect going forward, and you will need to do these things to make that possible. So that may influence them. Ultimately, it's the client's decision on how they want to handle it.
Right. If you have a child that is really thinking about an Ivy League school, or a Duke or a Stanford, to use some examples of expensive schools, it's really not your role to say, no, you can't do that. But rather, you tell me if this is correct, you are saying this is what we need to do if you're going to achieve that.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You show them, just let them know what to expect with the path that they take. Or I don't know if you can expect 100% accuracy, but it's like, here's what you will need to do.
And so now we're shifting into implementing the plan, and we've been talking about that in general. And I suppose that goes hand in hand with monitoring the plan.
Correct.
If you're implementing a plan for a savings goal, that's probably easy to monitor. But what other aspects are monitored along the way?
Yeah, it's you mentioned implementing the plan is you come across some things that need to be done immediately, like for most of our clients after the planning process, and I help them. Everybody at CP helps them implement these must-do steps. It may be updating wills, making sure that you're contributing the maximum amount to your retirement plan, or you're doing the 529 for college, or doing something, or make sure you have adequate coverage, and we will assist our clients doing that. I think every plan I've done, there's 2 or 3 things that the client needs to do to get on the road to achieve their goals.
You mentioned the 529 plan. Is that something that you might suggest that a person begin to establish?
Right, I think
sooner rather than later.
Yes, very, very much sooner rather than later, and because one of the most important things that you have in investing is time. So if you start, doing a little bit, saving in a 529 when your child is first born, you're spreading out the costs of college over many years. Plus, you have your investments working for you over that time, so you can. There's tax advantages for doing a 529, and then you can get tax-free growth, and then qualified distributions are tax-free as well. So I think starting earlier is a key component, both for that and for saving for retirement.
This is the point at which I obligatorily mentioned that I have a brother, Richard, who made at least 2 really good moves in his life. One was his wife, Aurora, and the other is that he invested for decades while he was at UPS the maximum allowable into their thrift plan, their 401k plan, and so when they had stock splits, he was still continuing to put the maximum amount into that plan. And I think that the yield has far exceeded his expectations, and any of his friends who might have balked at the fact that he was putting the maximum allowable into the plan realize he did the right thing.
Right, that's right. And I think it's very difficult for people to project 20, 30, 40 years out. And you might think that, this is such a small amount, it may not make a difference, but you get that compounding over decades. It really makes a big difference.
Yeah, savings alone, even out whether you are eligible for a 401k plan or you are working for a company that makes it easy to save through a 401k plan, just saving and compounded interest is almost magical when it comes to decades of that compounded interest. So monitoring the plan, is this something that you do on a semi-annual basis, quarterly basis, annual basis, biannual? How do you do that?
Typically it's annually update, but if we need to if something comes up in the meantime, something happens in a client's life that necessitates a change, before the annual checkup, yes, we'll definitely address that.
After the downturn in the market in 2008, did you find that a lot of your clients needed to talk to you maybe more than once that year?
Yes,
or the following year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but actually, for many years after that, I think. And I think the best thing, we'll get into investments investments a little later, but I think that the investing part is part of the plan, and I think at that time during that period, a lot of clients felt like they had to do something, either selling everything, I can't stand anymore, I need to get out of the market, but after. Sticking to the plan was the right thing to do, and it was very difficult to do at that time. But now we look back and say, boy, aren't you glad you kept contributing or stayed invested at that time, because it's very difficult, but...
Yeah, I would imagine that you had to counsel and advise folks over and over to stay the course and to not to do anything rash, and that you were temporarily like a psychologist, a handholder that was explaining as best you could that making any sudden moves and wholesale changes in their portfolio was not the way to go.
That's correct. Right. That's correct. I think I think there might be doing something at that in the heat of the moment might make you feel better temporarily, but longer term it's not beneficial.
So you work with clients to affect the nature of their investments. Tell us a little bit about how you do that and how that's related to achieving goals.
Most people need to have their money work for them to achieve their goals. So, and we accomplish that through investing. And so after meeting with the clients and saying, developing the plan, implementing plan, and ongoing monitoring, it's like, okay, to achieve your goals, you need to invest. And I start out by saying, by explaining what the roles of stocks are in the portfolio and the roles of bonds, and the roles of stocks are for growth. It's like you buy stocks and expect them to be worth more in the future than they are today. Bonds are think of those as the safety of the portfolio. You won't make these are investment grade bonds. You don't expect to make a lot of money owning bonds, but at the same time, you shouldn't expect to lose a lot of money owning bonds.
Michael McCool with CPC Advisors. We've been talking about investing, and we're going to continue talking about investing to achieve goals. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Cook Immigration Partners is your passport through the immigration maze. Whether it's help with E-Verify in your business, or help in how to document a new employee under the new I-9 rules, or if you marry a foreign national, Cook Immigration Partners is your best choice for a legal advocate. Call us today at 866-286-6200. That's 866-286-6200, or visit us on the web at www.immigration.net.
45 years of experience is behind the most trusted name in auto transportation. Passport Transport, the first and finest today. That's why Passport Transport is the preferred auto transport for major auto manufacturers, concours, museums, tours, and collectors, and should be your choice from across the state to across the country. When you have the need, go to PassportTransport.com and enjoy the peace of mind referenced experience will give you. Passport Transport.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the Business Hour. I'm Ron Camacho, your host, and we are here with Michael McCool of CPC Advisors, and we've been talking about what goes into creating a good financial management plan, some of the elements that go into creating that plan and implementing that plan and monitoring that plan. And now we've transitioned to talking about investing and how a client can invest to achieve goals. And before the break, we were talking about stocks and bonds. And, I've always had the impression that having stocks and bonds in your portfolio were part of the stability mechanism, if you will. Is there any measure of truth to that, Michael?
Right. Yeah, that's right. So, stocks are in the portfolio. They provide growth. So you can expect them to be worth more in the future than they are today, especially when you look 20 years out. But the road could be pretty rocky. There'll be a lot of ups and downs in that in those extended periods of times, and that's where it can be very emotional. Where you mentioned 2008 earlier. It's like, I don't want to own stocks. They keep going down. So to temper that volatility of those major ups and downs is you can introduce bonds into a portfolio. And I'm talking about high quality bonds now. And you think of them as they provide ballast, stability, or even the insurance of the portfolio. And the benefit of them is that you won't lose a lot. I think in the past 50 years, a bad year for bonds has been down 2%. A good year for bonds is you may make 6%. So that's the range you're talking about. Where with stocks, it could be from year to year, up 30% or down 30%. The really big swings. So combining the stocks and bonds in the portfolio can really dampen the volatility of the portfolio, and that's really important because when you're investing to achieve goals, one, you have to have the right amount. Well, you want to stay invested. So if you can't handle or if you're not comfortable with having an all stock portfolio, introducing bonds can dampen the volatility, the big upswings and downswings, and. There's something that just popped into my head is that I'll bet that relative to certain dimensions of their portfolio that a lot of people, you have the stocks, you have bonds, you have 401k plans, right. You have your home, your personal property. Do you encounter a lot of folks who believe that that's where, because it's so tangible, they want to have a lot of their assets in their home? It's a wide range. I think some people want to have their home paid off, quickly. So they would put extra income to that, or it's like, by the time I retire, I don't want to have have any house payments. So that's a goal for them as well. The one thing about a home is it may not be very, very liquid. You may be worth a lot, but tapping the equity in a home can be depending on what interest rates are, could be expensive, or just going through the process. And then, if your goal is to not to have a house payment, later in life, you're, to tap that liquidity, you're getting a, house payment again.
And what are some of the things that you have to consider that would make liquidity more beneficial than having your money wrapped up in an asset that is less liquid.
Right. I think the liquidity part, or having cash or safe investments that you can tap anytime, allow you to handle emergencies much better. You won't be forced to sell stocks at an inopportune time. Having the liquidity enables you to better stick with the plan. So that's a very good component, or a very big component of the overall plan. I mentioned stocks and bonds earlier, but having a cash reserve, 3 months, 6 months, it varies for different people. 3 to 6 months, maybe more, of living expenses on hand for those emergencies.
And tell us about some of what those emergencies can be, because I know that a lot of people think they have some sort of an ironclad healthcare plan, for example, but not really.
Right.
That would be one of them, right?
That's correct. So it could be a major health issue where a lot of out-of-pocket expenses. It could be something, car accident, home repairs, not just regular maintenance, but something breaks at your home. And these could be, these can add up. They could be, consequential.
Speaking of real-world examples, and it's really pretty sad and unfortunate for folks who are living in hurricane and flood-prone areas. Right. But for them, I would imagine, and I don't know if you have clients that have homes or second homes in the Carolinas or on the Gulf Coast or other parts of the country, but the possibility for a devastating, a catastrophic event like a hurricane that wipes out your home. Not only are there people who don't really have flood insurance at all, but some people's homeowners insurance are not going to adequately cover 100% restoration and rebuilding. So there would be an example of something. So you factor that in as well?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that comes back into the early in the planning process when we talk about what kind of insurance you own. Are you covered? What would happen if it was a total loss? And one thing that for a lot of homes in coastal areas is for insurance, it used to be you have a flat dollar amount deductible, and one thing we've seen over the years is a lot of coastal homes have a percentage of the overall value deductible. So instead of having, you could have, the old policies may have had a few $1,000s or some limit deductible. It's a percentage of the rebuilding cost. So if you have a $500,000, it's cost $500,000 to rebuild your home, it may be, the deductible could be a percentage of that.
So we've touched on having a balanced portfolio, but what do you personally consider to be the benefits of diversification in a balanced portfolio?
Right. So when you mention a balanced portfolio, it's really the ratio of stocks and bonds in the portfolio. And first thing that we look at is like, okay, dampen the volatility so that you stay invested. And secondly, it's you have to be aggressive enough to achieve your goals, but also you don't want to be too aggressive and risk some money unnecessarily. So we look for, okay, how aggressive do I need to be to achieve those goals? And sometimes it's like, wow, you don't need to be that aggressive to do what you want to do later in life, or to fund college education and all these other things that you want to do.
Have you found yourself with like overly exuberant clients who want to be very, very aggressive? We won't use any other terms to characterize them, but they see someone, they know someone who made a killing some way and who want to take on a very risky investment, and you find yourself having to caution those folks?
That's right. There's some people that want to be, some investment somewhere. They know somebody that's like, boy, they made a lot of money owning it, and that's all they see was a lot of money being made. I think what you don't hear about is there could be similar investments where the downside is where you lose you can lose a lot as well. So I think that's one of our roles is like, okay, if a client presents something to me, an investment to me, and say I'd like to do this, and a lot of times they'll just see the upside. I think it's my duty to say, okay, here's what can happen on the downside as well, and that can be with stocks as well. It can be, I want to be all stocks all the time until they fall.
Right, and so does this fall into the category of cautioning people against trying to get rich quick and maybe getting rich slow and smart? Right.
I think that successful investing is a process, and it can take time. And I think what we're touching on is there's a difference between investing and speculating, and just realize there's a difference between the two, and don't take all your money to speculate. Have a clear investment process and investment plan.
What about rebalancing a portfolio? Do you find you've taken on clients who already have a pretty sophisticated and maybe very diverse, but not particularly well-balanced portfolio, and so you're going to work with them to gravitate toward a more balanced portfolio?
Correct.
How long might that take?
Right. So the rebalancing is, okay, we've established a portfolio, the right ratio of stock to bonds, or sometimes known as the asset allocation that's suitable for you. And over the past few years, let's say your portfolio is 70% stocks and 30% bonds. That's the right portfolio for you. And over the past few years, your with the stock market doing so well, it could be 80% or more. So the rebalancing is getting back to the correct allocation. And really what's that forcing us to do is selling high and buying low. So we've sold, rebalancing the portfolios lately is selling stocks and buying bonds. So we've got the portfolio back into balance, so it has the right risk characteristics, the right risk-reward characteristics that we needed. Otherwise, the portfolio just becomes too risky, too volatile if you don't rebalance.
We're going to talk a little bit more about diversification and about portfolio, but we're going to be taking a break, and when we come back, I'm going to have you talk a little bit about tax efficiency. It's a major aspect of anyone's financial plan. We're here with Michael McCool of CPC Advisors, and we've been talking about smart financial management. And I dare say, with the use of a good financial planner, it could be relatively painless and very beneficial. That might sound tongue-in-cheek, but it's very true. We'll be back in a moment to talk with Michael McCool more about smart investing right after this break.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
Hi, this is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio. Just talking to you about antique car insurance. I think that if you're looking for the best coverage for your classic car, consider J.C. Taylor Insurance. They've been my insurer for years in this hobby and have the top rating of all of the insurance companies in the hobby. When you get ready for insurance, call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com on the Internet.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the Business Hour. We're here with Michael McCool of CPC Advisors, and we've been talking about basic principles of smart financial management and smart investing, good principles of portfolio diversification and balance. And before the break, Michael was talking about rebalancing a portfolio. One important consideration in all of this is our taxes. So
Right.
Tell us a little bit about tax efficiency.
Yeah, the tax efficiency, just like it sounds, you take taxes into consideration. So a lot of times it's not what you make, it's what you keep. So when we work with clients on tax efficiency, we consider, well, instead of regular corporate bonds, high-grade corporate bonds, maybe municipal bonds may be right for them. And that is, municipal bonds generate income that is federal income tax free. Something else we do every year is we look at a client's portfolio and harvest gains and losses opportunistically, see if we can offset those to minimize taxes as well. And we also talk to clients, okay, do you have losses anywhere else that can be applied to the portfolio, or do you have gains anywhere else that need to be considered for harvesting gains and losses? So those are the two big components. And then in retirement, tax efficiency is like, well, do I take more money out of my retirement plan and pay income taxes on that, or should I take income out of my regular individual investment portfolio? So balancing those in retirement is a big component as well to tax efficiency and minimizing taxes.
Are you finding, Michael, that you have more and more clients that want to be socially conscious, or at least have some of their investments reflect, for example, an interest in the environment or some other aspect that they want to be related to their portfolio, and how do you deal with that?
Yes, especially the past couple of years. People are becoming well, I think the question is, it's not just as much the saying, oh, here's what my portfolio is returning, here's what my portfolio is doing. That's a big something that they're looking for. And the term you may have heard lately, or a lot of people have heard lately, is ESG investing. So it stands for environmental, social, and governance, or corporate governance investing. So in addition to fundamental financial analysis on the company, you evaluate companies on these metrics as well. Is the company, are they, as far as environmental, the E part of the ESG investing is, are they reducing their carbon footprint? Are they becoming more friendly to the environment? Social, are they good corporate citizens? Are they do they protect customer data?
I had mentioned environment as an example, and I have to, in the interest of full disclosure, it's one of those areas that is meaningful to me, and I'm glad that more people on both sides of the aisle are concerned about environment. You might have slightly different views about climate change or some aspect of the environment, renewable energy, for example.
Right.
But using that as an example, have you had clients that say, hey, Michael, what about solar energy or other renewable fuels? Could you do some research and advise me on how I can include that in my portfolio?
Right. So we look at that. I'm going to step back just a second, elaborate a little more about the ESG. But first off, it's available, and it gets back to, we don't direct clients to do one or the other. It's their decision, and so clients are asking us about, like the environment. We would evaluate certain areas for them, if they were environmentally conscious. But just being an environmentally conscious company or a renewable energy company doesn't qualify you for an ESG portfolio, because we also look at corporate governance, and if they're, if they have a hostile work environment, that may not be that wouldn't include the company in the portfolio, or they'd be dinged for that. And also want to point out, this is people are investing for a gain in this. This is not their philanthropy bucket. This is like, no, we need to. They want to invest in this way to achieve their goals. So. And that's what they expect, investing this way as well.
And to be supportive of a technology like alternative fuels or renewable energy. I feel compelled in situations like this where we're talking about financial planning to offer this general disclaimer, but it's not you saying this, it's really me saying this, but I want to remind listeners that past performance is never a guarantee of future results, that investing in equities involves risk, that the value of one's shares can fluctuate, and that you can even lose your principal, which we have seen, through the years, and that special risks are inherent to investing, particularly international investing and those related to currency and general market fluctuations, as well as foreign and political and economic events. So that, there are no guarantees. And in fact, this would be a reason for working with a professional like you to, in essence, hedge your bets, to cover yourself against those market fluctuations, because it's becoming more and more of a global marketplace,
right?
And it's inescapable, and you want to have a degree of stability, and that's all the more reason to get advice from you. Michael, you happen to have a background that I think is suited for financial management. You're not just a certified financial planner that has been a planner forever. You've actually done some real world corporate things, and even before that, tell me what your major was.
I have a degree in economics.
And that's from Columbia.
Columbia University, yes.
So a good school, and I think that economics is a great foundation for understanding the larger world of finance, if you will. It
is. It is a great foundation for what I do today. But it wasn't a direct path. I was in the consumer products industry for 15 years or 17 years before transitioning into this line of work. And but throughout that whole time, I was always interested, I found it very interesting how some people were able to invest and be successful, either creating wealth or holding on to wealth, and others seemed to struggle with it, no matter how hard they tried. And so that intrigued me. And now I think that what I've learned is probably. Well, now the term is behavioral economics. People do things that are not beneficial to them in the long run. I think, comparing that to classical economics, it's like people always make the best decisions for themselves. They'll make decisions that benefit them the most, but that's not always the case. So now there's the behavioral economics.
I went to school in Claremont. A lot of listeners know, if they've heard me make reference to this in the past, and I was in a social clinical psychology program, and I remember when I took my economics classes that I saw economics sort of as social psychology, that there was behavioral elements related to either the collective behavior of a group of people, but also individually, that it was a behavior that led to more risky investment or less risky investment. And so I've oftentimes thought of financial planners as psychologists of sorts, behaviorists that help people curb those risky behaviors.
Right. Take some of the emotion out of it. And actually, it's not. We're not saying. just be aware of those human behaviors. We're not saying don't ignore them and say, oh, I have to work against them. Just be aware of them. And I'll give you an example. When 401ks first came out, it was always an opt-in, like, oh, I have to sign up. Oh, I have to determine how much salary I want to defer, or how much I want to put in the plan. What investments do I have, or what investments do I make in the plan? And now a lot of companies are having an opt-out strategy. So if you come to work at my company, you will X percentage of your salary will go into the 401k plan. It will be in this investment, and every year, your contribution as percentage of your salary may go up. So that is a one way that corporations have dealt with this behavioral economic issue of getting people to implement a plan. They know signing up for a 401k is good for them, but maybe the inertia is not of not doing it is too great for them to overcome.
And again, you're not saying that you're telling your clients necessarily what they have to be doing, but rather what are some of the avenues to get to the goals that you've helped them clarify, because in many cases there's more than one way to achieve those goals, but you're helping them get to that goal by refining where they want to go, understanding where they are, and then implementing a plan for getting there that you monitor along the way. Michael, is there any advice that you would offer to a student or a young professional that's thinking about a career in financial planning?
Yeah, well, the first thing is to everybody starting out on a career is I know it's very difficult to project 30, 40 years out, and this gets back to the behavioral economics as well. But start saving and investing early. And get time working for you. So I think for all people starting in the workforce that they should do that. And then if you're interested in this field, find somebody that has been around and ask them questions. Someone like myself or somebody that's in the business already and in the field already, and get a deeper understanding of what it entails and see if you would like to pursue this profession.
Well, if there are any young students or young professionals out there who want to learn more and they want to get in touch with you, I'm sure they're going to know how to Google CPC advisors, but I will say that you can go to www.cpcadvisors.com if you have any interest in working with Michael McCool and the folks at CPC Advisors, because as we said at the onset of the program, good financial management is so important to so many people, and aside from folks that blindly want to get rich quick, a good financial management firm can help you achieve goals, including wealth and smart ways of getting to that goal. You've been listening to The Business Hour. We've been with Michael McCool. I want to thank you, Michael, for taking the time to be on the program.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
We're on Fridays from 10 to 11 a.m. here at America's Web Radio. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you on the radio and the Internet next week.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on AmericasWebRadio.com.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Obamacare is failing, but in order to get back on the right track with health policy, people need to be informed. ObamacareWatch.org is your resource to understand what's happening with this law and what you can do to stay active, stay informed, and make positive change happen. ObamacareWatch.org. Visit us now.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Network.com. Thank you for listening.
Also get more information on the website.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to NSPS Radio Hour. Glad to have you with us again this fine fall morning. Fall seems odd to say. It should still be spring. This year's going too fast. I have with me today John Palatiello and J.B. Bird. Probably anybody who's listening to this show know who both John and J.B. are. John is our consultant, or his firm is our consultant for government affairs, and JB is our registered lobbyist. So John and JB, thanks for joining me today.
Thanks, Kurt. Appreciate being with you.
Thank you, Kurt, as well. Yeah, I thought it might be a good idea to kind of catch up. There's a lot of things going on, and a lot of things we've been involved in. You guys have obviously been involved in. So I thought I would maybe catch everybody up on where that is heading into, I guess, whatever election cycle we'll have this coming year. Sounds like it might be an interesting time as we have lots of votes on what's happening in the Congress. So I don't know if you either one have any thoughts about that part of it and to begin with, but nonetheless, we can at least talk about the whole concept, and maybe this does tie to the election, where a lot of folks seem to would have us believe nothing's going on in Washington other than bickering. But as you guys know, there are a lot of things happening.
Do we want to do bills on Monday? Well, there's certainly a lot of bickering, that's for sure. But if you sort of cut through that noise, there's actually been a lot of action in Congress and a lot of activity on things that are of interest and have an impact on the surveying profession. And hopefully over the course of the next hour we can get into some detail on a good number of them, but I'll be honest with you, I think there are too many to cover in an hour. But we've seen action on things like FEMA reform, the FLAIR Act, a Federal Aviation Administration bill, the Geospatial Data Act, Digital Coast, 3DEP. All of those are programs, activities, and legislation in which NSPS has a great interest, and all of them have been the subject of action in Congress. Just as an example, and JB can fill in on a lot of the details with his boots on the ground activity on our behalf on Capitol Hill. But for example, there is a very good FEMA bill that NSPS was involved in drafting that has been introduced in Congress. And there's actually a FEMA bill that we had some concerns about. And Wendy Lathrop on behalf of NSPS and Jim Nadeau on behalf of NSPS and you, Kurt, and JB and myself had a meeting with the staff of Congressman Crawford from Arkansas and explained a little bit more about the way the FEMA program operates, the way the TMAC, the Technical Mapping Advisory Council, operates to provide outside input and advice to FEMA and how it works. And I think as a result of that, there will likely not be action on that bill. I think they have a much better understanding of the program. So, in summary, there is some good news on positive action on things that have happened, and also good news from the standpoint that I think we've been able to work to defeat or slow down or change some legislation that may not have been good for the public or good for the surveying profession.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, and we hadn't really talked a lot about the bill that's related to the TMAC and what was going to happen with that whole program. The bill, as you obviously know, looked like it might be even changing homes for the activity related there, and whether or not TMAC would still be considered. But I assume with it being on hold, TMAC is okay for now.
It is. There were two things in Mr. Crawford's bill that were a red flag for NSPS, and we promptly became aware of it and had a chance to explain our position and the impact on not only surveyors but also on homeowners and the program itself. And that was number one, as you alluded to, Kurt. It would have moved the program, the FEMA Flood Risk Mapping Program, from FEMA to the USGS. And we talked to folks within NSPS that were on both sides of that question. Some thought the move would be good. Some others thought it was better left within FEMA. But the second thing was that it would have reconstituted the TMAC so that it was essentially a government committee. And we were, I think, successful in articulating the fact that the outside input, that folks like Wendy and Jim and others, Wendy as a member and Jim as an interested party surveyor, and others can provide to FEMA and have provided to FEMA, has actually been valuable. With regard to the USGS program, we finally came to the conclusion that moving it to USGS probably was not the best course of action because there are a lot of other things involved in the FEMA program, and some of those would have been moved and some wouldn't, and some may have been better housed in FEMA than in USGS. But the fact of the matter is that I think we were successful in educating some folks in Congress, and I think successful in stopping a bill that could have been rather negative from moving forward.
Right, and the situation wasn't necessarily the best situation, but it turned out to be a good situation from the perspective that we were able to get Jim and Wendy to come down and talk on our behalf, and that was sort of a good introduction for Jim, because as you know, Wendy sometime in the not too distant future is gonna not be able to play that role for NSPS, and Jim is a really good person to take that on. So at least this gave him an opportunity to get involved, so to speak.
Absolutely. And you know, a successful government relations program, you have to play both offense and defense. And certainly things that, you know, NSPS would like to see become government policy, or legislation that NSPS would like to see become law. But you also have to have your eyes and ears open and see other things that are happening that maybe are beyond your control or you weren't involved in. And if they're adverse to the interests of surveyors and the clients that surveyors serve, then you have to play defense and get involved in those activities. And that's certainly what we did here. And I think we have members of Congress that much better understand the program and the TMAC as a result of NSPS's effort.
Right, and I think it also points out the importance and the critical nature, really, of the relationship we have with you guys, because you're there, you're on top of what's happening, and understand the process much better than any of us who are either in my chair or as members might have, to be able to keep us abreast excuse me, of what's going on, and also begin to have those conversations even sometimes before we need to be there. So often, we're looking at a dues increase in NSPS to make sure we can continue to fulfill our obligations to the profession and to our members. And these are the kind of things I think that just points out how critical that is, and helping our members understand that I think is a really important role for us, because we'd be in bad shape if we didn't have the kind of assistance that you guys provide.
Well, you're very kind, and we appreciate that, and it's flattering that it's recognized, and a great deal of that credit goes to JB, because as I said, he's the boots on the ground. He's the guy who's there. He comes into our office, and the rest of the staff say, "Who are you? Do you still work here?" Because JB spends so much of his time on Capitol Hill, and that's what his job is, and he does it well. So, we have members of Congress contacting JB because of the reputation that he has, and they'll be writing legislation and say, we want to include something regarding surveying or geospatial or GIS in this bill. Can you help us? And that's just an extraordinary asset that is brought to the table. I think our members should know, Kurt, that you and I are in contact by telephone or email virtually on a daily basis. Pat Smith, who's a very able chair of our Government Affairs Committee, is also someone that we communicate with on a very regular basis. It's I don't think a week goes by that we're not consulting with Pat, or asking his input, or asking what direction we should go on things. And I think we have a very good team approach, and I like to think members are being well served and being well represented.
Yeah, you were talking about JB spending his time mostly on the Hill, and another thing for the listeners and for the membership to understand is that the fact that he's able to do that through working in your organization and the coalitions he's been able to be a part of and build, and all of those things play a role in effectiveness and our ability to get other people to assist us, and we assist them as we go along. And that's a part of it that I'm not sure just the person thinking about this from the high altitude looking down at it wouldn't necessarily see, but I see it and understand just how important that is.
And Kurt, let me jump in there. This is JB. Thanks for very nice words from both of you. Let me just point out, I'll piggyback on what John Pelletiello just mentioned, and also mentioned another example of being proactive. We were the first group, NSPS was the first group to visit with Mr. Crawford, and that is continuing to bear fruits for NSPS. When we first received word from another office that Mr. Crawford was about to introduce his NFIP reform bill, we were the first ones to reach out and literally go in and meet with the staff of Mr. Crawford and hear from their perspective why they thought their version of the bill was necessary. And what that's allowed to do outside of what John earlier explained is that we are now working closely with Mr. Crawford on an event next month on Capitol Hill connected to NFIP reform, as well as 3DEP within USGS, the 3D elevation program. And so that all started based on intel that we picked up from other offices on Capitol Hill, and then we had to be proactive at that point in connecting the dots. Another example would be...
Let's pick up the other example, JB, when we come back. It's time for us to take a break. So we'll go to our break and be back in a couple of minutes.
Quick Stakes is your answer to staking. Lightweight, easy to ride on, easy to use, easy to find, and won't break your back carrying them like the old-fashioned wooden stakes. Have you tried a sample? If not, get a pen and paper and write down this number, 800-438-0387, or go to quickstake.com, that's QUIKSTAKE.com, and order your samples. Ask your surveying supply dealer for Quick Stakes today.
Come join us on September 22nd at historic 4th Ward Park for the first ever Atlanta Walk a Mile in Her Shoes. Walk a Mile in Her Shoes asks men to literally walk 1 mile in women's high heel shoes as a way to express empathy to all victims of sexual assault. It's a lighthearted way to get the community talking about a difficult subject. Are you man enough? Come join us. All proceeds benefit Day League, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. For more information and to register, go to atlantawalkamileInHerShoes.everydayhero.do.
Quick Stakes. Does your survey supply dealer have Quick Stakes? If not, demand that they start carrying Quick Stakes. Did you know that Quick Stakes are better for your back than your local chiropractor? Lightweight and easier to use than the old heavy wooden stake. Order a sample today and prove it to yourself. Quick Stakes, your back-friendly stake.
Thought I heard.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back with John Palatello and J.B. Bird talking about the NSPS Government Affairs Program. And before we went to the break, J.B., you were beginning to tell us about some of the fruits of this ability to meet with other people and create coalitions and how it positions us to be at the forefront of things. As you said, the first people to contact Representative Crawford on the NFIP bill. And then you were beginning to say something else about that whole arrangement and when we had to go to break. So if you would continue with that.
Absolutely, Kurt. So yes, being proactive on the Hill often means literally reaching out to whether it's personal office staff of a senator or a member of Congress or the committees of jurisdiction for any of our issues. And then occasionally there'll be a different kind of hybrid opportunity. And what I mean by that is when a personal office creates a caucus, which is typically the caucuses are bipartisan in nature. And an example of this where NSPS has actually done a lot of work with a caucus is the Smart Cities Caucus. And the focus there is that a Democrat from New York, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, as well as a Republican from California, Darrell Issa, the two members of Congress, in a bipartisan manner earlier this year, started the Smart Cities Caucus. And their goal is to leverage all sorts of new technologies to make and allow for cities and municipal government and urban locations to run more efficiently. And what they really wanted to focus on was a combination of infrastructure to 4G and 5G technologies, to workforce development, to a wide variety of those sub-issues, if you will, connected to that specific caucus. And because NSPS did some legwork in reaching out to both Mrs. Clarke as well as Mr. Issa, roughly once a month that caucus meets and they'll do a briefing, a congressional panel, if you will. And twice NSPS has been invited and twice NSPS has accepted to come in and provide and leverage our expertise from the surveying perspective. And the first time was to focus on workforce development and how the 21st century professional surveyor differs greatly from the 18th century and so forth, and what kind of upgrades in technology and what kind of education and what kind of training and what kind of licensing is involved with the profession these days. And so that was pretty eye-opening, especially with the discussion of using unmanned aerial systems, UAS, drones, as part of the new age, if you will, of surveying. And then another
JB, before you move on, I just want to make sure that we acknowledge that Brian Haney, a surveyor from Baltimore, a firm called Century Engineering in Hunt Valley, Maryland, outside of Baltimore, came in and was a panelist at that session. And Brian has been very involved as the chair of the Workforce Development Committee for the Maryland Society of Surveyors, And he has led an effort with the city of Baltimore that actually was on the cover of POV magazine last year to get young people introduced to and actually begin to help them start their careers in surveying. And Brian did an excellent job on behalf of NSPS in talking about workforce development and attracting and recruiting the next generation of surveyors.
Yeah, thanks, John. That points out, I think, for our audience to grasp is just how important it is that we have members involved. Whatever their particular expertise or whatever their particular information about a bill or something might come along. I know that's more difficult than it might sound just because we have members all over the country, but it is very important, and I'm glad you were able to mention Brian.
Well, to the extent that the expense or the schedule of a surveyor permits, JB and I are big believers that if we can actually get a practicing surveyor to come into a meeting on Capitol Hill, that has an enormous impact, and that's what we did with Brian on workforce development. That's what we did with Wendy and Jim with regard to meeting with Congressman Crawford's staff to talk about FEMA. So, we have a certain degree of knowledge, and JB in particular, but to me, there's no substitute to a real live surveyor coming in and talking about surveying, and we're just thrilled when members are willing to step forward and respond to a request that we have, because it works, and the influence of the surveying profession is enhanced when our members can take the time to come in and provide their knowledge and expertise to our lawmakers.
Absolutely, and oftentimes people are a little timid about doing that, and I always try to encourage people and say, well, who's going to know more about it than you? Because so that's a really good.
You come in and you're going to know more about surveying than anybody else in the room. And I want to tell you, despite that trepidation, whether or not it actually exists, our members always do a great job, and I'm always very proud of them when they come in and participate in different forums like that.
And I thought it would be one.
So, JD, I'm sorry, we got a little off track and interrupted you, and you were going to continue with another point or two.
No, I'm great. That's great. And John's exactly right. Brian did a fantastic job of bringing the telecom, the broadband folks that were attending that workforce development panel up to speed on our profession. And so that was incredibly helpful. He did a great job. And then the second opportunity for NSPS to go before and provide remarks before that caucus dealt with John Pelletier then coming in and discussing a couple different bills and how the data that the bills would provide for would allow for more efficient, more effective city use and city deployment. A couple of those bills and bill numbers that John had a chance to discuss included the FLAIR Act, the Federal Land Asset Inventory Reform Act, which is H.R. 2199, as well as the Digital Coast Act, which is H.R. 4062. And then what we've also mentioned previously was the Images Act, which is a bipartisan bill in the House Financial Services Committee by Congressman Alex Mooney and Vicente Gonzalez, Republican from West Virginia, a Democrat from Texas, teamed up on the Images Act, H.R. 4905. And so John did a great opportunity, had a great opportunity, did a great job of promoting what the surveying, mapping, and geospatial data that would be collected through the various bills could go on to aid more efficient government applications and public policy issues as a result connected to the specific goals of the caucus. So that's, again, where being proactive, reaching out, taking advantage, quite frankly, of these kind of hybrid opportunities where, again, it may not be your typical meeting with a member of Congress and their personal staff, nor a meeting with the committee staff, but where you have a combination of where the personal staff and the committee staff, there's another way to get the NSPS voice out and to be proactive, and that's another really good example in my view.
As a matter of fact, as you were talking about that, JV, it brought to mind the whole idea of timing for introduction of bills and processes they go through. Because sometimes I think you'll hear about a bill, and people will say, "Oh, wow, that's a big deal," and then you really don't hear a whole lot, oftentimes for some time to come. And I think people sort of forget or wonder what happened or whatever, but the fact is there's typically a pretty long process. So, we get excited when a bill comes out and we're either for it or against it, but then I guess we sort of lose track, not realizing that none of these things happen instantaneously.
It would be kind of a I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine situation.
No, it's quite a process, and part of the service that we provide for NSPS is keeping track of things and knowing where they are and where they may or may not be moving. And again, JB does a great job of really being on top of those things.
Speaking of all things government, and here we are in an election year, at least for part of our leadership, and so you keep hearing about all these things about government shutdowns or when things are going to happen or not happen, and you could probably spend a couple of months just talking about those types of issues. But what's your thoughts on all that, on the whole shutdown thing?
I'm just thinking of that as
I don't think it's going to happen. There is an agreement that was reached on what's called a continuing resolution, and that's a resolution of Congress that's sent to the President to keep funding the government. The one that they've reached agreement on will fund the government through December 7th. The fiscal year begins on October 1st, so we're not likely to see a government shutdown. And then beyond that, Congress is actually making good progress on the regular appropriations bills. There are 13 appropriations bills that the Congress is supposed to act upon each year to fund different agencies of the government. And both the House and Senate are actually working through getting to them all. They won't get through them all by October 1st, but this continuing resolution is sort of a bridge to keep the government open, but yet soon to be sent to the President's desk are bills for the Department of Defense, the Department of Labor, Health and Human Services, Energy and Water, which is an important one for a lot of NSPS members because that has funding for Corps of Engineers and Bureau of Reclamation and agencies like that, and one for military construction. So all of our members that are working on anything with regard to construction at military bases, all of those appropriations bills are about ready to go to the President. So they're making good progress, and fortunately, I think the odds of there being a government shutdown on October 1st are pretty slim at this point.
Yeah, that's good to know, and also good to know that things are moving along. And although if you listened only to the media, and it doesn't matter which side of the media you choose to listen to, you could very easily get the thought that, hey, nothing's happening. So it's good for our listeners to know that things are happening.
Indeed it is.
Just so I could say.
So, yeah, and you mentioned the fiscal year. Maybe you can just fill us in on timing. I think you may have already mentioned that. What's the date again?
Yes, so the fiscal year begins October 1. There is a continuing resolution that's been agreed to that will fund the government through December 7th. So that'll give Congress time to work on regular appropriations bills.
Right.
So the Congress has a limited number of days they're going to stay in. At least the House is going to stay in before the election. I think the Senate will stay in longer, but they will both come back for what's called a lame duck session after Election Day in November, and that's when they'll work on appropriations and a number of other issues.
Okay. Well, let's go to our second break. We'll come back in a couple of minutes and talk about that and other things.
Quick Stakes is your answer to staking. Lightweight, easy to ride on, easy to use, easy to find, and won't break your back carrying them like the old-fashioned wooden stakes. Have you tried a sample? If not, get a pen and paper and write down this number. 800-438-0387 or go to quickstake.com. That's QUIKSTAKE.com and order your samples. Ask your surveying supply dealer for Quick Stakes today.
Come join us on September 22nd at historic 4th Ward Park for the first ever Atlanta Walk a Mile in Her Shoes. Walk a Mile in Her Shoes asks men to literally walk 1 mile in women's high-heel shoes as a way to express empathy to all victims of sexual assault. It's a lighthearted way to get the community talking about a difficult subject. Are you man enough? Come join us. All proceeds benefit Day League, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. For more information and to register, go to AtlantaWalkAMileInHerShoes.EverydayHero.do.
Quick Stakes. Does your survey supply dealer have Quick Stakes? If not, demand that they start carrying Quick Stakes. Did you know that Quick Stakes are better for your back than your local chiropractor? Lightweight and easier to use than the old heavy wooden stake. Order a sample today and prove it to yourself. Quick Stakes, your back-friendly stake.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to our show today with John Palaciello and J.B. Bird. We've talked about a lot of things about order and process and a number of bills, and one of those that we've been paying a lot of attention to and has been ongoing now for quite some time, and we've been active in along with other folks on one side or the other of the discussion is the Geospatial Data Act. So, John, maybe you can tell us what's going on there.
Well, a lot has been going on, Kurt, and I'm pleased to report that I believe we have a final agreement on the bill, and it looks like the bill will now be able to move either as a freestanding bill or it may get wrapped up into some larger bill, whether it's an FAA bill or something else that Congress is likely to take up. But there were a number of issues on which there was, frankly, disagreement from a lot of different parties. And through the efforts of the staff of Senator Hatch of Utah, who's the sponsor of the bill in the Senate, I think there's an agreement that has been reached among the Senate, different committees of the Senate, the Trump administration, Office of Management and Budget, the Department of the Interior, and the FGDC, other geospatial organizations, the Department of Defense, and just a whole variety of different stakeholders that had some interest in the bill. And so the most recent version of the bill is S-2128. And to refresh everyone's memory very briefly, there was an original bill both in the House and the Senate, S-1253, and in the House, H.R. 3522. There were two provisions in those bills as introduced that NSP has certainly supported, but some other organizations did not. They were Sections 11 and 12. Section 11 had two provisions within it. One talked about the government using the private sector to the maximum extent possible, and the other was a specific provision clarifying the application of the Brooks Act, or qualifications-based selection, to federal contracts. And a number of the GIS organizations objected to that, as well as Section 12, which was a reaffirmation of the primacy or the application of state licensing law, and that the federal government would not supersede or preempt state licensing law. And so the revised bills did not have Sections 11 and 12, and that stimulated a very long and very intense and rather passionate series of negotiations. But we have been in the middle of those discussions and negotiations, and I think we've reached an accommodation where, while sections 11 and 12, as they were in the original bill, will not appear in this compromise, in large measure what NSPS was seeking from a policy standpoint will be in the final bill. And we're very pleased that those negotiations were indeed fruitful and that an agreement has been reached. So not sure exactly when we will start to see actual legislative action. It could be within the next couple of days, but we firmly believe that an accommodation and an agreement has been reached.
So with this new arrangement or this new agreement, did I understand correctly that this accommodation or agreement that came about was in place of 11 and 12 or restated those issues somehow?
A little bit of both. So it's a the language that will be in the final bill will be a replacement to sections 11 and 12, but they will also sort of restate the policy objective in a different way, and that's where a compromise was able to be reached.
And for the listener's perspective, or for information, the policy you were talking about relates to professional services and their procurement, correct?
Professional services in their procurement as a best practices model, but more importantly, Senator Hatch personally came to the conclusion that it was necessary to have what's called the savings clause that basically says that nothing in this act will amend or change or usurp existing law unless the bill specifically has an amendment to existing law. So that will preserve state licensing, make it clear that the bill does not preempt the states. And as I said, the senator personally felt that that was necessary in the bill. So it's not exactly the same wording that was in Section 12 of the original bill. It's been reworded a bit, but it will be in there.
And that savings clause, obviously we've heard that term before, and it basically, as it implies, protects the laws now that are on the books with regard to this, to procurement, exactly. All those kind of things. Yeah,
exactly. And I think that's a huge, again, playing defense more than offense. It's a huge victory for NSPS.
Agreed. I know during the break, JB and I were talking a little bit about 3DEP. I don't think we've talked about it on the air yet. What's the latest there?
So, okay. JB, you've been really involved in that. Do you want to take that one?
Absolutely. Yes, Kurt. So the USGS has a program known as the 3D Elevation Program, or known as 3DEP. And we've definitely seen some traction and a good bit of progress, quite frankly, behind the scenes. And when I say behind the scenes, without there being a specific bill out there here or there, or how can we advance the program, NSPS is working within a coalition, and one of the best ways that we can leverage our membership in that coalition is to have the various state affiliates, state societies play a role in localizing the impacts and the benefits for advanced elevation data, mainly through the use of LiDAR technology. And one great example of this most recently was the Oregon affiliate, PLSO. And what they were able to do was to get the attention of Congressman Kurt Schrader, a Democrat from Oregon. And the congressman was invited by PLSO earlier this year to take part in a technology exhibition, an outdoors one that included the use of an unmanned aerial system, or drone, UAS. And the great folks at PLSO were able to put this together so that the congressman could literally not only see how the data was collected through the use of the UAS, but to hear about the public policies that could benefit specific to Oregon. And that was just a tremendous success story, and quite frankly, we would like to see it emulated by other affiliates and other state societies, because already what PLSO has been able to do with that is to actually put together a publication with several pictures that were taken of the congressman, taking a look at the different visualization opportunities connected to the elevation data that was collected. And what that really means for us, though, here in Washington, D.C. and inside the Beltway, is now we have someone a member of Congress from Oregon who's on an important committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, who has a much better level of sophistication when it comes to knowing about the surveying community, about where the surveying profession comes into play, connected to 3DEP, and then because of the constituency connection, now has a vested interest knowing that we'd like to pursue some opportunities later this Congress and certainly into next Congress to work with the congressmen in the committee as they take a look at perhaps a new version of infrastructure and the applications that 3DEP can come into play and again benefit from a public policy perspective. So that was just, I think, an outstanding success story of the great folks in Oregon leveraging their connection to a member of Congress and really going out of their way to showcase how 3DEP is important now and into the future. Now, where are we specifically with 3DEP funding? And as John has already elaborated a good bit about the appropriation cycle, the one bill that the Congress is still working on is the one that funds the Department of the Interior. And within USGS, that's where USGS and the 3DEP program resides. And while the bill hasn't been officially enacted yet, that would allow for prompt appropriations for USGS and 3DEP. What the Congress has already done is the House has a version of a bill, and the Senate has a version of a funding bill. In the House language, in the report language, on the House side, there is a $1.5 million increase for 3DEP. On the Senate side, there is an increase of just over $1.7 million for 3DEP. And that is a step in a positive direction. That is a success story of a wide variety of coalition members behind 3DEP, of which NSPS has been a leading voice in champion enhanced in a growing amount of funding for 3DEP. And so when we see this positive language where both the House and Senate has agreed to increase, to boost 3DEP, in this kind of budget environment, that is a major success story for NSPS. And last week I had a chance to catch up with USGS Director Jim Riley on Capitol Hill. NSPS is also a member of the USGS Coalition, and last week there was a USGS Coalition reception, and the director was invited to speak. He literally had just arrived back from Hawaii and had brought his family, his children with him to the event, and we had a good discussion before the event began. And then in his prepared remarks, when he delivered them, about every fifth sentence in his speech referred back to 3DEP and how it is the number one priority at USGS now. And that was I think a very important point to articulate is over the last several years, as the more NSPS has really gotten involved with 3DEP, we've seen a correlation with not just the funding but the attention that USGS is receiving externally and internally for the program, and a larger demand for enhanced elevation data, and therefore we believe even more use and even more applications, and therefore a higher demand for the data, which we think will benefit the profession even more. So that's kind of where we are right now: increased funding, increased attention, and just really good positive steps forward for the program.
Perfect timing, because it's time to go to another break. So let's do that. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for our last segment.
Quick Stakes. is your answer to staking. Lightweight, easy to ride on, easy to use, easy to find, and won't break your back carrying them like the old-fashioned wooden stakes. Have you tried a sample? If not, get a pen and paper and write down this number, 800-438-0387, or go to quickstake.com. That's QUIKSTAKE.com and order your samples. Ask your surveying supply dealer for Quick Stakes today.
This is Lawyer Liz. Join me each week as we discuss drones, the Internet of Things, and all the technology in between. It's Buzz Off with Lawyer Liz, Wednesdays at 2.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction on America's Web Radio. Please join us at 4 p.m. on Tuesday afternoons.
Quick Stakes. Does your survey supply dealer have Quick Stakes? If not, demand that they start carrying Quick Stakes. Did you know that Quick Stakes are better for your back than your local chiropractor? Lightweight and easier to use than the old heavy wooden stake. Order a sample today and prove it to yourself. Quick Stakes, your back-friendly stake.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're here for our last segment with John Palaziello and J.B. Bird, and thanks for that discussion about 3DEP, J.B. I was particularly excited about the part where the Oregon Society was involved, and through their lobbyist and through their government affairs team within the society, taken a big role in moving that forward with the legislator, the congressman, and just a perfect example of how this whole program is supposed to work. How yes, it's a national program through NSPS, but it really needs the support and involvement of the state societies also, because they're the closest to the legislators, obviously. So, excuse me, thanks for bringing that up, and I'll want to follow up with you guys on ideas about reaching out and finding ways to get our other societies as involved as Oregon was on that issue.
Right,
I appreciate that very much.
Absolutely. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that the great help that their lobbyist, Daryl Fuller, had played in this. He did a lot of this heavy lifting, and fantastic coordination between the state and here in D.C.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Kurt, I wanted to bring up another opportunity for that NSPS and state society and federal legislation and state legislation model, and that is with regard to the NSRS, the National Spatial Reference System 2022, the new datum that's being implemented by the National Geodetic Survey. You're part of an ongoing liaison that NSPS has with NGS. NSPS has been involved in developing model legislation for the states on this, and the time is coming for the state societies to get involved in promoting that legislation in their states. And as you and I discussed the other day, when the NSPS board meets next month and JB and I put together our report, we're going to include a recommendation that NSPS create a committee with representatives from all of the states so that we're working in unison and we're sharing information and making the argument or in our advocacy at the state level how to best articulate what the new datum is, why it's important, why their state should adopt it, and what works in terms of selling this idea to state legislators. So we think having sort of that cross-pollination from state to state in sharing experiences and information about how they're promoting their NSRS legislation will be very helpful to all the members, and it's another example of where NSPS and the state organizations can work together and help one another. So,
and speaking about that, John, I know you and I have had some conversations about this and how important it is, and I think it's critical for everybody to know that where our state societies and our members and our representatives in the states come into this is having people speak just kind of plain language to the state legislators or whatever the agencies are in the states that are going to be dealing with this, to help them understand what it is, how important it is, and be able to speak at their level, if you will, because sometimes it's hard to do that, and in many cases the local surveyor, so to speak, is more able to do that than somebody who is not there or not in the whole private practice side of things. So it really is important.
Yes, the NSRS is a highly technical issue, and the average legislator, this is not a criticism, it's just an honest observation, because I've witnessed it, I've experienced it. The average legislator is not going to understand what a datum is or why we need a new one and what the implications of that are. And so the role of surveyors is, as you say, is going to be to try to educate legislators on those issues, but to do so in layman's language, in a manner in which not the surveyor or the engineer understands, but to make sure that it's done in a way that the legislator understands. And so that's a very important role for surveyors and NSPS and our state organizations.
Yeah, I'm glad you're going to make that point at the meeting, because it is so critical, and just getting that mindset into our state societies. We're obviously going to be able to talk about it with our state directors. I think through your office and ours, we really need to, for lack of a better term, reach deeper as well, and put information together and strategies together that we can share directly through the state societies themselves. Although our directors will be going back home, we can provide more information that'll help them push that agenda, or at least put it in front of their overall state leadership.
Absolutely.
I don't log into this.
Okay, we always sort of get back to our Brooks Act, because it's the gift that keeps on giving, it seems, or maybe I should say the gift that keeps on taking. I don't know which is the right terminology, but I know there's been some discussion and continues to be discussion over time, and this crops up, and you guys are really good about getting letters out when things happen that shouldn't be happening, and beginning those conversations, and it seems like a never-ending educational process. So I was just curious if you could provide the audience with what's happening, or what's the most recent thing there.
Well, you're absolutely right about it being a constant education challenge. So what's happening is NSPS is a member of COFPACE, the Council on Federal Procurement of Architect Engineer Services, which is the organization that preserves, protects, defends, and promotes the Brooks Act, the qualifications-based selection process. And one of the things that we have been hearing from both our members as contractors or competitors for government contracts, as well as from individuals in the federal government, is it is taking an extraordinary length of time to do Brooks Act contracts. And so we have opened a dialogue with the White House, the Office of Federal Procurement Policy in the White House, to start identifying why it is taking so long and what can be done to streamline the process. And while we're having that discussion, we're seeing examples of where things go off the rails. The most recent was a NSPS member brought to our attention a procurement by the Army on a military installation in Washington State. And surprisingly, the Army was attempting to do a road center line, a right-of-way, and I think utility survey, by a reverse auction, which is sort of an eBay kind of thing where they post the requirement, and then over the next 48 hours, individuals can bid to do that work, and it goes lower and lower and lower. So instead of an auctioneer driving up the price, this is a reverse auction to drive it lower and lower and lower. Well, we were able to inform the contracting officer that a reverse auction is not appropriate, in fact, against the law for a professional service like surveying. And we were successful in having that procurement canceled. And this is a service that we provide to our members, Kurt, that you and I work on together. If an individual sees something, it's like that Homeland Security slogan, if you see something, say something. Well, if an NSPS member sees something about procurement that doesn't seem right, they bring it to your attention, you and I work together, and we will contact the contracting officer with a polite communication pointing out what the requirements of the law are. And we have a very good track record in getting those things put back on the right path. So this was just another example of where we were successful in doing that just within the last few weeks. So we have both of a short-term problem-solving process, but in the longer term, we're working on making the Brooks Act work even better for the profession and for the citizens and the taxpayers.
That's very, very true, and appreciate all the work that you guys do there. Well, we're about 3 minutes and 15 seconds out, so talk a little bit about just how important it is for our PAC and the role that it plays in our program.
Well, I'm going to tee this one up and then turn it over to JB, but we're less than 2 months from a very important election. The entire U.S. House of Representatives and a third of the United States Senate is up for election in November. This is what's known as a midterm election because it's in the middle of a presidential term. And now is the time that NSPS members should be taking out their checkbooks or their credit card, going to the NSPS website, and making a personal contribution to the PAC. This is what opens doors. This is the legal, ethical, honest way for professionals like surveyors to participate in our great democratic, Republican representative form of government. And so whether it's even $10, $50, $100, whatever an individual can afford, we really encourage NSPS members to support the PAC and provide that tool that the society and the profession needs to have its voice heard and elect members of Congress who are willing to understand what surveying is all about and provide us good government in response to that. JB, I'm sure you have some things to add.
Just real quickly, so nobody gets the wrong impression when John mentioned the Republican way to do it. He's talking about the process, not the party.
I'm talking a small R. I said it. Yes, a small R Republican form of democratic government. I'm using the small letters, not the capital. Our PAC is very bipartisan and supports members of both parties. The standard is, are they individuals that understand surveying and in a position to be able to do the right thing for surveying, and that's the standard upon which we evaluate, the committee evaluates candidates.
So we're down to a minute, JB.
Great. Just want to close up by putting a shout out there for John Warren, who's the NSPS PAC chair, and he's been doing a great job behind the scenes, bringing in some new contributors from the membership. The role for the NSPS PAC, and where really comes into play for me, quite frankly, from a very selfish point of view, is every little bit that y'all can chip in and contribute, that goes into an opportunity to open more doors for me. And the more doors I get to open up, that's more proactive opportunities. That's more opportunities that we can leverage as a membership to help influence, quite frankly, and educate members of Congress, both in the Senate and the House. What's really at stake, as John mentioned the numbers, you look at what the PAC does is we try to support folks, on one hand, that already know the community and work with us very closely in a bipartisan manner. Most of the bills that we have are bipartisan. The second thing is there's going to be a tremendous amount of turnover in this election. It's a great opportunity to welcome and introduce NSPS, probably for the first time, to a lot of incoming freshman members of the Senate and the House. So this is one of those.
True, JB. I hate to break it short, but we're a little over time anyway. So thanks. Let's talk about maybe coming back and having us pick up and cover the other issues we wanted to get to today. But thank you so much both for being with us.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thanks.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Quick Stakes is your answer to staking. Lightweight, easy to ride on, easy to use, easy to find, and won't break your back carrying them like the old-fashioned wooden stakes. Have you tried a sample? If not, get a pen and paper and write down this number, 800-438-0387, or go to quickstake.com. That's QUIKSTAKE.com and order your samples. Ask your surveying supply dealer for Quick Stakes today.
Come join us on September 22nd at historic 4th Ward Park for the first ever Atlanta Walk a Mile in Her Shoes. Walk a Mile in Her Shoes asks men to literally walk 1 mile in women's high-heel shoes as a way to express empathy to all victims of sexual assault. It's a lighthearted way to get the community talking about a difficult subject. Are you man enough? Come join us. All proceeds benefit Day League, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. For more information and to register, go to AtlantaWalkAMileInHerShoes.EverydayHero.do.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcast.com. Thank you for listening.
Hey and hello, America. Welcome to another edition of Greg's List Live, the home of serious journalism, only on AmericasWebRadio.com. Victor Armendariz and myself are here on this beautiful day. We're waiting for another hurricane or tropical storm to come in. Vic, how was your, did you enjoy a weekend partying like Brett Kavanaugh?
You were just about to say, how did I enjoy Indigenous Day yesterday?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. I mean, you actually do have some indigenous blood in your body as being of Mexican descent.
And Spanish.
I had the day off too. So
Columbus he sailed his boat with a Spanish flag.
Yeah,
so I'd like to see. I'd like to think
Queen Isabella, I believe, hired him. So now they want to call that National Indigenous People Day. There are some people that are calling it Discoverers Day. I'm okay with Discoverers Day or Explorers Day.
Right.
We were just discussing before the show started though how brave were these people back in the the mid-millennials in the late 1492. How brave are you to just hop on a boat? Yeah, you're getting paid, right? You're going to find treasure. You think you're finding with the Western Passage to India. But how brave do you have to be to hop on a boat with no engine, just the wind? You have no GPS. You have the North Star and the horizon, basically, to tell you which way you're going. You have no idea, no weather reports. You just have kind of sailors' urban myths about, a red sky at night means rain in the morning or whatever. And you've got like 90 other people. You have no idea how far. You're just going to find land as soon as you can. That's a certain amount of bravery, isn't it?
I can tell you that today's snowflake and cry closet seeking millennial or anyone on the left for that matter, I can't imagine if they had to get on a boat.
They won't go anywhere without one of their pumpkin spice lattes and specific directions on their smartphones. I mean, they won't even leave their house without having that, right?
That's if they can get out of their basement, because now they can just Uber their coffee to them.
I was about to say, now they don't even want to leave Uber Eats, DoorDash, all these other things. So, speaking of living in a basement or somebody's basement, residency, this is from Insider Advantage here. I just got this note from Phil Kent and some other folks today, but you live in the 6th District.
Yes,
it seems like the Democrats have another candidate that may face a residency issue. Remember last year in the special election, John Ossoff admittedly did not live
in the district. He lived just about 10 minutes away from it, and he was there all the time, but did not live in it. Legally, you do not have to live in it.
Correct.
There's several members of Congress right now that don't actually live within the geographic constrictions of their district, but it's, a lot of times in very urban areas where they've been gerrymandered over the years. The 6th District makes geographic sense. You live there currently. Lucy McBath is the Democrat nominee,
She
and basically they've learned that her family is claiming homestead exemption on property in Cobb County while being registered to vote in Tennessee and not Georgia. Her family has registered personal vehicles in Tennessee. She said that her husband is a resident of Tennessee, yet Curtis McBath, or Lucy McBath's husband, has also claimed a homestead exemption in Cobb County. So I don't know if they can have it both ways. Are they residents or are they lying to the taxpayers? It's one or the other, isn't it?
Well, what I want to know is how many times is she going to vote? Is she going to vote in Tennessee and in Georgia?
Is she going to vote for Taylor Swift's of Senate candidate of choice, a male that supports Kavanaugh? Or is he going to vote for his wife, who's running for Congress against Karen Handel?
It's just you would think they would have learned with Jon Ossoff, and so it just kind of makes me chuckle a little bit to see the Democrats put themselves in this position again.
It should matter, right? I mean, you should live in the district.
To me,
if possible, right?
Right. I'll tell you this. For me, you at least have to have spent time or been raised in the district that you're going to run. Now, full disclosure, I was born and raised in District 4, and then in 2012 they moved the line. So, I never left District 4. They just moved the line and put me in 6. If she were in a situation like that, I could give her some, I could definitely give her a little bit of leeway. But again, exactly.
I mean, at least don't be registered to vote and have your cars registered in Tennessee.
In Tennessee, I mean, when you're registered in another state and you're here trying to convince the people that you understand their plight or you know the area and you know what's going on, because, ladies and gentlemen, your congressperson, they represent you. There's a reason that the districts are a certain amount of people. Now, granted, some districts are pretty large.
Supposedly, they try to break it down to about 780,000 per in the state of Georgia.
Exactly. But that's your representative, so they've got to at least have some type of handle or some kind of touch with the people there and know what's been going on. Now, Lucy McBath, to me, she jumped on the gun issue. And that's when she decided to jump in the race. And maybe she has.
By not having ties to the district, perhaps.
But it looked to me that she's being a typical opportunist politician who she saw, okay, Jon Ossoff got close, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to use the gun thing. And
she had a pretty heated Democrat primary. Kevin Bell got her to a runoff. I'm surprised that this didn't come out because he spent a lot of money wanting to win that seat. He was on TV. I followed it pretty closely. They were competing with each other for who could be the most liberal, who had any ties to Republicans, which obviously that is the way you play a Democrat primary, and you forget about, if you don't make it through the primary, then you can forget about the general. But, here's the law. So Georgia law requires those claiming homestead exemption to register cars owned at the same address. If registering to vote, homestead also determines residency. So how do the McBaths explain continuing to receive the homestead exemption without meeting these requirements? So I think it's not only a case of, they don't live in the district, that they've actually been illegally taking advantage of tax breaks, which is a much bigger problem.
Bigger issue. And this may lead to that. And I would hope the Karen Handel campaign will do their due diligence. And I'm not saying, hey, look and dig something up.
No! Please dig something up. If they're doing something illegal, it is your mandate to expose this.
That's what I was about to say. When it looks to be something like this, and clearly a violation of the law, it needs to be exposed. And so when you find something like this, I hope the Handel campaign does do a little research and come out with some facts, because this needs to be discovered. Because again, I myself and my family, because I have other family that's in District 6, the last thing we need is another politician in Washington telling me, I feel your pain, and then going off and doing the absolute things that will hurt District 6.
Yep.
Again, the not just Karen Handel's campaign, but the people in the district, the independents.
They need to do their due diligence,
absolutely,
and check this out. Okay,
without a doubt.
I mean, I'm sure I'll be talking about this a little bit more as more info comes out, because currently the McBath campaign has had no comment. I'm hoping they keep that up. Karen will coast to an easy re-election if no comment continues to be there.
Exactly. And hey, I welcome Lucy to come and have a discussion with us.
We'd love to have you on the show, Lucy. Call 470-223-4979. Speaking of that, Victor, you had some insight on what you're seeing as maybe the Republican Party re-energized, coming back together, maybe grabbing some of the never-Trumpers, right? I mean, this is something you've noticed?
You know, one thing that, to me, this is just an observation that I'm making. I could be wrong or I could be a genius. We'll see. But,
I'll go with genius for now. Benefit of the doubt.
What's happening if you look around what Kavanaugh, what the Democrats were able to do is something that the Republicans haven't been able to do in a long time. And by what I mean by that is the Democrats threw everything they had to stop Kavanaugh, not because there was any proof that Kavanaugh was a bad guy. They did it because Kavanaugh is a perceived conservative. And the last thing the Democrats want is to lose the court. And that's how they look at it. They look at the court as it's got to be liberal. Not it's got to be a constitutional third branch. It needs to be liberal. So what's happened now, what I'm seeing is with the Kavanaugh, this confirmation of Kavanaugh has completely backfired in the Democrats' face, at least
the smear campaign.
The smear campaign.
Right.
Because you are seeing some never-Trumpers who are getting off the never-Trump bench and joining in now with the Trump voters. And that is huge. Yeah. Because if we go into November with a unified front, and I mean the never-Trumpers getting off their tail.
Because Trump isn't actually on the ballot, right? Hopefully they'll be able to get over the fact. Maybe they don't vote for him in a couple years.
Right. But if they're fired up, which they seem to be right now, and they're able to go, okay, I'm not a fan of Trump, and I grandstand it as a never-Trumper, I realize we're talking about the House.
Right.
And if we lose the House, my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to lose tax cuts. We're going to lose a stronger military. We're going to lose reining in the trade deficit. We're going to lose a 4.3 headed towards a 5-point GDP growth. There's so many things that are going to get stalled up and reversed if we lose the House. So I welcome the never-Trumpers. I hope you do stay engaged, and I want the Trump voters engaged. But what I'm seeing now is really a first, and you're seeing the excitement level go up. If you look at the generic ballot, a couple of weeks ago, the generic ballot showed the Democrats with a double-digit lead. Now that's been reduced. In some cases, it's been reduced to 1. In other polls, they say 7. Either way, it's going in the right direction. And with that kind of unified front, there's not going to be a blue wave. I'll sit here today and put my name on the line saying I don't think it's going to be a blue wave. I'm not saying that the Democrats can't take the House, but there's not going to be big numbers.
Right.
I mean, there's so much good that we could do in the next 2 years, but it's going to start with holding on to the House.
Right. Well, and what I've seen is independents by a large margin, 28 points, are not happy with the Democrats' dishonest smear campaign. The way that they basically said every male was a potential violator of the Me Too movement.
Especially if you were a white man.
The assumption, and we've seen actually the lieutenant governor for candidate for the state of Georgia, Sarah Riggs D'Amico, came out and said that if Brian Kemp wins, he's going to violate the Me Too movement, that there's no way he could serve 4 years. So I just think that their war on men is backfiring, because we have, granted, the Me Too movement has a lot of merit. We saw Harvey Weinstein and a bunch of other liberals.
It started. The Me Too movement started because of the left having to expose their incredulities.
Right.
I mean, you mentioned Harvey Weinstein. How long did Hollywood cover that?
At least 30 years.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just insane. So, we got a treat for you today, ladies and gentlemen. There is a sharp guy running for District 2, Georgia Congressional District 2. He's running against the guy who gets reelected over and over, and nothing happens better in District 2. So I am glad to welcome Herman West to the show today. Herman, are you there?
I'm here. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Herman. It's good to hear your voice. Herman, I'm sitting here with Greg, and we would just like to, we want to ask you a few questions, but take a couple of seconds and tell the listeners out there a little bit about your background and why you're running to unseat, and I don't even want to give him free advertisement, but the incumbent in District 2, why are you running to unseat him?
First of all, let me just say it's hard for me to hear you because I'm on Uconnect on my car phone, and I can't hardly hear you. But I think I understood you to say that you wanted me to give you some of my background. I'll share my background with you all.
Yes, that'll be perfect.
Okay, great. Well, I was reared in Southwest Georgia in Cuthbert on a farm. My grandfather and I, we farmed. We had about 50, 70 acres that we had, and we worked hard, and we scratched the living out of the soil. After that, after high school, I went into the Marine Corps, and Vietnam vet, disabled vet. I was at the Battle of Quezon, 1st Battalion, 26th Marine. After that, I came and went to college in North Carolina. And after North Carolina, I didn't graduate from that particular college. I went 3 years, but I got married, had my first kid, and I came to Atlanta, joined the Atlanta Police Department. I retired from the Atlanta Police Department in '85. I got called to the ministry in '89. Business owner at one of the largest minority flooring companies in the metro area there for over 20 years.
Wow. So you've got the entrepreneur experience. Herman, hang on right there. We're actually going into our first break. Hold tight for me right there. And ladies and gentlemen, you stay there. We're going to be back on the other side in just a second.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are tuned in to America's Web Radio. It is Tuesday. This is Common Sense Radio. You're only going to hear truth and facts here from me and Greg, or Greg and I should say. I'm going to get a call from my mom. We're back with Herman. Herman, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, excellent. So, Herman, Tell us a little bit about District 2. What are the things you see out there? How's the campaign going, and where are you headed?
Well, I'll tell you what, man, the campaign is, I think it's a little ahead where we originally, when we sat down to look at our strategy and how we were going to do things, we didn't expect to be where we are, which is good news. I think the Kavanaugh
the hearing
situation,
right.
For lack of a better word, situation, just gave us a bump. Because people are beginning to look at everybody now, especially my opponent, and they realize that after 26 years, he hasn't done anything really for the masses in the 2nd District, and we plan to turn that around by getting people out of poverty, jobs, and just presenting the truth to them.
So, Herman, how are you reaching the voters? How are you reaching? Because there's a lot of Democrat voters in your district. I mean, your district is Albany, it's Columbus, it's Macon. There's a lot of Democrats down there. I don't know why, but there are. How are you reaching them? What's your message to them?
You know, we have a disadvantage for this reason because we never had the big donors and a lot of money. So I sat down with my team and I told my campaign manager, I said, listen, this campaign cannot be a normal campaign. We have to think outside of the box. We're going to have to run this campaign as though if we don't receive one penny from anyone else. So we put our heads together. We realized the best way to do it is do it where it's free. If you don't have any money, you got to look and see what you can capitalize on. So we capitalize on Facebook and social media. And we put the truth out on our Facebook page, and we ask people to share it. And then let me tell you something. In the last month and a half, last 2 months, we have received more than 600 followers. Wow. And then those people are sharing. And people on the phone calling and telling people about this campaign, telling them about Herman West and what it stands for. And that's how we've been getting the message out. And don't want to forget prayer. You know, we do a lot of praying.
Well, that's great, Herman. I tell you, you know, getting in front of people and doing what you're doing on social media, that's the way you're going to have to do it. And you know, I look back at 2010. And your challenger, or well, the incumbent who you're challenging, he barely squeaked a victory in 2010. And I believe going in, because of the Kavanaugh hearings, going into this election in November, that we're kind of reminiscent of 2010. Now, I'm not saying we're going to have that kind of a red wave, but I do think there's a lot of energy out there. Do you think you can capitalize on that? Yes,
well, I think we already have.
Oh, wonderful.
There's a lot of energy. You know, one thing that we know, where we knew that we know what we really had to do, that our votes have to be a cross-sectional vote. We have to get the conservatives out, Republicans out, moderate Democrats. We have to get them to look at us and give them something to think about. And then again, we knew that we had to capitalize on the black vote. And I've been talking to a lot of black people, black voters in the district, and a lot of things that they just did not know. They didn't know the condition of the 2nd District. They didn't know that the 2nd District was a poorest district in Georgia, one of the 6 poorest in the nation. And they didn't know that 52% of the people living in Cordele, Georgia, live below the poverty level, and this type of thing. We just go on and on. Fort Valley, 55% of the people living below the poverty level. So what we're doing, we're getting that message out and face to face, and we've gone to every county in this district, and we're touching people in this district. We look at them in the eye, and we're telling them the truth, and we ask them for their vote. And we've seen a lot of energy. It's getting a lot of commitment. I know that doesn't necessarily constitute a vote, but that's what we're doing.
Herman, let me ask you this: when you look at a Democrat voter, and you explain to them that District 2 is the poorest district in Georgia, and they've voted for the same person since 1993, do they look at you with a puzzled look, or do they look at you with okay, maybe it is time for a change?
Yes, and that's the first thing they say. Well, it is time for a change, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do to bring about change? And I ultimately, I just tell them, I tell them that my main reason for is to get poor people out of poverty, and that's the root I believe. I don't know if you hear that beat, but that's the one being.
That's okay. Good.
Anyway, yes, they are very poor, and they don't know the truth. See, my opponent really didn't want the truth. What we do, we introduce them to the truth.
Exactly. Now, let me ask you this: has your opponent been willing to debate you?
I don't think. Well, it hadn't been out there that he wants to. I know that there's a forum, I believe, that I'm going to be attending. Matter of fact, it's the NAACP forum, if I'm not mistaken, in Macon on the 17th. And I was asked to come, which I accept. And I think they asked him to come, and he hasn't accepted yet, from my understanding. Not say he hasn't, but I don't know if he has.
Well, I tell you, Herman, just full disclosure, I've talked to you before, and I am telling you we need to set up a debate, and we need to promote it. And if he doesn't show up, that's okay. There can be an empty chair with his name card, and you can debate, and he just won't get his airtime. I still think you should do that, Herman. And I tell you, Herman, we wish you the best here.
Herman, what kind of industry do you want to try to promote to bring into your area? It's very rural, a lot of agriculture in there. What kind of opportunities do you think you could actually promote for District 2?
Number one, when I first started running, they just asked the same question. Well, what industry are you going to bring in that he hasn't been able to do? I haven't found it. And it's going to be hard because of the agricultural belt and all this kind of thing. And I was trying to answer that question, never could feel free within myself with the answer. And I come to realize that it's not necessary all the time what you're going to bring in. Let's deal with what's already here. And that's what we're focusing on. We talk to business owners, and I've talked to a manufacturer here, and I met with the gentleman, and I asked him, I said, listen, have you ever thought about having 150 employees rather than 25? He said, I would love it. I said, okay. I said, well, why don't we diversify? Why don't we look at expanding, draw up a plan that's working, let's get with the local leaders, and then when I get elected, then let's go and see if we can't make it happen. And he's all for it. I talked to 2 or 3 companies like that. They all for it. They want to diversify, but they don't have a voice. They don't have anybody in Washington putting out the hue and cry that certain things can happen here, Joe. And I think once we see that and get people out of poverty and get some people educated, have an educated workforce out here, we can get jobs in then.
Yeah, I mean, the film industry is obviously a huge, new source of wealth for a lot of folks, and I can imagine, there's plenty of folks down there that may have lost their jobs that, from the textile industry and some other manufacturing, that I think they could easily be trained for, some of these new jobs that, have just manifested in Georgia in the past few years. Is that something maybe on the radar?
And let me tell you something. I won't call the name of the company, but I'll tell you where they are. Got one in Georgetown, Georgia, the poorest county in the 2nd District. They don't even have a hospital. They don't even have a grocery store. But there's a manufacturer there. He can't wait. He is looking for the opportunity to expand. And this man does business all over the world. Right there in Georgetown, Georgia. Whitman, Georgetown. Another one is down in Grady County. And I forget the name of the little town. But anyway, in Grady County, he has a business down there, man, I tell you, that is just awesome. I mean, he does business all over this country. And he wants to do it. I've been talking to both of us. And we just can't wait to get started. Matter of fact, we've already started. So when I get elected, we won't lose a year trying to put this thing together. We put it together now.
Well, that's great.
Man,
I appreciate the hard work you're doing down there. I know it's a difficult district. We were just talking about the 6th district before you came on, and it's such a, unfortunately, big difference between the wealth that we have in Atlanta, and we need to make sure as Georgians and people in Metro Atlanta that we don't forget about our rural part of the state and do what we can to help them out.
you know what? We've been written off long enough.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And there's plenty of opportunity to go around. I mean, with this Trump economy, we're roaring ahead. And District 2, there's no reason it can't come with us.
We're the number one state in the nation to do business. We got all these jobs coming in. We got jobs, got manufacturers and jobs that sit back so you can see who's going to win this governor race, determine whether they come or don't come. And I'm just telling you, if Stacey get in there, they're not coming. If Kemp wins, then we got more jobs.
Brian Kemp has certainly been paying attention to the rural area. Well, listen, we got to run. We got to go on to our next break. But let me. I just want to wish you safety down there because that hurricane's going to be coming through. So y'all batten down the hatches. All right.
Hey Herman.
Yes.
I want to ask you one quick question. Can I ask you? Can I mention who your brother is?
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen, it would be an absolute honor to have Herman West because he's got quite the bloodline. He is the older brother of Lieutenant Colonel Allen West, former congressional congressman from Florida.
Yes.
So Herman,
it's good family bloodlines there. Both men have fought for our country, and both men are staunch supporters of the private sector.
Absolutely. Well, Herman, thank you so much for being with us, Herman. I'm going to follow you, man. Be in touch. Thanks again, and all the best. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere because we've got more show and topics to come.
Cook Immigration Partners is your passport through the immigration maze. Whether it's help with E-Verify in your business, or help in how to document a new employee under the new I-9 rules, or if you marry a foreign national, Cook Immigration Partners is your best choice for a legal advocate. Call us today at 866-286-6200. That's 866-286-6200, or visit us on the web at www.immigration.net.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back. You're listening to America's Web Radio, Common Sense Radio, and I'm sitting here with Greg, and we just had Herman West on, who's running for District 2.
Yeah, great job Greg, getting him on there. What a quality guy, and he'd do a great job for us in Congress.
You mentioned great bloodline, but I mean, how awesome would it be to have our own West representing part of Georgia?
Yeah, and he ironically would be Southwest Georgia, so it really makes sense.
Yeah,
maybe he could do
he can put that in
some playing around with that aspect of it.
Absolutely. Well, we've got another treat coming up.
I remember
Greg.
good old Larry Goss.
Yeah, so I've got, ladies and gentlemen, when Newt Gingrich gets stuck with a thought and needs to ask somebody some information, I think he calls Larry Goss. Larry, are you there?
Yeah, I can barely hear you, Dom. Maybe better. I'm driving, so I'm on Bluetooth, so I apologize.
That's one of the problems we're having is this hands-free law is really screwing up our technical proficiency here.
We're going to blame the Georgia law.
I mean, I don't know why you can't hear us as well as we hear you, but
that's okay.
We'll try to work through it.
Yeah, the point is we can hear you, Larry, and that's all that matters.
Awesome.
So, Larry, I'll just jump right in it, man. We saw what happened. We saw the Democrats throw everything and the kitchen sink at Kavanaugh, and I made the obvious to me notion earlier that the reason they wanted to stop Kavanaugh is not because Kavanaugh's a bad guy, strictly because they view Kavanaugh as a conservative, and they're terrified because they view the court as it's got to be a left-leaning court. So what do you think about how all that went down?
They finally admitted it, I think, on CNN or one of the networks after the whole thing was final and they got sworn in, that this is the first time in 4 decades that now you have a conservative-leaning Supreme Court. And so that was why I think the huge fight was so much, because they've always, since I was been born or whatever, it's always leaned a little bit more left, where there's always been the swing, but they always had the majority. And now they don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why this was such a big fight.
Well, Larry, what do you think's going to happen if and when Donald Trump has to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
Well, I think there'll be a huge fight on that. I'm kind of hoping, and I don't wish anything ill on anybody, but I kind of want to see that after this election happens and if Republicans retain the Senate, that Clarence Thomas would immediately announce his retirement, because based on the conservative choices that President Trump has selected so far, he would want to take advantage of the fact that Trump would pick his replacement. So you maintain that seat as conservative.
Yeah, now that's interesting because because with Clarence Thomas, he is one of the older. I guess he's probably the oldest conservative on the court now.
Yeah.
So
he's 82 and she's 85.
So yeah, that would be some interesting speculation there. Would the Democrats fight as hard? Probably. I think they would, because they look at being able to obtain another swing vote. But here's the thing: if Trump nominates somebody that's beyond reproach, which Kavanaugh was looked at as a safe choice, so it's very difficult to have somebody beyond reproach, but somebody that had no skeletons in the closet to replace Clarence Thomas, and Republicans hold the Senate, there really ain't squat the Democrats can do.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I think, Larry brings up a good point. I don't know if it'll happen after the midterms, but I definitely think a second term Donald Trump, or right before the second term, I could see Clarence Thomas step down. And so, Larry, I think you're definitely onto something there.
I just think that would be a smart move on Justice Thomas's part to maintain that balance.
Absolutely.
And put someone in young.
And I think the next person probably up would be Amy.
I'm near power line, so you guys are breaking in and out, and I apologize. I was just coming back from the eye doctor, so
that's all right. Get in a better cell, and I'm going to ask Greg my question. Do you think the next nominee will be Amy? I'm forgetting her last name.
I'm hoping so. I think it'll depend on with Larry speculating about Clarence Thomas. That's interesting. I mean, he hasn't given any inclination, but obviously being over 80 years old, that's certainly sometimes consideration to retire. So you almost think, is there a possibility he's saving Amy Coney for Ruth Bader Ginsburg to do a woman for woman, or I'm not sure what's what the speculation would be there, or since Clarence Thomas being a staunch conservative, which as far as conservative on the court means somebody that looks at the Constitution as the law of the land and doesn't try to change things on it, not an activist judge, does he go ahead and put Amy Coney Barrett to replace him? I mean, that's it. Really, I think it really depends on who's up for
Victor, I can't hear you. I'm going to call back in.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay.
But let me just hang up and call right back in.
That's okay. Go ahead and do that, Larry. Greg, I think you're absolutely onto something. If I thought Trump did a really strategic move by nominating Brett Kavanaugh now, because he was a Bush guy for all intents and purposes.
And he clerked for Kennedy, right?
Yeah, right.
So.
And he was, for all intents and purposes, he was the establishment candidate.
Right.
And
Beltway insider, and attended all of the right schools, Yale, the whole nine. Right?
And I think Trump hinted at it the other night in one of his rallies, where he said, we thought this was going to go through. I told Kavanaugh this was going to be a breeze, and I think they thought that. So I think everyone was surprised with the vitriol that came out of the Democrats against a so-called establishment guy.
When Kennedy announced his retirement, I saw the liberals go apoplectic. They were upset because they were thinking that Roe versus Wade's going to be overturned, that the gay marriage bill would be overturned, or decision, and that they are obviously thinking that all hell is going to break loose because Kennedy was their beloved beloved swing vote.
Right.
The irony, Kavanaugh and Merrick Garland, Obama's nominee, they voted together 93% of the time on the court that they're currently on.
Right.
So basically, there was not a big difference between Kavanaugh and Merrick Garland as far as their decision-making on the court. So their proven record had very little difference, yet the Democrats went crazy, and then I think we all agree that some of these charges lacked credibility.
Without a question. And we have Larry back. Larry, how do we sound now?
Yeah, it's still breaking in and out on me though, Victor. I'm sorry, I can't be much of a contributor this time.
That's okay.
I apologize.
That's okay, Larry. We understand it's technology, and we'll blame the government of Georgia. But no, Greg, I think you're spot on there. And as we move, I think when Obama nominated Garland, I don't think he had any intention of Garland actually making it. I think the Obama administration knew that it's the Biden rule that if we're in a presidential election year, that you don't nominate a candidate for Supreme Court. Yeah. And I would venture to say, if that had not been an election year, Obama would have never nominated Garland. He would have gone and got some leftist, a Sotomayor.
Like he was trying to put up somebody that he thought the Republicans may
give it up
actually interview. It's possible.
That's what I think. Who knows? And I also think that the Obama administration and the Clinton campaign were so convinced that Clinton was going to win is the only reason that RGB didn't retire.
Right, yeah. There's a lot of things that the Democrats are probably regretting that they didn't do. Larry, if you're still with us, I think I hear you in the background, especially I hear your turn signal.
I didn't hear any of the conversation. I am with you. I'm almost at my next destination, so I'll be parked. But
hey, I just wanted to get your input real quick. What do you think about the Georgia governor's race right now? Do you think it's trending in the right direction for Brian Kemp?
And can you kill your blinker?
Okay, you got my blinker. I'll kill my blinker. I didn't hear what your question was, though, Victor.
Oh, I was just trying to get your feedback. I mean, you've run for Congress before. You've run for office. What are you thinking? Is Brian Kemp trending in the right direction to be the next governor in Georgia?
Yeah, I think he is. I think you see the fact that Stacey Abrams is releasing her own polls internally, and her internal polls to show that they're trying to swing the narrative. Because you and I both run it. You remember running that the establishment or people will make up their own polls to try and either silence other voters from wanting to go, well, it's a lost cause, or just to kind of get some momentum. And so I never trust any of the polls, especially if they're a straw poll, because it's manipulated by the establishment on both sides.
No doubt.
Well, no, and the thing, I think the larger issue is never trust internal polls that candidates get. On Stacey Abrams' poll that she released showing her leading by 6 points, it had it had Democrats and Republicans equally represented, 40% Democrats, 40% of Republicans at the ballot box. And last time I checked, that isn't reality in the state of Georgia. I don't think we found 200,000 new Democrats between now and 2016.
Well, they may not be living.
She's not bringing in a lot of money from the DNC, from what I understand.
No,
I think the fact that her own party is not really throwing money this way, their polling may show something different.
Her money's coming from San Francisco.
Well, she is bringing in a lot of money, but it's almost kind of like celebrity money coming in, and obviously she has not shied away from being a celebrity candidate. But if you look at some of the Democrats right now, they're already complaining that the polls are rigged, that Brian Kemp purged a certain amount of voters, which is actually part of the Secretary of State's jobs to make sure our voter rolls are actually intact, and that even if somebody's still alive, if they moved to another part of the state, they need to re-register. So if they're not responding to postcards and they don't vote, we absolutely need to maintain the integrity of our voter rolls, because the right to vote gives you the right to raise taxes on your neighbor, and that is a sacrosanct right in this country.
Absolutely.
Well, I never liked the way we register people to vote now with the automatic registering. I think if it's such an important right, then the people should be interested in make sure they get registered and go down themselves. And that way, when you register, all your documents are done one time. It's like we're causing ourselves extra work the way we register.
Well, you hit on something there, Larry. I just want to point out, if Taylor Swift influences your vote, you don't need to be voting. And I mean that for any celebrity. But more to your point, Larry, when you get a license renewal, they want to register to vote. I got a message from Apple today telling me which states were deadline to register to vote. I'm getting Facebook messages.
Google messages. Big tech is really invested in...
Well, there was an article today I read, it's either in Breitbart or the Daily Mail, anyways, that talked about more than 1,500 illegals were registered to vote because in California, through the DMV, that they incorrectly registered people to vote for the 2018 election.
That doesn't
and many of them were illegals, because in California, to get a driver's license, you don't have to be a citizen.
Right
now.
Right.
And obviously people that aren't here legally, they may have slightly different motives if they are allowed to vote. They may be voting for more benefits. They may be voting for an easier path to citizenship. A litany of reasons why the power to vote is so critical that we maintain a solid voter roll, that we make sure if you're voting that you live where you say you live, unlike Lucy Macbeth, apparently.
Yeah. I don't know if you were tuned in earlier, Larry, but Lucy Macbeth, who's running against Karen Handel, apparently does not live in the district.
Yeah, or there's some shadiness going on with their registered cars in Tennessee. And if memory serves, Tennessee does not have a state income tax. So there's a couple of reasons why somebody would try to be nefarious about where they live and dupe the taxpayers. Larry Goss, thank you for calling in. I know you got your next stop. But
I'm sorry I'm not having better coverage. Next time I'll be hardline.
Thanks. See you soon. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Y'all are listening to Greg's List.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And welcome back to Greg's List Live, the home of serious journalism, only on AmericasWebRadio.com. Here with Victor, and we're hanging out. So had some news today. Nikki Haley resigned as ambassador to the UN. Now, it's not going to take effect until later on in the year, but I was speculating that, maybe there's a little, 4D chess going on. Maybe there's some opportunities here to change the narrative, right? So perhaps her resignation opens the door for, wait for it, Attorney General Lindsey Graham. And then Nikki Haley gets appointed as U.S. Senator from South Carolina.
Oh, that would
South Carolina would then potentially boast 2 minority Republicans in the Senate. Tim Scott's African American. Nikki Haley is the Southeast Asia Indian descent. And these are there will be 2 minority senators representing a state in the Deep South. Lindsey Graham 2.0, replacing an inept Jeff Sessions, would be considered a very big improvement by many on the right. And liberals would naturally be upset with their failed narrative describing GOP leadership as old white males. What do you think about that?
There is no question, and I am totally fine with that. And I think that is a perfect hypothesis. As long as we get Lindsay 2.0, as long as the aliens don't give us back the old Lindsay, I'm fine with that. But I actually think Lindsey Graham has kind of had a reborn type thing. I think he finally noticed and saw what the Democrat agenda is and what it has been, and I love seeing him fired up. And I think that's very, very plausible that they're looking ahead at the Attorney General. There's no question in my mind that after the midterms, Sessions is gone.
I think Trump is desperate to replace Sessions just because he has recused himself. I mean, you remember when Obama had Eric Holder, one of the biggest differences between the Obama and Trump administration is Eric Holder and Barack Obama were on the same page.
Right.
And I think me and you were pissed off that they covered up Fast and Furious and a bunch of other crimes. They didn't they investigated what they wanted to investigate. I think that a fair-minded attorney general, such as a Lindsey Graham, who's had some problems, they've called him Grahamnesty. He hasn't been the strongest as far as illegal immigration goes, but he was a former JAG colonel and the
prosecutor
and the prosecutor. So he's got the legal experience. He's been around the Senate long enough to know some of the international issues, and he would be able to push back on some of this Russian attack. If Donald Trump colluded with Russians, it absolutely needs to be investigated, and Trump and company need to go to jail. I don't think that happened. So
after 2 years,
somebody that can fight some of this, this fake news that they're getting.
I think it would be a good move. I mean, let's face it, Sessions, he recused himself from Russia investigation. He didn't recuse himself from the job of Attorney General.
Right.
And he just hasn't got into the fight on any capacity. The only, with the exception on Border Patrol and some of the immigration things, he has taken a forefront. But we need more from the AG, and I'm sorry, the AG is appointed by the sitting president, and he does need to be on the same page. It's not to say, because all the liberal listeners out there are going to say, oh, you're for breaking the law. No, I am for an attorney general who works with the president, just like you mentioned Obama and Eric Holder. Now, I think they did some very dubious things. The first thing that comes to my mind is back in I believe it was 2010. There was absolute voter intimidation. It's on film.
Yeah,
it's on video in Pennsylvania, and Eric Holder crushed it. And Eric Holder was even heard, I believe. I'm not going to get this quote right exactly, but he was heard saying, "We're not going to go after the black guys." I mean, that's not the law. The law doesn't see color. No matter what a Democrat or leftist will tell you, we are rule of law, and the law doesn't see color. It doesn't see race. It doesn't see where you're from.
So, and Graham has certainly rehabilitated his image with, his
he certainly has.
His voice of reason, which a lot of conservatives and Republicans see during the Kavanaugh confirmation. And, we do call it Lindsey Graham 2.0 because he'd certainly gone soft.
Yeah.
Certainly on immigration. Sessions has been a staunch hardliner on legal immigration. One thing I do not like about Sessions is his just obsession with marijuana. I think we need to look at reducing sentences for minor drug possession and drug use because the battle against marijuana ends up costing us a ton of money. We put people in jail that cost us on average $35,000 a year for inmates,
and overcrowded jails.
And then we're losing a breadwinner in the family.
Right.
So a lot of problems. We really need to hit criminal justice reform, and I don't think Sessions strikes the right note.
So let me ask you this, Greg. So when we're putting, say, a marijuana user who maybe he wasn't selling anything, just happened to use it because of some pain, when we put him in jail, we're separating him from his kids.
Yep. So we're taking a father or a brother out of the house. We're taking or a mother. We're taking a breadwinner from the family. And to me, criminal justice reform should be at the forefront of Republicanism. And Governor Deal and several other Republican governors have been leaders on it. We just need to have it at the federal level too.
Right. Because I got news for our liberal friends out there. When a father or a mother is arrested for a drug charge and put in jail, the kids don't go with them. They are separated. So, all this
that is separating parents and kids from parents.
Absolutely. And I myself, we could do a whole show on the drug war. The drug war, when you just look over the years, how much money has been spent, but yet we've made no progress.
Right.
I come for different reasons. I have a very libertarian view on drugs, especially marijuana. I just think we need to relook at the way we are combating drugs, and I'm with you on we got to decriminalize some of this. We do not need to be filling up the jails with
nonviolent minor drug offenders.
Absolutely.
That is the worst thing we could be doing, and Sessions has just been obsessed with refighting. That was one of the few things that the Obama administration, I agreed with them. I agreed with opening up Cuba, and I agreed with their decriminalizing certain aspects and trying to make our jails and our prisons home for violent people.
People who deserve to be there. And I would go as far as we need to open those jails up for violent criminals, get the gyms out, get the TVs out. Jail needs to be jail.
Incarceration should not be partying at the Sandals Resort.
Absolutely. You should not be able to go kill somebody, go to jail, join a gang, and then rule the jail cell. I mean, it needs to be jail. No TV, no gyms. You should have a library and maybe some volunteer teachers.
You should be able to get your high school degree. It depends on what you're in for. Access to church and chaplains. Of course, and to better oneself through learning.
Absolutely, and then you truly, I believe,
can rehabilitate yourself.
Absolutely,
right?
And people can earn a second chance or a third chance. There's no doubt in my mind that can be done. And on the drug front, I'm a cancer survivor. Now, I never got to the point where I turned to marijuana. But I know lots of patients, and I saw lots of patients that were giving up. And let me tell you something. When you're going through cancer treatment and you give up, that's a death sentence. And cancer itself is bad enough of a sentence.
Did you have Hodgkin's?
No, I had a tumor in the lower abdominal and metastasized behind my stomach.
Oh, God. So
it was a battle, but I was very blessed, and I responded to treatment very, very well. It was painful, and I went, but I went through. It was awful. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. But there are so many people worse than I was, so many, and they had to turn to alternatives. So that opened my eyes up. I mean, before I went through that, I was leaning towards, hey, we've got to redo.
Are you pretty anti-pot, anti-marijuana?
No, I never really was, and I've never done it. I'm one of the few. I tell a story to people all the time. They just get a kick out of it. In the late 90s, I was recruited by the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, as a special agent. And when I went through all the testing, and let me tell you, it is months and months of testing before, and a heavy FBI background check, by the way, that they do. And the DEA agents that were doing my testing, because they'll assign an agent to you, on more than one occasion, pulled me aside and said, Victor, it's okay. You can be honest about marijuana use. Everyone's tried it. And I said, but I haven't tried it.
But I really haven't smoked it, okay?
Yeah, so
polygraph.
It became the joke around the DEA, our small DEA office here in Atlanta, that this guy actually didn't try it because no one believed it.
He didn't inhale, right?
You're right. So, but even back then, what's changed my point of view towards the marijuana thing was looking at the money being spent on the war on drugs.
Yes.
And then you fast forward to the Obama administration with the Fast and Furious, with the moving of the guns, and under the guise of, well, we're going to follow the cartels. that started really turning me towards, okay, when you spend an absorbent amount of taxpayer money and you get no results, you're getting negative results, then the common sense thing to do is to go, okay, there's got to be another way. Let's try something else.
It's that classic definition of insanity.
Right? Absolutely.
And guess what? It didn't work.
The same thing can be said for the war on poverty. If you look over the years, the amount of money that we've spent, but yet poverty hasn't decreased.
No, it's still the same percentage from the late 1960s as it is right now. Americans in poverty. So.
Yeah, so that's where I always try and get listeners and people out there, just use a little bit of common sense. You know, it's you gotta. Life is hard enough. But when you make it harder because you lose your common sense, then life is going to be really hard.
And we have to look at marijuana as therapy. I've had Dale Jackson on the show many times, and we were talking about the cannabis oil being used for seizures in children. There's a lot of medicinal benefits from it, and that can be a dual-pronged attack, saying that we're going to decriminalize it, so we're going to keep people out of prison that don't really belong there. And we're also going to look at harnessing the medical advantage. We're going to have a whole program on this show.
Yeah,
and Victor, I didn't know that entire story about you. I think that'll be fascinating to follow up. And we want to thank you guys for listening. As always, we'll be back next week. You've been listening to Greg's with Greg and Vic. Thank you for joining us in studio again, Vic.
Absolutely.
All right. See ya.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
Cook Immigration Partners is your passport through the immigration maze. Whether it's help with E-Verify in your business, or help in how to document a new employee under the new I-9 rules, or if you marry a foreign national, Cook Immigration Partners is your best choice for a legal advocate. Call us today at 866-286-6200. That's 866-286-6200, or visit us on the web at www.immigration.net.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. PatientCareFoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening. Network.com. Thank you for listening.
Also get more information on the
website.com. Thank you.
Welcome to Medicine on Call. This is Dr. Elena George, and today I have a colleague on who I greatly admire and respect, and I call a very good friend, Dr. Chris Held. She's an ophthalmologist in Texas, and she's on the front line of healthcare and with an independent medical practice like my own, and she's taking the time out of her practice to start or to educate the legislators so that we can start getting laws in place to help save money. I think everybody's been caught up with the cost of health care, and single payer seems to be the thing, once again, it keeps coming around like some sort of bad cold, that it's the answer for all, to all our medical woes, and it's not. And one of the things that's driving our healthcare costs is our prescription drug prices. And I wanted Dr. Held to come on and talk about something that most people have no idea it exists. It's something called the Safe Harbor Law. And Dr. Held, first of all, thank you so much for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you on.
Elena, thank you, Dr. George, so much for having me on. I admire and respect you so much. You're one of the people that inspired me that, like, yes, we can continue to practice our profession of medicine, serving our patients first, honoring the patient-physician relationship without all of this third-party intrusion. But if it takes a stand, it takes someone being strong and doing what you did and then what you inspired me to do. And I'm grateful to have met you and call you my friend. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to come on and discuss this critically important issue with you, because, you and I can do what we want, and we can choose to serve our patients. We can take care of our patients outside of a dysfunctional system. But if they can't get their medications, if we write them a prescription and they can't afford their medications, we've lost, everyone's lost. And that's what's happened to this day and age. Even the people that say, I have quote-unquote coverage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you may have coverage, but if you're diabetic and you can't get your insulin, you don't have anything. And that's where we are now. So thank you so much for having me to talk with you, because your audience is incredible, and I'm grateful for you and your audience.
Well, thank you, Chris. Let's start at the beginning. I remember when I first started practicing medicine, back in 2001, the cost of prescription drugs was nothing like it is today. We went through a lot of different iterations where the generic drugs then took over, and they were nicely, it was a way for people to get to afford medication outside of the brand name system. And now we're seeing the generics are like they were brand drugs in terms of pricing when you can find them. So I've seen the rationing. You can't even get IV fluid at this point. This is not by accident, is it?
It's really not by accident. And not only is the cost, going back to when you and I started practicing, but we don't have the innovation. You and I are having to treat our patients now with the same drugs that we used 15 and 20 years ago, actually at greater cost and with less accessibility. And it's really been quite disappointing and shocking to me that this has come to that point. And you're absolutely right about even IV saline. How in the world could we, the United States of America, be having shortage of IV saline in the OR? And one of our dear colleagues who has brought great attention to this is anesthesiologist Dr. Bob Campbell. Where the anesthesiologists go into the OR in the morning and they're literally having to say, what do we have available for us to work with today? Can you imagine? And, when we think about the fact that they're going in to deliver babies, they're having to try to deliver babies and take care of women, our nation's mothers, our nation's babies, and their mothers, not knowing, will we be able to give them an epidural if they need a C-section, or will we have to put them under general anesthesia, which is proven far greater risk to the baby and the mom, because we do not have available drugs and saline to safely use far safer means of anesthesia. Similarly, shortages of mag sulfate. When women have preeclampsia and preterm labor, we don't have access to very basic medications that we've had for years and years, and it's because of this problem with the PBMs and the GPOs. And what's happened is that in order to get your drug on a formulary this day and age, you really have to be engaged in a pay-to-play scheme if you are the drug manufacturer. And as a result, the cost of the drugs go up. And for those that can't afford to play in this game, they lose the ability to stay in business. And when companies go out of business that are making very simple things like insulin and IV saline and mag sulfate, when those businesses go out of business, when those labs shut down, not only do we lose free market competition, which keeps the costs up, but we lose access to those very drugs. And we have people that are literally going without their medications, diabetics going without their insulin, people having to go under general anesthesia instead of local anesthesia because of this problem with the pharmaceutical benefit managers and the group purchasing organizations that are middlemen that are extracting literally minimum $200 billion a year out of our healthcare system. And this is incredible money that is taken from the taxpayer, taken from the patient, to profit these middlemen to an obscene extent, lead to drug shortages and rationing, inflation of the cost of drugs, tainted drugs, because at this point in time when you can't get the drugs, you have to get them from other countries, such as China, where they can be contaminated, and from people that have to compound the drugs in labs that may not be able to do it perfectly. And so there's all sorts of problems with this, and it all boils down to unintended consequences of a law. And if we could repeal one sentence in a law, we could solve this problem.
I guess you may not be able to tell me what congressperson came up with this law, but is it safe to say that it was to the benefit of Big Pharma? I mean, there were no doctors involved with this. I guess the AMA never had any kind of say-so in this. This is a big business decision, isn't it?
Well, it really is now. It is. So what we've had is a way back in 30 years ago, in 1987, there was a line added to Medicare. And what they did was they created a safe harbor. And I don't like the fact that this is called a safe harbor because it makes people think it's good. But actually what they did was they put in that you could do, they made kickbacks legalized. So when something that started as a good idea, hospitals used to be nonprofit and run by churches and people that wanted to, in our communities, care for the sick and the needy. And what became expensive was that they were having to buy all sorts of, every supply for the hospital was expensive. And they said if we could buy in bulk, we would save money. So that's when the group purchasing organizations came about. And initially, the group purchasing organizations would work for like dues or a fee. And then there was a law that said, well, why should the hospital have to pay this fee? The hospitals are trying to help people. So let's let the middlemen, the group purchasing organizations, be paid on the other side by the vendor. And then the hospitals wouldn't have to pay. Well, guess what happened? In short order, all of a sudden when the person selling the product has to pay the middleman, there's a lot of room for kickback. So take this forward 30 years. On the inpatient side, we've got the group purchasing organizations, and that's everything that the hospital buys, from hip implants and knee implants and IV saline and tubing and everything in the hospital, to the outpatient side, which is the pharmaceutical benefit managers. And that's everything on the outpatient side, from every single drug that you need to take. And so now we have all of our insurance companies, everyone has an insurance plan, and they have a formulary. And a formulary is the list of drugs that you can get from and through your insurance company. And people know how complicated this is. There's tier 1, 2, 3, all these level drugs. Well, in order to get a drug on a formulary, the pharmaceutical benefit managers go to the supplier, the vendor, the medication maker, the manufacturer of the drug, and say, what will you pay and what will you do to get on the formulary? And so now we have these formularies, this list of drugs that we can use that aren't chosen by the doctors. They aren't the things that you and I think are the best. They aren't the ones that are the most cost efficient. They aren't the ones that are the best for the patients. They aren't the newest, most innovative drugs. They're the drugs that are made by companies that are willing to pay to play in a rebate scheme and etc. that's very convoluted to get on the list. And what's very, very concerning is that in the pharmaceutical benefit management industry, there's only 3 huge companies right now that control over 80% of the PBM market. And more than 70% of all prescriptions dispensed in the United States of America are controlled by 3 companies, which is CVS Caremark, Express Scripts, and Optum Rx, which is United's PBM. So basically, in 2016, just 2 years ago, these 3 companies, CVS Caremark, Express Scripts, and United Optum, reported a net revenue of $303 billion. And out of that, we really think it's probably more than this, but they made $100 billion in profits. And this is just in being middlemen, brokering the ability to get on the formularies, and then a convoluted supply chain system from there. So what happened, Elena, is that instead of insulin costing a patient $88 to $100 a month, insulin now costs a patient $400 a month. Mm-hmm. And you and I both, as surgeons and specialists, see our patients coming in that are diabetic, and they can't afford their insulin. You know, when you pay $800 a month for your insurance, or even if you have subsidies, who can afford $400 a month for their insulin?
They can't.
And they can't.
No.
And we know that this is all because of this dysfunctional supply chain secondary to this safe harbor that legalizes kickbacks or keeps them from being punished. And if we could get rid of this, the cost of insulin would go back down from $400 to $88, and then if we could, then at that point in time, free market competition would be reintroduced, and we believe that people could get back to where they could get their insulin for $40 a month. This affects every American, and when you think of all the diabetics and patients with hypertension, all of the most simple drugs, we have got to address this, and people have got to wake up to it, and we've got to get this fixed.
On that note, Chris, let's take a break. You're listening to Medicine on Call.
This is Dr. Elena George from Medicine on Call. When I wrote my book, Big Medicine, I wanted readers to learn both how the healthcare system works and how to navigate the system to make it work for them. A supplemental policy from Aflac is a little-known but effective strategy to help cover costs of routine medical and dental care and catastrophic care such as cancer, kidney disease, heart attacks, and stroke. Imagine buying a policy that will pay you if you are diagnosed with a catastrophic medical condition or you need emergency care, no questions asked. Whether you're a small business owner who wants to cover your employees or you have a high deductible plan, buying supplemental policy provides coverage you can actually count on to be there when you need it. It also covers preventative care such as mammograms. Imagine being paid to stay healthy. It's a no-brainer. Learn more by texting PAID to be healthy to 36260 or go to www.aflac.com/Stephen_money.
Welcome back to Medicine on Call. We're having a really important conversation with Dr. Chris Held, an ophthalmologist in private practice in Texas, who, like myself, is an advocate for her patients and a visionary. I mean, this is not rocket science here, Chris. This is manufactured, extreme elevation of cost, and that didn't have to happen. And one of the things that struck me in the 3 PBMs that you mentioned, what happened to conflict of interest or, what do you call, it's for us it'd be the Stark Law. You couldn't self-refer. But you have United, who is a big insurer in the PBM market. You have CVS, Caremark, who are pharmacies who are in the PBM market. This is just a little bit of a, I don't know, but I can't think of the word right now, but this has got to be against some sort of law, where they're basically taking over the market and monopolizing it.
Well, they really are. And there's a word for it. It's called a monopsony. The GPO PBM cartel is basically a buyer's monopoly or a monopoly, and this is the rarest and most harmful type of monopoly. And so really what they're doing, an example of this, CVS is now going to buy Aetna,
right,
the insurance company, for $69 billion. Now, if that doesn't tell you something, that's like, the company that transports the Coca-Cola is going to buy Coca-Cola. The middlemen have become so profitable that they are now going to buy the insurance company. So it is basically, I think, you and I aren't attorneys, but we're doctors and we're patients. And this is racketeering, this is money laundering, and what they're doing is basically making PBMs as a shell company. And they're trying to also wipe out the small mom-and-pop pharmacy. They're putting them out of business. Pharmacies are being hurt because they get a very small fraction of profit from this. All the profit goes back to the insurance companies and the middlemen. And there's no other industry or business where this is legal. In any other business, this is illegal, and it's only because of this safe harbor that it's legalized theft from the American people and from the American patient. There's a really good graph, and I think people should all try to refer to it, and it's by Pharma, and it really shows how the flow of money from a diabetic patient who ends up paying $408 a month for their insulin until their deductibles met, and the insurance company ends up getting $240 back in rebates. The pharmaceutical benefit manager ends up making about $55. So out of the $400 that the patient pays, $300 goes back to the insurance company and the pharmaceutical benefit manager.
Wow.
A small amount of money goes to the person who made the drug, maybe the $88. And it's a scam. The estimates are, and everything that I'm telling you is the most conservative and lowest estimate. It's probably really far worse. Every drug that we're able to get, when we're able to get them, is probably inflated by 30 to 50% by this supply chain dysfunction that is legalized by the safe harbor. And if we could, so the inpatient side over $100 billion, on the outpatient side over $100 billion, could be taken back and used to lower drug costs for all patients and cost of all medical supplies. We cannot fix our health care problem without fixing this. And if we could fix this, we could solve everything without having to go. Everybody, this is across party lines. This is across humanity lines. This affects everyone. And anyone who doesn't stand up for this, getting rid of this safe harbor, has only got to be part of the cartel, really, because nobody can be in favor of harming patients like this. One of the reasons that there was a meningitis outbreak years ago in 2012 was because there were contaminated drugs having to be sold by an unregulated compounding pharmacy, which was a direct result of this, because two FDA-related generic drug makers could not keep making a steroid painkiller because it had become unprofitable. They were put out of business. So physicians had to buy from this compounding pharmacy. They got the tainted drug, and people were harmed. Same thing when we have to get drugs from China or another country. If they're tainted, people will be harmed. But worse than that, when we can't get salt water, and this is something you bring up so astutely. Remember they said, we can't get salt water. We cannot get IV saline.
Right.
My goodness, we could make saline in any lab. Well, why can't we? Because it's made largely in Puerto Rico.
Right.
And they said, the hurricane came and they couldn't get the saline manufactured and out of Puerto Rico. Now let's ask ourselves, why is the United States of America the only place we can make salt water? Puerto Rico. That's because there amongst all of this non-transparent, secret dealing, contracting. Part of it is, well, if I'm going to pay to get my drug on your formulary and give you all these rebates, you have to promise me nobody else is going to be on the formulary. So say Baxter, who makes saline in Puerto Rico, probably had a secret contract that said no one else can make it. This sole sourcing, contracting, and secret deals is so bad and so harmful to patients, it's frightening. And the other thing is, when they say, well, in order for me to get on your formulary, I'm going to have to pay you all this rebate money, guess what they have to do? Then they have to raise the price of their drug. So it's a vicious cycle that keeps going on, and it leads to a tremendous shortage of drugs. We can't even get generics. Mm-hmm. We can't get drugs made because they have these secret deals that no one else can make them or put them on their list. So patients don't even have access to innovation, the best drugs. Things are truly inflated, and all we would have to do is get a repeal bill to be signed. Now, why hasn't that been done? Can you imagine?
Gee, a great question. I wonder.
It's, when there's $200 billion a year profit to a middleman industry, if they take just 10% of that, which is $20 billion to lobby and influence, how can you and I, as physicians and patients, fight that? We have no power as far as that comes. But we do have power as patients and physicians because we can vote, and we need to call our congressmen, and we need to call our senators, and we need to let them know that we're aware of this. They must be. We need to make our fellow physicians aware of it. We need to make our people in our community aware of it. Mm-hmm. And we need to stop this problem. And one thing they'll do is they'll say, well, okay, Mr. Congressman, you're going to sponsor this bill? Well, then we're going to give millions of dollars to support your opponent in the elections. You're going to be defeated. Or we're going to do this and that. There's so much money and power thrown around by outside interests that have been allowed to come in between the patient and physician because of increasing intrusion by third party into the patient-physician relationship, that it becomes very overwhelming. But we cannot give up and give in. If we have a bill, there's a bill, it's one page, and all they have to do is take out that clause that allows the GPOs to accept payments from the vendors. Normally this is illegal. And if they can just take this one sentence out of the bill, and then boom, that's it. There's no more safe harbor from prosecution for racketeering. If a company writes contracts then that fuel the sole source clauses and stuff, they're going to get caught and go to jail. Mm-hmm. And so we need to stop this. So we've got to get some bold the legislation has to originate in the House. So we need to get some bold congressmen to sponsor this, and then we need to get people to support it in the Senate. And this would save lives and patients and monies. We know it costs at least 30 to 40% of all the devices in the hospitals and much more. And the answer isn't single payer. Everybody that sees the problem, some people think, oh, well, we just don't have enough government. We need government to take it overall. Right. And others say, no, we need less. Well, this is so dysfunctional. There's no way that we can just add more dysfunction on top of this. And I'm hoping that when you get this word out to your listeners and your community, and I can get it out to mine, that we will have a voice. We may not have $20 billion, but we do have the votes in each of our congressional districts.
Mm-hmm. And like I like to say, this is an existential election. We are in a position that we're at a crossroads. If the proponents of single payer take over the Congress, then that would be the path that we go. And I'm totally with you on this. Doubling down on the most expensive aspects of our healthcare system is not the answer. And we're seeing this not only on the PBM side and the big pharma side, but honestly, I think we're seeing it on the hospital side as well. There's an article that came out from California that as they consolidate the hospitals, as they become too big to fail, the cost of healthcare and insurance premiums have only gone up. So that to me smacks, it's a chilling effect that single payer could have, because I think it's going to be the same thing, but you have nowhere to go except that system.
Well, that is what's happened. And, if what we're experiencing now is any example of what will happen, well, we can only imagine. And you're right, studies are showing now as hospitals are buying up more and more and more physicians' practices, and controlling them, they can dictate what the costs will be. And the group purchasing organizations on the hospital side, there's even evidence that they also include kickbacks to the hospital administrators and the big, not just the hospital administrators, but these whole accountable care groups and these big vertical integrated healthcare systems. They'll get kickbacks in the forms of shares of stock and all sorts of things. So the kickbacks are on many, many levels. And when the hospitals buy everyone up, they can decide what they want their costs to be. And you're exactly right. Studies are showing now costs are not coming down. They're going up. And there's less efficiency. There was another study I read that the independent practices, the smaller practices like you and I have, where we deal directly with our patients, we're more efficient. We also spend more time with our patients, and we do it at way less cost because we aren't having to pay out for all of this insane nonsense of complying and reporting and paying middlemen. We're able to deal directly with our patients. And this is what we as a people and as patients and physicians should be fighting for, the ability to continue to engage in a patient-physician relationship outside of all this growing dysfunction. And, a study showed that if we do go to single payer, and, single payer is just a nicer name for socialized medicine. Medicare for All is just a name for socialized medicine. It will cost $32 to $40 trillion over the next 10 years. Now, where are we going to come up with an additional $3.2 to $4 trillion a year? That money doesn't exist. So when that money doesn't exist, people will go without care. And the government will be deciding who gets care and who doesn't. And we see already what's happened in, in Great Britain, in Canada, and it doesn't work. You and I know there's no example of where it's ever worked. Well, people say, oh, well, what about Sweden and this and that? Okay, they have a fraction of the people we have in the United States of America, 320 plus or minus million people. We're not a small country. We're a large country. We also are a free country. We're a loving country, a compassionate country, where we want to take care of everyone. We're not willing to just put them on gurneys out in the hall or out in the street and not provide them care. So single payer, socialized medicine has never worked. It's not the answer. It's doomed to fail. And Bernie Sanders and all of those followers, Vermont, they failed, so we don't have to. They tried to do it in Vermont, and then the governor said, we can't do it.
It was too expensive.
So it's too expensive.
Yeah. And I don't think they even started in California. They talked about it, but it never even got off the ground because the cost was just prohibitive. And, on that note, let's take a break because this is a really important topic to hammer home. You're listening to Medicine on Call.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to Medicine on Call. I think Dr. Held is doing a wonderful job of explaining a very complex situation. But the bottom line is there's somebody, if you just follow the money, there's somebody who's standing to gain an entity, a business model, if you want to put it that way, that is using the doctor and the patient as a means for windfall profits. And it's disconcerting and disappointing, honestly, that our Congress doesn't have our best interest at heart, that it's all about them just getting in. And we do have the power as patients and as physicians. We have the power of the purse. We can stop getting sick, for one thing, but we can also go to direct primary care or independent doctor's offices. Here in Georgia, we're allowed to dispense medication through our offices. I'm not sure if Texas allows that as well, but that's a really inexpensive way for patients to get their medication because we are not PBMs. We get our medications directly from not a manufacturer per se, but an entity that sells it, like a one-off from the manufacturer, but you don't have the middleman involved. And it's a fraction of what it costs through the pharmacies?
It is a fraction, and you know what? I think it is imperative that states get that. 44 states have it. Thank goodness you all have it in Georgia. We, of all things, we do not have it in Texas.
Oh, wow.
And it's one of the things that I and many physicians are fighting for. Our legislature meets every other year. We have absolutely got to get in-office point-of-service dispense because, I'll just give you an example. I had a patient come in because I am direct patient care, and even as a surgeon, I can establish my fees. And I've gone to and negotiated way, 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 way down. In fact, I can perform cataract surgery on patients far less than if they use their insurance, and certainly if they have a high deductible. But I had a gentleman come in, and we also have the ability in a direct patient care scenario to provide true charity, and I love doing that sometimes, most all the time as much as I can. True charity is when you choose to offer that to a patient. You're not compelled by government. Mm-hmm. And I have a patient that I was able to take care of. He's a working man. He was early 60s, and he was literally blind from his cataracts because he didn't have insurance. So he found me through the direct patient care referral, and we had him set to go to surgery. And the first time he had to cancel because he didn't have a primary care physician and his blood pressure was sky high. So we got that taken care of. The second time we had to cancel because his sugar was 450 because he couldn't afford his insulin because of what we talked about earlier. And the third time, we finally got to do it. And the reason that he couldn't afford his insulin the time before was because he had to spend $600 on eye drops. And this brings us to 2 points. If I can have point-of-service dispense in my office, I can basically sell him the drops at cost, which would probably have been about $30, versus him going to a pharmacy. And it's really unfair competition. We talked about these agreements between the pharmacy benefit managers and the pharmacies. Mm-hmm. There are gag rules in their contracts, just like there's sole sourcing contracts that, like, okay, if we're on your formulary, we're going to be the only one that gets to make this drug. Well, there's gag rules. So a patient will go in, and the pharmacist cannot tell a patient that they could get the drug lower by paying cash and not using their insurance. So there's patients that come in and they want to get a drug, and on the, let's say their drug plan will say it's $50. Well, they could maybe buy it for $15 if they just paid cash. Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous. So this patient went in to the pharmacy, and it was CVS, and it's typical that CVS, is one of those top three we talked about. And rather than him being able to, he had coupons. They didn't honor him. They didn't tell him anything. He paid $600 for drops. Well, what I've gone, my heart was broken. He did not have that. He paid more for his eye drops than he paid me to do his operation. And yes, to me, this is unethical. It's taking advantage of our most needy, hardworking people that are trying to pick themselves up and work and become independent. And it's just nothing rubs me more raw. So there's a company called Imprimis that will compound the drops, and they actually will take the 3 eye drops that I had prescribed, put them into one. Because we don't have in-office dispense in Texas where I could just sell them to the patient at cost at the front, I had to have the patient, we fax or send things in, then they will contact the patient and they will mail the drops to the patient's home. And instead of it being $600, it's $50. So these are the things we have to do, and Texas has got to get that. And that's where a direct patient situation like you have with point-of-service dispensing saves our patients. Getting these middlemen out saves patients hundreds and thousands, in our country, millions and billions. A recent patient who pays $850 a month now for her employer that she gets through her employer. He pays $850 a month for her. I wrote her for an eye drop, a very small bottle, that Humana said, you pay $70. And then if you look at the explanation of benefits, it says that it said Humana was going to charge $1,000 for that eye drop. Mm. And that she paid $70, and that they paid back the insurance company $900.
What?
Okay. I can order that. It's a scam. Mm-mm-mm. I can order that drop for that patient through Imprimis at $50 a month, compounded. Now, I have to trust that company is going to do it, and we're not going to have problems. But if we try to just keep going along as patients, and the problem is when we don't, once our deductible's been met, or once our employer or somebody else is paying for it, the tendency is for us to say, we don't care, we're not paying for it.
Right.
And I think that's how a lot of this keeps going on, because if it's not coming out of my pocket and I don't see it, much of that $200 billion that is fueling these middlemen and the growth of this whole economic sector is because of the lack of transparency, the gag rules, the sole source contracting, the lack of transparency, and then the fact that there's no, once you've paid for it or your employer has, there's no skin in the game from the patient standpoint. And this is bankrupting our country, our healthcare system, and leading to rationing and shortages and really unnecessary pain, death, and suffering. Did you read that article about the poor young man who could not afford $400 a month for his insulin, went without it, and he died?
No, I didn't hear that one, but it's
so
not
this
surprising.
The diabetics know about this.
Yeah.
This should not be happening in 2018 in the United States of America.
Just to make enrich a company further. You're absolutely right about that. And I wonder how you believe you're talking about the first line of the medical side. The fact that people are denying themselves medication, but they're denying them services. I think now that I know where this money's going, now it makes a lot more sense. So, as a physician, you're a surgeon like I am. If you get a pre-cert for a procedure and you're allowed to do it, they give you the approval and they pull the rug after you've done it and not pay it. It now makes sense. It's all in line with what they do. They are capturing money on both ends. They're keeping it. They're paying each other off for the privilege, and they have the sanction of the government to do it. Am I wrong? But that's how it seems to me. It's a big octopus, and it is a big octopus. It's a network. It's not like they're colluding. I always thought that the insurance companies were making, they decide what they're going to pay for. They get together and decide how much they're going to reimburse for something. If you join a health insurance plan, you don't know how much they're going to pay you. You literally have to pull teeth to find out what the allowed amount is for a procedure. And they only give you like 10, maybe 20 procedures at a time. We do hundreds. You have to kind of guess about what you're going to be reimbursed for a procedure. It's unacceptable. I don't know why we all put up with it.
Well, that's why I couldn't do it anymore. I literally 3 years ago on October 1st went completely third-party free of all commercial insurance and opted out of Medicare because I could not deal with that insanity, and I couldn't enable the dysfunction anymore. One of the things, when you think about the way it works, the insurance companies get premiums from the patient, and then they get subsidies from the government. So the insurance companies, and then on the pharmaceutical benefit manager side and the pharmacy side, they get money. So you've got a group of business people, and remember, they're not doctors; they're business people. Yeah. Their job is to make their shareholders happy. Our job is to cure and take care of our patients. So really, you can't blame them. They're doing what they were trained to do. So they get money from the government and money from the patients. How do they keep the money? By not doling it out. They keep it by denying and delaying care. And that's why when you go to get your medication, when I left the office today, Miss So-and-so can't get her flu again. It's her glaucoma drops at work. Every month we have to sit there, and you do it. We have to do prior authorizations, step edits, quantity limits. They do everything they can to delay and deny care because guess what? Every day that they keep their millions and billions in the bank, just think of the interest that they get in one day of delay and denying care. One day that you and I give them the meds, one day that you and I give them samples, and every time a patient buys the medications in the office, and it behooves them to inflate costs because when the pharmaceutical benefit managers and GPOs are paid a percentage of cost, well, if you get 10%, it really is a lot nicer if the device costs $10,000 instead of $1,000 because you're going to get 10 times more profit. So we have a perverted, convoluted system that encourages price inflation, lack of transparency, convolution, delay and denial of care, and we have patients suffering and waiting. And then the people that say, well, that's why we need single payer. Okay, do we really? Let's look at the VA. Let's look at the VA where 300,000 people died waiting to get in.
Right.
And think about it now. Dr. George, when you have patients that need to go to subspecialists, I know in San Antonio, if I need someone to see a rheumatologist, it's not next week. It's a couple of months.
True. And an endocrinologist or a neurologist, very difficult. So that's a version of rationing, isn't it?
Networks.
Yeah.
That's rationing. When you have, everyone has to have insurance, but there's only X people on your list, you're in line. If there's a long waiting line, and now for the insurance companies, the longer you wait, the longer they get to have your money. Whether you're on Medicare and they've enrolled you in a Medicare Advantage plan, which is basically an HMO,
right?
So now they've taken your Medicare money, handed it over to a company that they take a portion out of that to administrators. Now there's less money to take care of you, and then they implement their delay, their denial, their waiting. Every bit of that delay, they're banking interest.
And,
so it's horrible.
Well, the Affordable Care Act was supposed to fix that, right? So the insurance companies weren't allowed to make a profit. It was limited. It was maxed out at a certain percentage. Obviously, that never worked.
20%.
Yeah, from what you're describing,
but
it didn't work.
How it worked. Think how it worked in reverse.
Yeah.
Because they can make 20% in administrative fees. So what does that encourage you to do? Raise the overall cost. Because if you only get 20% of, $100 million, that's one thing. But if you can get 20% of $1 billion,
that's a whole nother ball game.
Hey, just inflate things across the board.
This is such a scam. It's an absolute scam.
It's all perverse, convoluted. And we as patients and physicians, and that's why, honestly, and we're all patients. I mean, I've been through breast cancer and all my kids. I mean, I'm telling you, the last few years I am getting object lessons of what it means to be a patient and not be able to get your meds and not be able to get into the hospital and not be able to get IV fluids. And, this is what gets me. I hear this over and over from my patients. I'm so glad that I am fortunate enough to have the resources to go ahead and pay for this. Okay, two things. One, they shouldn't have to be doing that. They shouldn't have to be paying that amount for it. And how about everyone else that doesn't? So the whole people, when we got government into medicine in 1965 to take care of our elderly with Medicare, and then those in need, and the greatest need with Medicaid, now we have a system where it hurts them the most, because in order to get care, you have to be able to go ahead and pay for yourself, and they're the very ones that it was developed for, the ones that cannot. And a lot of people say, oh, well, you can practice without insurance, and because you have a more resourceful clientele. And that is not true. It's really funny. I have patients from all walks of life, but who comes and sees me, like the patient I talked to you about earlier, who can't afford their medications on their insurance, or who is uninsured, the working people, the people that can't pay those premiums. So those are the people that you and I see who are outside of all of these insurance agreements. We're able to, my costs are half of what they are. My overhead is half of what they were, because I've gotten all these middlemen out. If I can get in Texas, if I can get what you guys have, this point of service dispensing, I am going to be so happy. But the problem is, when I read the Medicare for All bill that they've proposed, it's 18 pages and 123 people have signed on, which is really frightening.
Yeah.
They totally outlaw any other insurance. Only beyond that, you can maybe get some insurance for cosmetic surgery, but nothing else. Any other is outlawed except for the single payer, so everyone will be rationed, waiting in line, subject to all of this dysfunction. And will we be able to continue to practice, or will they say we can't unless we play, because they're going to decide what determines who has a license, who has what. If I don't participate, I might not be able to practice. So this Medicare for All thing is frightening. It's socialized medicine, and we don't know what it'll mean. It's a blank page, and so far, it doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. On that note, let's take our last break and come back. You're listening to Medicine on Call.
Do you have a problem with the feeling of something stuck in your throat, throat tightness, bad breath, a chronic cough, or frequent throat clearing? Maybe you have acid reflux, which is a common problem. Or maybe you have persistent ear pain, ear clogging, or ringing in the ears, but have been told you don't have ear infections. Perhaps it's because you grind your teeth at night. Sometimes the symptoms don't seem to be connected to an underlying problem. Sometimes the answer to a nagging symptom that doesn't go away or respond to treatments can be found by having your doctor give you the time to explain exactly what's going on in order to discover the root of the problem. This is Dr. George from Medicine on Call. I believe in taking the time to perform a thorough examination, discuss the findings, and answer your questions, because I believe that our patients are empowered when they're given all the treatment options. It's simple. When you understand the problem, you get to decide which treatment option works best for you. It's all about the power of choice, because Peachtree ENT Center is where patient care counts. For more information or to make an appointment, go to www.peachtreeentcenter.com. That's peachtreeentcenter.com. peachtreeentcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to Medicine on Call. In the about 5 or 6 minutes we have left, we wanted to hammer this home, Chris, because single payer is a paradigm shift. I believe if they have their way, every doctor would be conscripted to take this insurance. You won't get a license. You won't be able to practice medicine. I think you just scratched the surface. They want us to be part of the delivery system, whether we like it or not. And they want patients to be part of the system, whether they like it or not. And I've never thought that single payer or Obamacare was about health care. It was always about control. And it's about capturing information from soup to nuts. What your likes are, if you have guns in your home, if you ever tried to hurt yourself. It's about getting a picture of you on top of everything else that they know about you in your social media and your other forms of social discourse. What's your take on it?
I absolutely agree. It's 100% about cradle to grave control and social engineering.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, this new law, MACRA, that has the MIPS, the Merit-Based Incentive Payment System, which I think is absolutely horrific. I think it is much like a Marxist grading system. That is all part of Medicare. Now they're coming out with the all-payer system, and that will be part of Medicare for All. And that is where physicians are graded by the government by how we do their bidding. And, you know, you get a low score for spending money on your patients. You get a high score for not spending money on your patients, basically denying care. And this is not good. Mm-hmm. This is not the United States of America. This is completely giving up all of our liberty and freedom. They want all our data. That's the other thing is this all access data where they have people that come in and can audit your medical records. That is your most private and personal information. And when we look what's happened, just if you look at what's going on over the last few years with losses of emails and texts and everything, do people really want their most intimate medical details open for everyone to peruse? And what if they lose your data, or much less, what if they do something to your data, lose it, it gets messed up? I had a electronic medical error when I was in the hospital for my breast cancer surgery. They accidentally scanned my secret wristband into someone else's chart, and I got a man's medications almost bled to death.
Oh, wow.
I mean, if I had not been a physician and noticed, read me my meds, I would have said, keep giving me more. So this is happening. And I think when we stop and look and see what's happening to people, America has got to wake up. And we also need to compel our congressmen to step up. We need a champion, we need a hero, and we need someone to get rid of this legalization of kickbacks from the PBMs and the GPOs. We can take that $200 billion, help all the really sick patients, and we cannot fall for this Medicare for All business. And I think anyone running on Medicare for All cannot be supported. I don't care what they're party from. I don't care about party. If someone is running on a Medicare for All socialized medicine platform, we have got to go against them.
I couldn't agree more. And their way of trying to sell this is the same tired expression of pre-existing conditions. Everybody who has a pre-existing condition is not a cancer patient or a chronic renal failure patient. Pre-existing condition means you may have high blood pressure or diabetes, well controlled, taking a medication, living a full life. But they make it seem as if that is the people, or those are the people who are in extremis, and that they're being, the healthcare is being pulled away. It's always about pulling on your emotional heartstrings, but it's never really about facts.
Well, that's exactly right. And if we look at the people that really, 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 really are sick with chronic illnesses, we could probably take that $200 billion that is being stolen from us by legalized theft and use that to treat the really, really sick people. And if you were able to have an affordable, high-deductible insurance, we went back to insurance.
Exactly.
No one would have a pre-existing condition. We need to redefine pre-existing conditions. We need to quantify it. We can take care of our really sick. We are a wonderful, smart, compassionate country. And then not have everyone else paying huge amounts of money for what amounts to a catastrophic insurance while we allow all these middlemen to take the money that would otherwise be taking care of our truly sick and in need. And people who say they like single payer, I always say, I look at them in the eye and I say, have you or a loved one ever been sick or injured? And oftentimes they either won't answer or they'll have to admit no.
Mm-hmm. That's a good statement.
So
it's the ignorance.
It's amazing.
I mean, people are talking about that, that they know what's going on, but they don't take the time to do their own due diligence. They want to be told what to do. They want to follow along with the crowd and the herd. And the people who are telling us that we should like something are the very people who don't have to use it. I would challenge any congressperson to use Obamacare. They've grandfathered themselves out and their aides. They could care less. I mean, we're living in some sort of royal system where they can get it to make a decree that they don't have to follow, but we all do. I take offense to that personally.
Well, I do too, and I take offense to the fact too that they tell people, "Oh, you have coverage," and then you can't get into a doctor for months. You can't get a specialist. They deny your MRI. They deny your care, and then they say, "Okay, you need insulin, $400 a month." Well, where are you going to get that? So you have no care, or you throw your back out, and you could have surgery. You could have a disc removed, but they say, "Oh no, you have to try therapy first. You have to wait for this. You have to wait for that." All the while, you're out of work. You're in pain. You're suffering. Your family's falling apart. You can't put food on the table. And you're just waiting because of nonsense rules made by non-physicians and people that are supposed to run a business, not people that are supposed to save lives and alleviate suffering. And we need to, as physicians, stop saying we don't have a choice. This is the way it is. It isn't the way it used to be. And quit enabling the system and stand up for our patients and get these people out of the exam room and just say no more. And we need to find a way to get them their meds and to innovate. And, maybe if we would stop saying innovation's too expensive and innovate, we wouldn't ever have pre-existing conditions. If you are born and we could make this better, not make this worse. And we're headed down the wrong trail with single payer, and we've got to stop this PBM business and then go on from there. And I'm trying to help everyone, my colleagues, my patients, my legislators all understand this, as are you, and I just cannot thank you enough for this time to discuss this. And I'm hoping people will look at like when they go to the pharmacy, before you fill a prescription, ask how much it's going to cost. Ask if there's a generic. Or if you go in and they say, we don't have that, say, why not? And when you're in the hospital, find out if you're getting the best drug or if you're getting not the best drug or if you should be on an IV fluid and you're not because it's rationed. Those are just simple examples. And when you get your bill from your insurance company, even though you had to just pay $70, look and see what sort of kickback and rebate scheme went on. And collect these numbers and tell your legislators, tell your congressman, tell your senator, tell your state and local representatives too, and educate one another and just say no more. We, the American people, are not going to be, the source of these racketeers' profits just because we get sick and need meds. We need to all just put the brakes on this.
I think that's a great place to stop with a call to action. Chris, how can people reach you and your organization? Because there is some organization that people can actually support. Am I correct?
There really is. If you go online, we have you can go to nomiddlemen.org, nomiddlemen.org, and we have a video, a 3 to 4 minute video that shows what's kind of happening with this dysfunctional supply chain and rebate and kickback system. And you can go to hashtag No Middlemen. There's a YouTube, No Middlemen. And sometimes if you can't bring it up, you go to Physicians for Reform. But really this is a coalition of thousands of physicians and other people in the community, patients, physicians, called No Middlemen. There's Physicians Against Drug Shortages. You can go online. You can go on Twitter. I would love to engage with anyone on Twitter at Chris Held MD or KKS Health, and I can post these things. But NoMiddlemen.org, and then many of these other organizations that are associated with are very good. AAPS, the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, has very much information, and I think if people start there, there's a great way we can grow and get together and stop this.
Well, Chris, I want to thank you so much for your time and your expertise, and I can't wait to have you back on again.
Thank you so much. I really can't thank you enough, and I look forward to continuing the wonderful practice of medicine alongside you and with our patients, and all for their good. Thanks for all you do, Dr. George.
I want to take just a few minutes to thank all of my listeners over this many years for listening to Medicine on Call. As I said a couple of weeks ago, this was going to be the last show, and I was going to be starting a new venture beginning October 1st. I'm not sure of the name, but at this point, the working name of the show is going to be Living in the Solution, and I'm going on a different platform. So you'll be able to find the show by going to livinginthesolutions.com, which is going to be the website. You can always go to Dr. Elena George, drenageorge.com, and I'll upload my show to that. And you can also find me on Facebook. Right now, it's going to be at Medicine on Call that I'll upload the new shows. But I wanted to thank David for a wonderful ride, and thank you for always supporting me and being my right hand. And thank you for supporting me in this new venture. I really appreciate it. The podcast will be pretty much the same format, an hour-long show. I'll have exciting guests on, and it'll be medicine and more. So I hope you'll follow me. You can go to DrElenaGeorge.com. You can go to Spotify, Google Play, Stitcher. You should be able to find me on all the platforms, but you can always find me and my blogs at DrElenaGeorge.com. So once again, thank you for your support, and I look forward to connecting with you in the future. Have a great day.
This is Dr. George from Medicine on Call. Healthcare reform is confusing, but one thing has become obvious. Whether it's finding an affordable insurance plan, keeping your doctor, or being able to afford needed prescriptions, navigating the healthcare system has become a challenge. With the loss of the Obamacare mandate, those needing help can now choose an affordable alternative. By joining Liberty HealthShare, you'll become part of a community of health-conscious Americans all over the country who want to control their own healthcare costs and choices. Liberty HealthShare is not insurance. It's an association of self-pay patients who unite with like-minded people to share their medical needs. Neighbor helping neighbor. Medical, surgical, and some alternative holistic treatments are covered without restrictive doctor and hospital panels. Plans start as low as $107 a month for an individual and $345 a month for a family. Healthcare without the hassle. What a simple concept. Learn more now by going to libertyoncall.org or call 1-800-714-6993.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
62 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can...
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening. You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome to the Immigration Hour on America's Web Radio. It's great to be with you today. Mason, how are you today? Mason's going to say he's fine. He wasn't ready for that. He's not like David. David is out getting a doctor's checkup. I hope he's good.
HealingCenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Scherz, as we talk about the topics that doctors talk about amongst themselves, such as Medicare, Obamacare, alternative forms of care, and health information technology. Join us every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
They're actually con artists because they know how quality this man is, and they've destroyed a man's reputation, and they want to destroy it even more. And I think people are going to see that in the midterms.
There you hear, of course, if you don't know already, the words of our President Donald Trump talking about the Supreme Court nomination process. Now, what does that have to do with healthcare policy? This is the Doctor's Lounge radio show. I'm your host, Dr. Mike Karuchak, for this week. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. What does the Supreme Court nomination process, as familiar as we are with it these days, have to do with healthcare policy, which is the mandate of this show? Well, it turns out that our Washington politicians, with all of their malicious talent, both Democrat and Republican, have managed to figure out a way to hurt the healthcare reform process by using the Supreme Court nomination process to suck up all the oxygen in the room. With me is Dr. Lee Gross. You've heard him on the show before. I'm delighted to have him. He's the president of our Docs for Patient Care Foundation, and he's going to catch us up with all of his adventures and misadventures in Washington that actually manages somehow to connect the dots between the Supreme Court and healthcare policy. So, Dr. Lee, the floor is yours. Tell us what you know.
Thanks, Mike. Great chatting with you again. It's been a little while, so appreciate you letting me catch up. Yeah, so I guess we've coined a new phrase that I was cabined today.
Perfect.
Yeah. So, as many of your audience may know, I was scheduled to testify in this, actually today, in the Senate Health Committee. That's the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee of the U.S. Senate. And they were holding a series of hearings on healthcare, reducing healthcare costs, which is fantastic because up until now, the only conversations in Washington were about coverage. So this is actually one of the first series of conversations about how do you actually reduce the cost of healthcare, what drives the increased cost and what lowers it. So I was thrilled to get that invitation to testify. And I know you're a technology guy, so you'll appreciate this. Thank goodness for my Apple Watch, because I made it all the way to my my airport 2 hours away today. I put all my stuff into the bin, including my phone, and I was about to run it through the airport scanner when my Apple Watch started vibrating that I was getting a phone call. And so I grabbed my phone out of the bin. It turns out it was Washington calling to cancel the hearing because of the mayhem and madness that was surrounding this Supreme Court hearing. They were concerned for safety. They were concerned that nobody was going to be able to attend, and basically just sort of indefinitely postponed it. Not sure when we're going to get that scheduled again. But
no, well, that is so sad. That is so depressing. What did they get specific about the safety concerns? I don't really. I guess I'm just not smart enough to fully grasp that. I mean, the demonstrators?
The demonstrators. I guess the safety concern really kind of came into conversation afterwards. I was talking to one of the staffers, unrelated specifically to the health committee. So there were some major protests going on at the Capitol, and they expressed their own personal safety concerns. And these are Hill staffers. Just things are getting pretty raucous up there. And just really, I just didn't think, they just wanted it. It's not an ideal setting to be holding a bipartisan hearing on healthcare policy when you could put it off to a more, a date down the line where you can actually have a real conversation about this stuff. So it's unfortunate because, lots of preparation went into this.
So tell us what it takes. I mean, this is not just that you just book a plane, cancel your clinic for the day and head up there and have a chat. There's a lot more to it than that.
Yeah, so the instructions were relatively benign, basically saying submit a written testimony as short or as long as you wish, followed by a one-page summary, and be prepared to give a 5-minute summary orally of your testimony, and then be prepared for 5 minutes of questioning by each of the 22 members of the Senate Health Committee. And so I proceeded to prepare about 15 pages of written testimony and tried to come up with a way to explain everything about direct primary care in 5 minutes and make a splash for everyone. And then, essentially what you're doing is you're preparing for questions from a panel of people, many of whom intend to be running for president, many whom are trying to make a statement on healthcare policy. And essentially you're preparing for what the Republicans probably want to be the closing argument on healthcare prior to midterms, and the Democrats basically saying, using this as an example to say why Republicans should no longer control the conversation on healthcare policy. So, to prepare for this requires a lot of preparation, preparation understanding the content, preparation, just understanding what questions you're going to be asked and how not to sort of, walk into a trap. And also, even just getting to the point where you're invited, you have to go through a series of interviews. Initially, just an interview for the person that sort of found you, and then you have to go through a Republican interview, and then you have to go through the Democrat interview. And if everybody feels like you're an acceptable witness, then the formal invitation comes, and that's when the real preparation starts. So this process played out, over the course of probably 2 months. To prepare for this one hearing.
Well, and countless hours of prep. I mean, it was more than just writing your testimony. I'm sure you had to prepare for all possible questions, prepare your 5-minute summary. I mean, it's not one of these things that you can ad-lib very much, I imagine.
Yeah, well, I like to wing it sometimes. So
you're a brave man.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to shoot from the hip because you never know what the opening statements are going to be like and whether or not you're going to have to sort of to audible and respond to some comments. But nonetheless, I of course was well prepared for this, and so I hope they do reschedule this sometime in the not too distant future, so we can.
It's a shame
have a chance
because I didn't have a chance to quote chapter and verse on this, but an article I read recently said that healthcare policy was the only topic out of a long list of topics that a majority of American voters in the survey said was important to the midterms. It came up as number one. Healthcare did. So it's sad. I mean, the odds of seeing this before the midterms is probably zero. I wish I felt good about your prospects of getting rescheduled at all. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't have high expectations, but I want to point out one thing, just very clear, because we're about to have a referendum on basically single-payer health care. We can call it Medicare for all, although I think that term is disingenuous because they're not proposing a Medicare for all type situation. So I don't concede that term. But what I would throw out very simply is if you want your health care controlled by the people that are running the Supreme Court nomination process and confirmation process, then that is single-payer health care. Those are the same people that will be making your health care decisions for you. The same people that are running the circus up there are the people that will decide what gets paid for, what doesn't get paid for, and how much money is allocated to it, and who gets hired and who gets fired to make those decisions and runs that entire system for you. So if you want that to be your only choice in health care, your single payer in health care, then you should.
Then you deserve what you get.
You deserve what you get because this will play out in every living room across the country. When your healthcare decisions, and don't just think this is a Republican thing. I mean, this pendulum will continue to swing back and forth, and it may be the Republicans in power now, but it's going to be the Democrats in power, whether it be midterms or eventually it's going to happen. And so there will be a constant fight over healthcare along the lines of what we're seeing in Washington right now. So you may be on the winning side of it this time, you'll be on the losing side of it next time, and as a nation, we'll all be on the losing side of it.
Clearly these folks, Lee, place no value on human life, whether it's the single life of a Supreme Court justice nominee and his spouse and his children and his family and friends. They clearly place political advantage over the life of one person. They will not hesitate at all to put their own advantage and their own power over the health of every American. There's no question about it. So if you want a clear example of both competence and intent, just look at what's happening. There's no question about it.
And I think that needs to be a bipartisan they, because again, it just depends on who the person is that's putting the candidate forward. Because again, if it's the Democrats running a smear campaign now, it's the Republicans that do it next time. And again, if you want that to be in the middle of your health care choices, then the single payer is the way to go. But if you want, independence, freedom of choice, freedom of choosing your doctors without that nonsense in the middle of your health care decisions, then you need to be supporting the kind of initiatives that we're fighting for.
Absolutely. I mean, you and I learned this together. Well, you quicker than I did, but we learned a long time ago through this process. We both started off when Obamacare was getting litigated, thinking that we knew who the good guys were and who the bad guys were, and it turns out that we were both wrong. It turns out they're all bad guys. It was a trick question, and so yeah, there's no question about it. This is both a Democrat and Republican problem, and after a dozen trips to D.C., I finally had to realize that. Well, I think I was probably the last one to figure it out, but I think we all understand that. At the moment, one shoe is on the Democrats' foot and the other's on the Republican foot. But as you aptly pointed out, that can switch over one election.
Right.
So, in any case, it's just disappointing that we're in this position. I was hoping to be talking to you next week about how the testimony went and what you learned and who you talked to, and I was looking forward to pulling sound bites of your testimony and playing them and saying, well, what'd you think here? Who I reacted to a certain way there? But hopefully we'll get that opportunity sometime in the future. I wish I was optimistic about what that was going to be. So, Lee, we're coming up on the end of this segment. We've got some other things to talk about that you and I talked about. So I'm hoping you'll stick around and we can do another 13 minutes. You're listening to the Doctor's Lounge on America's Web Radio. Stay with us.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the Doctor's Lounge. Karuchak, your host this week, with special guest Dr. Lee Gross, the president of the Docs for Patient Care Foundation. So last segment was all about sort of depressing stuff. You were supposed to have been in Washington by now, and were supposed to have already testified by now in front of Congress to talk about direct primary care and ways to save money. Instead, we spent the last segment talking about why that didn't happen. But let's talk about some brighter stuff, because you have made some successful trips to Washington, to the White House, and met with some people and learned some things and taught them some things. So why don't you share that with us and make us all feel a little bit better?
Yeah, so good chatting with you again. So, last week I actually had my fourth visit to the White House in this current administration. And this one was a little bit different. So the first three visits to the White House basically were at my sort of begging, pleading, asking, pulling strings and seeing however I could possibly get to have these meetings. This was the first time that actually the invitation came directly from the White House without any prior prodding on my part. They reached out to us and said, hey, we're holding a meeting. We'd like you to come to Washington. We'd like you to attend, and we'd like your feedback on things. So that was actually, I think, a big moment for our organization to actually have, again, the executive branch reaching out to us and saying, we think it's worthy to have your opinion on this matter. So as you probably are aware, back in last October, the president issued an executive order on health care, and it was basically sort of the choice and competition executive order. He was looking for ways to jiggle the healthcare system in any way he could without having to involve the legislature and changing laws, since clearly at that point Obamacare was not going to be repealed. And he said, what can we do without passing legislation? And so he issued a few directives. One was the association health plan rules, allowing the expansion of association health plans, which you and I have talked about before. The short-term limited duration insurance expansion, which we've also talked about, expanding the access to short-term medical plans, which are basically just low-cost, very affordable major medical plans. The association health plan basically allows people in a similar industry that may be small businesses to pool together and act as a large business to buy group health plans, even groups across state lines. So it just increases buying power to increase affordability and access to health care. The two other parts of that executive order that still have not happened yet is there was an expectation of a release of the HRA rules, which are the health reimbursement accounts, which allow an employer to make a contribution to an employee's health care purchases. And that would be tax-free for the employer and tax-free for the employee, so it's technically not counted as wages to the employee, sort of a win-win on both sides of that equation. So that new rule on HRAs is expected to be announced or released any time now, any day of the week. The cake is almost baked, and they're ready to start decorating that. And the other thing that came out of that executive order was they were tasked with the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Labor, the Department of Treasury, and the Federal Trade Commission were all told to analyze everything they can in the healthcare system and find out what changes they can make to improve competition and choice. And so they created this choice and competition report, which is not a public document yet. But again, that is sort of in the final stages. And so what they did was invite key stakeholders in healthcare policy to the White House to sort of preview the report, kind of question what's in it, and sort of guide the final stages of that report. And that was where our invitation came from. So we kind of got a sense of where the White House is going with this, and we're able to sort of help them sort of put the finishing touches on it, sort of give them some cautions as to where they might make some mistakes, and it was a very interesting process. So we appreciated hearing from all the the organizations that I mentioned, they were all represented and had spoke about the process. So I got to put in some plugs about the direct primary care and making sure that the direct primary care interests were represented in those reports. And I think people, when they do actually see the HRA rule, I think that they're going to get it mostly right. And the good news is there's going to be a comment period that they're going to be able to, see where they got it wrong and hopefully fix the areas where they got wrong and make them right. And I think when they actually see this choice and competition report, they're going to love it. They're going to love everything in there because I just don't think they left many stones unturned. From what I'm hearing and what they described, I mean, they really have addressed every major issue and even minor issue that might improve choice and competition. But again, this is just sort of an inventory of what is wrong with the system. It's not an action plan. It's not actionable as it stands. It's going to require legislation. It's going to require more executive action. It's going to require new rule writing and regulations. So, if Republicans do lose, the House or do lose control of the Senate, then essentially you could say take that document and shred it.
Yeah.
But if you like what's coming out in that document, then I think that makes this election even more important. Again, we're not sort of advocating for one party over another. I'm just saying if you like what's in that document, then that's probably something you want to support going forward.
So, who exactly creates the document, and who is the intended audience?
Well, I think the intended audience is the American public.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure if this was supposed to go to policymakers in particular, or that there were particular entities who would formally receive this and comment on it, or whether it just goes out with a press release and whoever wants to grab onto it can comment. I'm a little naive on this. I suspect the listeners are too. So I was just asking dumb questions.
Yeah. So I think the report itself is actually just an internal inventory for the executive branch to see where they see the problems. I guess you could sort of see it as a blueprint or a roadmap to, where they want to go or what issues they want to tackle. But it'll be a public document that anybody can see and review.
Okay, well, you and I can probably talk about it on the air when it comes out, and that'll be some grist for the mill, I suppose. It sounds like something that's very interesting and coming out, I guess, very soon, like you said. They're just decorating the icing on the cake, I guess.
Yeah, that's the sense I got, that this was going to be an imminent release. So, but it was nice to again be able to sort of guide that, particularly as to how it impacts the direct primary care aspect of it. I really wanted to put in the plug as far as the HRAs go, just because there are a lot of employers out there that want to use HRAs to pay for direct primary care memberships, and so we want to make sure that rule doesn't necessarily hamper their ability to do that and actually expands their ability to work with DPC practices. So
I guess that whole thing is in front of the Senate, right? Is that still, to sort of switch topics slightly, but we talked about last time where that bill was going, and I guess it's still, because the House passed it, or...
Yeah, so there's a difference between the HRA and the HSA. Yes. The HRA... health reimbursement account, HSA health savings account. HSA is a bill that was passed by the House and is sitting in the Senate waiting for anything to happen. I think general consensus is nothing's probably going to happen on that bill before the midterms. But if it does start moving, it still obviously needs lots of work based upon our previous conversations.
Gotcha.
There's still areas that we're trying to work with lawmakers to try to teach them how to make that a better bill. So we'll keep reaching out to them.
Well, we got about 3 minutes and 15 seconds left in the segment. So let's pivot and talk about the upcoming Docs for Patient Care Foundation's direct primary care meeting, because that's coming up in, 6 weeks, I guess? Something like that.
Yeah.
So how's it going?
November 1st to 3rd in Orlando at the Rosen Center Hotel. this is going to be a record attendance for us. You know, we're looking at probably at least 350 attendees at this conference. We are expanding the reach of this program, so we're actually having a series of lectures specifically geared towards specialty care. We have a lot of specialists that are trying to embrace the movement, and you know, I constantly get a question, well, how can specialists get involved in this? Well, you know, a lot of what the direct primary care or the DPC docs do is applicable to specialists, but some stuff is not. So we wanted to definitely reach out, you know, expand that umbrella even further and let more people come in under the umbrella. So I think you'll enjoy those talks specifically geared towards specialists. Again, we have the tracks in the program for the people that are newbies at this, or curious, and then we also have tracks for people that have been in this for some time. There's plenty of room for lots of people to learn more, even if you've been doing this as long as I've been doing it. We have fantastic national speakers, so we're going to have a day of just very exciting speakers that you'll really, really want to come and hear. So if you don't have your tickets, go to the Docs for Patient Care Foundation website, D4PCFoundation.org, and look for the Direct Primary Care CME. We're going to be offering CME for this conference. The free tickets are gone, so the tickets that are left are non-scholarship tickets. They are full-price tickets, but those are also going fast. So if you haven't got your tickets, get them soon. We are going to sell out of this conference.
Yes, no doubt we will. Both the scholarship tickets are gone, and even the regular price tickets, I agree with you, are going to be gone very soon. I am particularly intrigued as a specialist myself to see what sort of models are out there, because we've been in our ear, nose, and throat practice, we've been, tinkering with the idea. And of course, there's a direct primary care company that we're working with that does primary care, and we're on their specialist board. But I'm very curious because, specialties are so different. You have very cognitive specialties, and you have very surgical specialties, and then you have specialties like otolaryngology that have a lot of both, which is why I love it. And, trying to figure out how to plug those things into a cash-based model that excludes third party is something that I'd like to hear. And I, even as a specialist, I've enjoyed both years, now this being the third year coming up. So I think it's going to be worthwhile and pretty cool.
Yeah, we're really excited. We hope to, again, we're still waiting on a couple, actually one in particular big name speaker is going to make a big splash. So we're looking forward to making that announcement really soon.
All right. Well, we've reached the end of the segment. Thanks very much. You've been listening to the Doctor's Lounge on America's Web Radio. Stay with us.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the Doctor's Lounge. I am Dr. Michael Karuchak, MD. Here is your host today on the Doctor's Lounge on America's Web Radio. Thank you very much for joining us. As you know, if you are a regular listener, we alternate every week with the inimitable Dr. Hal Schertz. And together, supported by our sponsor, the Docs for Patient Care Foundation, we bring you the very best in healthcare Policy Chat Radio. What makes us different? I mean, we've been here over 4 years. We're happy to be here in our 5th year. And over that time, there's been lots of copycats that have emerged, other shows, other podcasts that profess to address the same range of topics that we do. So what makes us different besides having been here first? Well, the Docs for Patient Care Foundation is the only healthcare policy think tank staffed almost exclusively by full-time practicing physicians. That means when we're not here in front of the microphone or we're not researching a topic on the late hours of the night or the weekend, or we are not talking to folks in Washington that we know from the White House to Congress and all the way around, that we are taking care of patients. All day, every day. Yesterday, I saw 27. Today, after I finish this show, I'm going to the office. I will see another 27 patients in the office. So we have the entire spectrum covered. We have folks in Washington that we talk to that keep us informed. We study on our own, and we take that book knowledge, that theoretical knowledge, and we apply it every day when we see our patients. And that gives us the ability to bring you wisdom, understanding, and insight that you are not going to find everywhere else. And in today's show, with the stuff we're talking about, because CMS has been very busy, Congress has been very busy with rules, regulations, and legislation that directly affects doctors and patients in some very profound ways. And so we're going to give you some insights on that unless you spend time all day, every day, taking care of patients, having to code and bill for those visits, having to manage the finances of a practice, as well as make sure your patients are well. You're not going to understand that unless you do all that, and that's what we do, and that's what we intend to bring to you. So thanks very much for your time. We intend to make this upcoming hour worthwhile. So let's get started, because the segments are short, 13 minutes, and we have a lot of ground to cover. So the first thing we're going to get into is all of the rapidly moving chess pieces that are happening in Congress and at CMS and in the White House that are changing the landscape, or at least propose to change the landscape significantly with regard to healthcare and direct primary care, which, as you know, if you listen, is one of our major talking points, perhaps the major talking point that has emerged over the 4 years that we have been a foundation and the 4 years that we have been doing the Doctor's Lounge radio show. So let's talk about Congress first. And we talked about this last week when we interviewed our president, Dr. Lee Gross, who continues to be busier than I can possibly imagine making all of this stuff work. And we're going to replay in the latter half of the show the interview that we had with Lee, because it is such an important thing for you to listen to and know and understand. If you've heard it once, it's worth hearing again because of the sheer density of information. And if you haven't heard it before, but please, you've got to listen to the entire hour, even in pieces if you have to, and understand the stuff that Lee had to say. But we're going to present sort of the sequel to Lee's interview first. The direct primary care legislation we're talking about is that legislation which allows individuals to use their health savings account money, pre-tax money, to pay their annual direct primary care fee. Remember, direct primary care, very briefly, if you haven't heard already, sort of gets around insurance almost completely for your care, and does get around it completely for routine care. You pay your primary doctor a regular monthly fee for essentially unlimited access, and access to a range of services, which includes, of course, doctor visits, but it's also going to include potentially, but not always, routine labs. You get a sprained ankle and you need a splint. You get a cut and you need sutures. Those sorts of basic primary care things. That range of services is available for a flat monthly fee, which is far less expensive than your insurance. And then wrapped around that is cash fees for things like CAT scans and more exotic labs. And then wrapped around that is a catastrophic insurance policy that covers the God forbid events such as cancer and car accidents and that sort of thing. And that sort of scheme to cover healthcare is far less expensive than traditional insurance, which, as you know, most recently under Obamacare has had skyrocketing prices, actually for decades, not just with Obamacare. Obamacare was just the latest chapter in that long book. But direct primary care reverses all that, makes healthcare far cheaper, and this legislation allows you to use pre-tax dollars in your healthcare savings account to pay the monthly fee for direct primary care. So last week, when we talked to Dr. Gross, and you'll hear this again later in the hour, this bill got out of committee. It had some significant issues The two biggest ones being a cap on how much the monthly fee can be, and even worse, strict limits on what a direct primary care physician can provide for that monthly fee. And that limit was limited to what we call E&M services, or evaluation and management services. That means your doctor could see you under a monthly fee, but couldn't do anything else. If you need labs, you couldn't do it. If you needed your ankle wrapped because you sprained it and an inflatable splint put on it, they couldn't do that. And so there was, stitch up a cut on your arm, couldn't do that. And so that really hampered the ability of your direct primary care physician to be a little more than a consultant. You could talk a lot, but you couldn't do anything. Well, happily, that provision has been removed. So the limitations based only on evaluation and management codes. So now, under this bill, you can pay with your HSA pre-tax money, and your direct primary care physician is freer to provide you with stitches for a cut, splints for a twisted ankle, whatever. And that's a huge win. That is a huge win, and Dr. Gross was a huge part of the effort to make that happen. So that's a very good thing. There are still monetary caps, $150 a month for an individual and $300 a month for a family, which is a pretty high cap. I don't think anybody's going to bump up against that number. But the idea of setting caps on cost arbitrarily is a very slippery slope and still a problem. But I am also happy to report that the bill passed the House. 277 to 142 last week. I presume that's probably along party lines, although I haven't researched that. That's a pretty educated and probably pretty accurate guess. So part one of the moving chess pieces is that the direct primary care bill that allows us to use HSA pre-tax funds to pay for direct primary care has passed the House. And that, I think, is generally a good thing. Although if you survey the DPC community overall, feelings are still a bit mixed. Congress has still demonstrated its ability to screw up a one-car funeral here and keep some limitations on direct primary care paid for by an HSA that cause some problems. And some of those problems have to do with conflicts between this federal proposed law and state laws, which I think in about almost half of states now to allow direct primary care. There is some conflicting language that is still threatens to create a problem. So part one of the moving chess pieces. The DPC bill is moving along, has passed the House, goes on to the Senate, where hopefully they can correct some of these fixes. We also know direct primary care will clearly be on the radar of the White House because of this, as well as the tireless work by Dr. Lee Gross and others. So that's part one. Part two is something that you may have heard on the news that doesn't make a lot of it doesn't. You don't notice it very much unless you understand the context, and it has to do with this archaic sounding thing called a short-term limited duration insurance policy. And this is something that Obamacare sort of allowed but had a lot of restrictions on, and the Trump administration has issued a lot of executive orders to expand this. And this will really help consumers. It will especially be helpful with direct primary care because remember, as I said a few minutes ago, to have full health coverage under direct primary care, you need, number one, your DPC doctor and a monthly fee. Number two, your DPC doctor has already negotiated highly discounted cash prices for more exotic, unusual services, such if you need a CAT scan of your sinuses or your abdomen, let's say, that cash price has been pre-negotiated. So that's kind of the first layer around the core DPC. And then the second layer is this catastrophic only policy to cover the God forbid events like car accidents and cancer and that kind of thing. And that's where these short-term limited duration insurance policies come in because those are ideal to purchase a catastrophic policy. So you are now covered at all levels of care, from the routine to the somewhat unusual to the highly unusual and potentially devastating. There is now a plan for any of those situations. And the Trump administration has recently expanded the scope of short-term limited duration insurance so that you can renew it up to 3 years, which is quite a long time, and things will change after 3 years. So 3 years is a reasonable number to work with. So those are the major legislative and regulatory chess pieces that are moving around in the short term. In addition,
we've got some things that CMS is doing in the proposals for 2019, and some of these proposals are pretty radical. They're pretty impressive, I've got to say. Probably the biggest one are the proposed coding changes for physicians proposed for 2019. Now, before I explain what the changes are, you sort of have to understand where things are currently. And if you're a doc, you understand this already, so bear with me. If you're not a physician, you need the walkthrough here so that you understand the significance of what CMS is proposing for Medicare. So when your physician sees you as a patient in the office, they bill insurance for that visit, of course. That billing is expressed as a code. It's called a CPT code, and it's for doctor visits, just the visit, not any other service. There's basically two types of coding schemes. There is the scheme for if you're a brand new patient to that physician or that practice, and within that scheme, there's level 1 through 5. So level 1 is a super easy visit. You had wax in your ears or something really easy, or you had a, scrape or something. And then those move on up to highly complex things. You're a hypertensive diabetic with heart disease and a new diagnosis of cancer. That would be a level 5. So level 1 is really easy, 2, 3, 4 in the middle, and level 5. And they have those 1 to 5 scales for new patients and established patients. And as you might guess, payment for the established patients is less than payment for the new patients because you know the new patient already. You don't have to start a database from scratch. The staff doesn't have to work as hard to get them in the system. And so, understandably, new or follow-up patients pay less than new patients. Now, under the current scheme, and I have to look these numbers up. I wrote them down, so pardon the paper rattling here. There is a range of services that run again from 1 to 5 with escalating amounts of amounts. So, for example, for a new patient, the current values range from $45 for an easy level 1 visit up to $211 for a highly complicated visit. So we've already reached the end of the segment. We'll pick it up in segment 2. You're listening to the Doctor's Lounge on America's Web Radio. Stay with us.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Doctor's Lounge. Karuchak, your host this week. Thanks very much for being with us on the Doctor's Lounge on America's Web Radio. So picking right back up where we left off, we were talking about, we had already talked about the major things going on in Congress with the direct primary care bill and the ability to use pre-tax health savings accounts money to pay your monthly fee for direct primary care. That's huge, but as we talked about, the bill's got some problems still. It's passed the House. Hopefully the Senate can fix it, and if the Senate can't fix it, hopefully Trump signs it if it's okay, and then we get some executive orders or some clarifications either from the White House or CMS to bring us something we've wanted for a long time, which is the ability to use pre-tax money to pay your health care expenses through direct primary care. So that's a big deal. Coupled with that, we talked about executive orders from the White House expanding the use of short-term limited duration insurance plans that provide an excellent route to get catastrophic only coverage outside of the minimum essential benefits provision of the Affordable Care Act. And we may not have emphasized that enough in the last segment, so let me go over that again. We're talking about the short-term limited duration insurance that is inexpensive and allows you to go around the requirements, circumvent the requirements in the Affordable Care Act for minimum essential coverage. Because remember, that was one of the main problems with the Affordable Care Act was two things. One is it forced you to purchase insurance, and that's since been repealed, was in the tax cut bill. The second was it defined exactly what that insurance had to be. So there was no purchasing minimal coverage. This was, maximal essential benefits, basically, which did things like make folks in their 60s and 70s pay for birth control and child care services and that kind of thing. So now you can trim all that out and do a short-term limited duration insurance that allows you to get around the minimum essential benefits. So that's huge. And in the direct primary care paradigm, allows you to purchase a wraparound catastrophic policy for a lot less money than a Obamacare compliant policy would be. So those two things are huge. We talked about them in the last segment. We're moving on to what the CMS is doing for Medicare and the proposals for changes in Medicare payments for 2019. So the big one that we started to talk about was this whole idea of radically changing how your doctor is paid to see you in the office. Just that basic, you get together, you have an interview, you do a physical examination, you come up with a diagnosis and a proposed treatment, right? They call that evaluation and management. And there is a coding system for billing Medicare as well as all other forms of insurance for that kind of evaluation and management, the doctor visit, no other services to go with that. And so there's basically two types of codes. There's the new patient codes and the established patient codes. And under each of those schemes, there's a 1 to 5 spectrum, from a level 1 visit being a super easy, super quick couple of minute visit that pays very little, up through 2, 3, 4, and a level 5 visit that's extremely complex and may take 30 to 45 minutes to get through everything, perhaps even longer if you bill for time only. And under the existing scheme, we were just getting into, before we got to the break, how those break down. So a new patient with a super simple level 1 problem, you only get paid $45. Currently, up through a super complicated patient that you bill at a level 5, that you get $211. Established patients, it's a slightly lower range, runs from $22 for level 1 up to $148 for level 5, because you don't get paid as much for a patient that you already know. And that makes sense, actually, believe it or not. What Medicare is proposing, what CMS is proposing, is that you take level 2 through level 5 and bundle it into one number. So think about that for a minute. That's a radical change. So now instead of 5 levels of payment, there are only 2 levels of payment. There's level 1, which is super easy, and then there's 2 through 5 that all get bundled up into roughly the same number. And that number, interestingly, sits as almost the exact arithmetic average between the level 3 payment and the level 4 payment. So basically they're saying that anything between level 2 and level 5, you're going to get paid at roughly a level 3.5, if that makes any sense. Now, why would they do such a thing? Why would they peg that average there? Well, this is where, having a full-time group of full-time practicing physicians evaluate this information and let you know what it really means to your physician and what it means to you, the patient. They took the average between level 3 and level 4. Why'd they do that? Well, because if you look at Medicare's data, it turns out that most doctors bill about 50% level 3 and 50% level 4, and just a tiny sliver of level 2 and level 5, and basically don't use level 1 at all, which is probably why level 1 is split off from this merger and stays by itself. It also explains why the bundled, sort of average payment for level 2, level 5, all being consolidated into one number, is the average between level 3 and level 4, because that's kind of the weighted average of how doctors are billing anyway. So if you bill 50% level 3 and 50% level 4, then, your total payment for the next 100 Medicare patients that walks in the door should be theoretically, statistically unchanged. So I think the goal was to leave the aggregate amount of money that a physician got paid for a large group of Medicare patients to be unchanged. And the idea here, at least, was to reduce the documentation requirements so that you could basically see all of your Medicare patients and have a minimum level of documentation required being only level 2. And part of this scheme also included some other sort of fuzzy rhetoric talking about that you only have to review changes in the database as opposed to reviewing the entire database. And because we do have that problem now, right? Thanks to electronic medical records and meaningful use requirements working together, we now have a situation where, every patient gets documented at a level 5 because you click all of your normal buttons. And so we have, terabytes and terabytes of useless, templated normal physical findings and review of systems and things that just clog up the medical records. So I guess it's a reasonable, good faith approach to try and get rid of that. But what's the effect in the trenches? What's the effect on doctors and patients working? Well, it depends upon how you bill as a physician. If you bill more level 3 than level 4 currently, you'll win under this scheme. If you're a heavy level 4, level 5 biller, you're going to lose money under this scheme, and that's probably what they want. The problem here is it's going to make since level 2 bills pays the same as the level 5, everyone's going to get treated like a level 2. And I think that's a problem. I think what's going to happen here is you're going to see doctors put more appointment slots in their day and see patients more quickly because now you can treat everybody like a level 2 and bill them like they're a level 5. But we'll see. I mean, that's all highly speculative. I think I understand what CMS is trying to do here. I think I understand why they came up with the numbers that they came up with because it has to do with the proportions of how doctors bill level 3 versus level 4. And, once again, it points out how exceedingly complicated the E&M billing scheme is and makes direct primary care look that much better. Right? Why is it that we have to have a third party overseeing the doctor-patient relationship and having to force itself into the relationship after the fact, after the care is delivered? We now have yet another overly complicated effort by CMS to measure value and measure payment when it makes a whole lot more sense to let the patient do those things. Right? It makes far more sense to have a direct primary care arrangement where the patient pays a certain amount per month for essentially unlimited access, and the patient can decide how much that doctor's worth and if the price is appropriate or it's too high, and has the chance to vote with their pocketbook. It's a far better way, just like the rest of the free market operates, to align everyone's incentives, keep everybody on the same page. This whole thing still, I guess I applaud them for trying to do something. And, Seema Verma and Azar, they've been there long enough to dig their heels in and try to make some intelligent changes. I can't fault them for that, but boy, you look at the whole thing and say, this is still lipstick on a pig. Let's just get rid of that whole system and let everybody go to direct primary care for at least their primary care services. Specialty care can be cash up front, which puts downward pressure on those prices. It just, the fancier the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain, I suppose. Now, in the last 3 minutes that we have here in segment 2, I'm going to talk about some other things that Medicare is doing, which are, I almost have to say I like them, right? I just finished sort of damning with faint praise these proposals to the E&M coding and payments, but let's talk about another one here that's really, really big, and this has to do with something you may not even understand exists in the first place, and it has to do with the fact that Medicare pays different prices for the same service based on where that service is performed. I mean, think about that for a minute. What if you had two car dealers on either side of the street selling the same car, and on one side of the street the car was $20,000, and on the other side of the street the car was $45,000? Well, what would happen? We think the obvious thing is that everyone would go to the side of the street where the car is cheaper, and that may be true. But the other thing that happens is the car manufacturer is going to put all of their dealers on the expensive side of the street. And that's exactly what happens in Medicare because of facility-based payments. That means for the very same service, whether it's a doctor visit, a lab, or a CAT scan, or radiology or imaging, Medicare pays way more for that visit if it's in a hospital facility than if it's in a freestanding facility. What a horrible, horrible concept. The cool thing here is that they're changing that slowly. But this year, 2019, may have some radical changes. Again, this is a terrible concept to start with, this site-specific payment. And it's been the driving force behind a lot of the acquisition by hospitals of facilities. Because now you can move that facility from an independent category into the hospital category. And so the same bricks and mortar can suddenly charge 3 times as much to Medicare and get that money just because of who owns it. Now, there are some nuances to that, and the law is far more complicated. I'm admittedly oversimplifying things a little bit. But what Medicare is now proposing for clinic visits, at least to start, for clinic visits to pay the same amount of money. Right now, for your average clinic visit, if you get that visit in a doctor's office, the average payment's $46. In a hospital facility, it's $116, like 2.5 times as much. Well, now the proposal is to bring that number down to the same $46 regardless of where you get that. So now this is huge. And as you can imagine, the American Hospital Association and some similar associations have come out vehemently against this, saying that it's going to cut off access for the sickest patients. It's going to do a lot of bad things. Again, they're protecting their own pockets, but it's huge. We are at the end of the segment. You're listening to the Doctor's Lounge on America's Web Radio. Stay with us.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning at 8 a.m. and listen to the Doctor's Lounge, where you get
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
When are you doing this? This is Detailing Addiction. I'm Dr. Susan Blank, and you're listening to America's Web Radio. Today in studio with me, I have David Donaldson from the Atlanta Healing Center. Hi, David.
Hi, Susan. Glad to be here.
So glad that you are here with me today, because this is an important topic, and I know it probably sounds like to some of our listeners that we've done this before, and in some ways we have, but there's just been a whole bunch of new information coming out regarding vaping, regarding nicotine, and regarding marijuana and its effects on teens, and how the way in which teens are using marijuana and nicotine is vastly different than it was even a few years ago. And all of this is raising a lot of concern, particularly around the growth and development of the teenage brain. So we decided that we would come back and revisit some of these topics and add, hopefully, to your knowledge about some of the ways in which we really need to be cautious about teens smoking, drinking, using marijuana.
One of the feedback comments that I received after the last time we did a show on marijuana was, "Don't you guys think you're beating a dead horse?" And at the time I was like, yeah, we might have talked about marijuana a few too many times recently, but every one of the patients that I see that's dealing with opiate addiction started out with marijuana, and it's still directly impacting our population. And so with all of these studies that are coming out, I think that we need to keep beating a dead horse and just keep reminding people that smoking marijuana is not an inconsequential herb, natural substance. It's something that has a lot of consequences, and that, we've always known the faster something gets in, the more damage it does, and what people are doing is getting it in there faster and faster.
And it's making a huge impact, and unfortunately not a positive one. As we get to this time of year when there's a lot in the news about elections, and there's also new legislation I know coming out in Georgia about greatly expanding not just the number of conditions to be treated by medical marijuana, but also the different ways in which marijuana can now be used. Right now in Georgia, we have options for people in terms of what they call low marijuana oil. Unfortunately, first of all, it's not low, especially not compared to other states. But secondarily, it's very difficult for the person to be able to get it, and people are having to break some laws. So there's a big push here in Georgia to allow cultivation and allow dispensaries, and to allow marijuana in a wide variety of forms, including smoked marijuana, edibles, and other things. Now, there's not limits right now in terms of ages of people being able to get a, quote, medical marijuana card in the state of Georgia. So it's open season for children to be able to have access to that here in Georgia. And there's just all kinds of things that raise my alarm. And certainly I think our listeners should be concerned as well about the access that children will have to this drug. And it's not just the risk of addiction that I'm concerned about, although that, of course, is what we see very commonly, but it's the actual effect on the developing brain and how this can change a young person's motivation, thinking, all kinds of things that creates my real concern And we don't have very good track record of keeping nicotine and alcohol away from young people, so I don't think we're going to do as well.
And I think that since at some point in time we want to be able to retire and depend on the next generation, that we need them with their earning potential. Marijuana is definitely shown to have an impact on a person's earning potential. And there's so much that's going on in the adolescent brain. There's so much going on in adolescence anyway. So one of the articles that I had initially looked at was a good reminder about nicotine. Mm-hmm. I know most of the show is looking at marijuana, but this one was particularly looking at the rates of nicotine use among teenagers.
Right.
And it was talking about 70% of adolescents had acknowledged trying nicotine before by age 14. I mean, that's a huge number.
That's a huge number.
And the part of what it was talking about was that the adolescent brain is much quicker prone to addiction, that it impacts their ability to manage and cope with stress much quicker than it does an adult that begins using. And so they begin showing signs of nicotine dependency really, really quickly, even with really low doses, and that the adolescent brain has this invincibility that thinks, well, I'll just be able to smoke for a couple of years and then I'll quit, like it's going to be a super easy thing. And what they discover is that it's not.
It is really not. And to your point about the more rapid onset of physical dependence and addiction with nicotine in particular is, we used to think it was because the prefrontal cortex, that part of our brain right behind our forehead that we get when we're fully developed as adults in our late 20s. We used to think, well, kids don't have that, so they don't have the good judgment and they don't have the ability to control impulses, delay gratification, do some of these other things. And while that is very true, the part of the brain that does develop much more quickly in adolescents than in adults is the pleasure center. So the part of our brain, deep in our brain, so if I stuck one finger in my ear and the other finger on the top of my head, the point at which those two lines meet is the part of the brain we're talking about here when we're talking about the pleasure center. And this is for everybody, not just people who have the disease of addiction, but for everybody. This part of the brain develops very quickly, often by the 10 or 12 years old. Kids are really capable of getting a big dose of dopamine and getting a lot of pleasure from things that before were nice, but not so much. Now, without the good judgment to think something through and say, maybe this isn't such a great idea, they try something and they get a big jolt of dopamine that they haven't experienced before. They don't have caution bumps, as my grandmother would say, and so they're much more likely to try things out and then find the pleasure of it, whether it's intimate relations, whether it's video games, whether it's substances, whether it's sugar. All of these things are greatly affected, and when you have a substance like nicotine that releases this dopamine very quickly because it's inhaled and gets right up to that pleasure center of the brain, they're going to have a big response. They're going to have a really big response to nicotine, and it's going to get them, so to speak, using air quotes. It's going to get them much more quickly than might otherwise happen if they started smoking at, say, 25 or 30.
Yeah, this article was actually saying even if they're only smoking 2 cigarettes a day, so it was a really low number, many teens would exhibit dependency behaviors after just 2 weeks. And part of what it highlights is that it gets to the brain within 10 to 20 seconds after being inhaled and releases a lot of dopamine.
A lot of dopamine to which their brain is now suddenly very sensitized to and not used to having around, and so this level of pleasure and level of reward that they are getting is so new and so different that it does create this perfect storm of a young person being more likely to be physically dependent, more likely to get a really good high, and more likely to not have the good judgment to not get started down a path that they may not be able to get off of later on in life.
There was a really interesting video recently by ASAP Science. I think they do great videos. They're very educational and done in a pretty easy way. But part of what it was talking about was that scientists are beginning to debate dopamine, that they recognize the pleasure piece, that it releases all this dopamine and gives great pleasure, but what they're recognizing also is that it causes people to keep repeating the same behavior, and so even after the pleasure is long gone, that continually repeating the same behavior stays, and they're thinking that's also a component of dopamine. So that was really pretty interesting, and since adolescent brains are so susceptible to the power of dopamine.
Yes, it makes it really scary. It's almost like it puts these behavioral pathways down in steel cable. And so that tendency to keep repeating a behavior long after the reward is gone is one of the hallmarks of addiction. And nicotine is, of course, our most addictive drug. And depending on where you read, up to 30% of the population is addicted to nicotine. The numbers for alcohol and for other drugs is much lower. Marijuana, it's 9%. But nicotine is our longest and most continuous addiction for most people, except maybe these days sugar. And I think sugar is a whole nother story, but nicotine is a powerful reinforcer. And while we are happy that people are moving away from the use of cigarettes so much, the Juul and some of the other vaping apparati, what is the plural, are really frightening because they're not regulated. Teens can buy them. Teens can get them on the internet. And many times the teens are really attracted to the bright colors of the packaging. They're attracted to the advertisements that are done, and they're very attractive to the flavors like mango and bubblegum and cotton candy. Not usual flavors that most adults would really be attracted to on a regular basis.
Yeah, generally adults are going to be turned off by most of those flavors.
And it's definitely a problem because the studies are showing that kids starting to smoke using the tobacco-less methods often appears to be leading to them picking up nicotine in its traditional form via cigarettes. And there's lots of reasons for this, and David, you and I have had some of these discussions about what happens when you run out of nicotine juice, or the store is closed, or you don't have enough money because it's more expensive than standard cigarettes.
The studies are really clearly showing that people who are using vaping devices are also using cigarettes, and those who are using vaping devices in order to quit are either doing both, which we don't really know the consequences of, or they're increasing their nicotine intake. The other part that's so dangerous about it is that when something is vaporized, you don't really know what's in there.
Right.
And real often what we know is that what's in there is THC. And
Correct.
The high that people are getting from THC that's been vaporized apparently is pretty impactful.
Very substantial. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk more about the use of tobacco, nicotine, and alcohol, marijuana on the teenage brains. So please stay tuned.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction on America's Web Radio. Please join us at 4 p.m. on Tuesday afternoons.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back. This is Detailing Addiction. I'm Dr. Susan Blank. You're listening to America's Web Radio. Today in studio with me, I have David Donaldson from the Atlanta Healing Center, and we would really like our listeners to know that we are spending a lot of time working on helping people stop not only marijuana but also nicotine. And as we look forward to the Great American Smokeout next month, we're going to talk more about actual treatment and ways in which people can find some help to stop using nicotine and also stop using marijuana. So stay tuned for that. But right before the break, David, you were making some really interesting points about the impact of
the vaporizers. So part of what we were talking about was how people who vape real often also use cigarettes and how they go back and forth between the two. But the other big concern is that when somebody is vaping right there beside you and it smells like bubble gum, you don't know what they're vaping. And so this study that's come out of California, well, I'll have to get back to where it came from, but the study really highlights that what teens are putting in vaping is often not nicotine. That real often what they're putting in there is THC, and that they are getting very, very high from it, and it's having impacts. I love when you said that it gets laid down there like steel cable. The behaviors and things are getting laid down like steel cable, and the behaviors that we see in terms of their minimizing and their manipulating and their stealing and all those things become a part of who they're defining themselves as, and it's getting in there so quickly.
And when they can take the little one shots or the vaporizers into places that they normally might not be able to, or to use them at school, and when things like the Juul looks like a little USB thumb drive that now can also be used with marijuana, we really begin to see that right under our noses without us being able to smell it, which was the usual way in which parents and teachers and law enforcement and other folks were able to recognize when someone was using pot. Now that is not necessarily what they are smelling, it's a whole new world out there, and young people are finding this as a very convenient way in which they can be using pot with no one knowing around them that they're using.
Part of what's been so interesting about this most recent study, they do these these studies that are kind of monitored as the monitoring our future, where they're looking at teenagers at different age categories.
Right.
So in this study, they interviewed approximately 15,000 students, 8th, 10th, and 12th graders, and looking at the study, that they were talking about the ones that they reported using a vaporizer in the past 30 days. And it's interesting that the rapid growth of the people reporting use in the last 30 days was remarkable to the researchers. But also what was remarkable was that there are a large number of them who say that they're just vaping vape juice, that there's no chemicals in it. And then next behind that was nicotine, and then following that was THC. So it was all up there. And part of what they're also recognizing is that moving from vaping to smoking is becoming a very, very common trend as they're using these products.
The other interesting study that's come out of some of the Monitoring the Future reporting that's been done since the 70s, every year they do look at the 8th, 10th, and 12th graders and look at all kinds of, are they using drugs, are they wearing seat belts, are they engaging in risky behaviors, and they often add what is the newest, latest drug craze. One of the things that they're now seeing is that more young people are starting with marijuana than starting with alcohol, and sometimes then starting with nicotine, that they are aware of the fact that nicotine is harmful, but as the advertising and the legislation leads people to believe that it's a medicine and that it's safe, more kids are having less concern about the safety of it and are certainly now feeling like they can go ahead and use it. And so we're seeing more people using marijuana, and they're using it in more forms than before. So typically we think about people smoking pot, the traditional, in a joint or in a pipe or something like this, but they're using it in the vaporizers. They're using it as edibles, and this is a really big new thing that we have to be worried about. Are those gummy bears or that brownie that they're eating just a regular old package of gummy bears and a regular old brownie, or is it containing something else? So teens are using marijuana in more and more forms. They're using it early, and they're often vaping it, and people think they're smoking.
You know, it's interesting that they're becoming little scientists when it comes to making their own edible gummy products, and getting the recipes online for getting a package of gummy bears or gummy worms and getting the liquids and doing everything they need to do to create this. And part of what the concern that we've always talked about is that you have no idea the potency of what's getting in there or the concentration of what's getting in there, and how much of an impact it really is having.
And because of the different rate of onset of action that we see with the edibles as opposed to something marijuana that is inhaled in some way, if you eat it in an edible or you drink it in a soda that now has marijuana added, or as they're doing in Canada, adding marijuana to beer, we're seeing that the onset of action is much slower, rather than within a few minutes, people getting high. It can take 20 minutes to an hour from an edible before the person actually reaches the high. So in many circumstances, we see that people will have a bite and they don't feel anything, so they have a little bit more and they still don't feel anything, and it tastes pretty good, so they finish the whole thing off, and instead of having a single serving, they are now having 4, 8, 16 servings very quickly, and then suddenly being very overwhelmed with an extremely high level of marijuana. They have no idea.
Well, and I have to think that, sugar is a pretty good trigger for binging all by itself. And so if this is going to be a gummy or a brownie, and there's 3 or 4 brownies there just begging to be eaten,
Right.
It's going to be eaten.
It's a big dilemma.
There was a study a number of years ago that's often talked about, the New Zealand study.
Right.
And that study looked at how regular users of marijuana, on average, were earning about $10,000 less than their parents. And it's a study that's been touted a lot of times, and so it gets kind of questioned in terms of their research methods and blah, 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 and trying to kind of dismissed by the smoking community. So what was nice to see is that there's another study that's basically confirming the same thing. This one is out of California, the University of California, Davis Health Systems, and this one almost identical results. The research study followed children from birth to age 38 and found that people who smoke marijuana 4 or more days of the week over many years ended up in a lower social class than their parents, with lower paying, less skilled, and less prestigious jobs than those who were not smoking marijuana. So that is practically identical to the New Zealand study.
Right.
So really kind of confirming. And I think it's the things we've talked about. It impacts motivation, impacts drive, impacts willingness to do what it takes to learn what
Something
you need
hard.
to know to become a doctor or scientist.
And the other piece of that is that the New Zealand study that looked at the people over 30 or more years, and they did 3 IQ tests over this period of time, and on average, people who are using marijuana consistently, and even those that used it for a while and then stopped, on average had a decrease of at least 8 points in their IQ. Now, for some people, missing 8 points, if you've got an IQ of 150, that's not going to be hardly even...
You'll still be a genius.
You'll still be a genius. But if someone has an IQ of 100 or less, and as our listeners probably know, 100 is average. So half of the population has less than 100, and half of the population has more than 100. But if you're hovering around that level or lower, that's a significant impact on your ability to learn, to remember, and to be able to be capable of doing some of the more advanced work that our current world is requiring of people. So it stands to reason that chronic users are going to see a bigger impact. And this is some of the first generations that we've seen where young people are less successful than their parents. The American dream has always been that the children are going to do better, that the parents are going to make sacrifices, that the opportunities are hopefully going to be there, and that families work really hard to make sure that their children have what they need to be successful. And that's traditionally not just the American dream, but the American reality. And now with some of these studies, we're seeing not so much anymore. Really frightening. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to look at cannabis. It really does matter how young you are when you start. So please stay tuned.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back. This is Detailing Addiction. I'm Dr. Susan Blank. You're listening to America's Web Radio. Today, David Donaldson is here with me from the Atlanta Healing Center, and we're looking at the effects of nicotine and marijuana and different ways in which it's affecting particularly our young people. So before the break, we were talking about impact on education levels and success, and that people who use regularly, and that was considered 4 or more times per week, were shown to have significantly less success than their peers and also less success than their parents, which is an unusual thing to happen here in the U.S. So one of the other things that I think is something to really think about is that the younger you start using marijuana, the greater the chance that it is going to have a significant impact. And that sounds like a duh, but really there's a difference between somebody starting at age 13 than somebody starting at age 17 or in their 20s. There's a big difference. And this study at the University of Montreal that was released back in May of 2018 shows that the odds of developing any drug abuse symptoms by the age of 28 was reduced by 31% for each year of delayed onset of cannabis use as an adolescent. So if you are starting to use cannabis, starting to smoke it before the age of 15, you are going to have a significant increased chance that you are going to not just have a cannabis problem, but a drug problem in general. And that you can really improve your odds of doing better by delaying even until you're 17, 18. Certainly by the age of 21, there's a big, big difference.
Yeah, we would definitely encourage getting to the age 21.
For sure.
For sure. And that just completely validates what we see. I mean, when we see people with opiate addiction, when we see people with alcoholism, they started with marijuana. It used to be they started with smoking cigarettes, but now what we're hearing is their first exposure after Ritalin or Adderall in school was marijuana.
These kids, they started looking at them in Montreal. They had 1,000 boys that they followed starting in the early 80s, and every year between ages 13 up through age 28, they were asking them about their use of cannabis, then their use of other drugs, including hallucinogens and cocaine, amphetamines, barbiturates, tranquilizers, heroin, inhalants, very common drugs, unfortunately, that we see kids using. And the study showed not only did they have a problem with marijuana if they started before the age of 17, but they had a significant increased chance that they are going to have trouble with all of the drugs, not just marijuana. And you certainly don't want to start before age 15, and if you can wait to age 28, you are golden. It's probably not going to be that detrimental.
Part of what always strikes the patients and their families when you lecture about marijuana is when you talk about our cannabinoid receptor sites, and that we have them there to get the feeling of satisfaction from a job well done, from putting in a good workout or being a part of a team and having all of that, the adrenaline from a good practice, and you get your cannabinoids filled from that satisfaction, and marijuana takes over and fills that without doing any work. And so for these young people, the idea of working to get this feeling versus just smoking a little bit to get this feeling, it's a really impactful lecture for them to hear. Part of, again, the science videos, what they were talking about with the cannabinoid receptors is that what we're finding is that they're so crucial in the learning, in the laying down of learning, the taking of information from one synapses to another and putting it into long-term memory.
Right.
So the studies are verifying that people who are smoking marijuana have issues with short-term and long-term memory.
Right.
And basically because the receptors that they need open to pass that information along are blocked by the THC.
And because THC is fat-soluble as opposed to water-soluble, which most drugs of misuse are, because it's fat-soluble, it's going to hang around in our brain because we've got a lot of fat in our brain. So even though the person may not be actively under the influence, meaning feeling high, they're still under the influence in terms of the alcohol, or not alcohol.
The marijuana.
The marijuana is stored in the fat in their brain and is still having this long-term impact. Because we talked about the pleasure center, and certainly marijuana releases that with, finger in your ear and finger on the top of your head. But when you look at pictures of the cannabinoid system in our brain, it is virtually everywhere in our brain. So whether it's learning a motor skill like playing soccer or riding a bike, whether it's visual and verbal skills, whether it's memory, whether it's studying for your science class or learning to play the violin, all of these regions of the brain are involved, and our endocannabinoid system is there for us to be able to, like you said, David, be rewarded for doing these hard things and being persistent. It takes a lot of work to learn to play soccer. It takes a lot of work to learn to play the violin, and there's lots more disappointments than highs, but the endocannabinoid receptors and system is there to keep us going, to keep us motivated to do these things. And unfortunately, when you smoke pot or you ingest pot in some way, what happens is this system is just overwhelmed. They're getting such a huge dose from the marijuana, much more so than our normal system is. Almost immediately you can tell the difference in kids who started smoking pot. And what's ironic is they're often then carted off to their pediatrician or maybe a child psychologist or psychiatrist, and they're labeled with ADD because suddenly they're forgetful and they don't care and they're not motivated and they don't want to go to school and they don't want to go to soccer practice and they don't want to hang out with their friends anymore, and they're not interested in anything but hanging out, playing video games, and not doing the things they used to do. So immediately get diagnosed as being depressed, or more likely with sudden onset of ADD, and put on a stimulant to help them be a little more motivated. And it's just a pattern that you see over and over again. It's really frightening to me. This particular drug scares me almost more than heroin, in the fact that the huge impact this can have on our society.
Well, and especially when you see such a push coming from so many different directions to make it legal and to make it a crop for Georgia farmers, realizing that there is so much bigger of an impact from this substance economically for all of us than what's really being talked about. Another study, speaking of marijuana getting in your system and hanging around for a long time, this one was looking at mothers who were breastfeeding. So this study looked at 54 samples from 50 women who were using marijuana either daily, weekly, or sporadically, with inhalation being their primary method of intake. And what it found was that components of marijuana in 63% of the breast milk samples was found in 63% of the samples for up to 6 days after inhaling.
Wow. 6 days. Again, because there's a lot of fat in breast milk, by the way.
Well, I figured that was about something to say when we were talking about the fatty brains, that there are other areas of our body that contain a lot of fat. But if you figure it's still in there 6 days later, the concentration that's in there at day 1 or day 2 must be significantly high.
And it is a substance that we know easily crosses the blood-brain barrier. And that's a very interesting thought, that marijuana is a small enough molecule that it can certainly get into adult brains or adolescent brains. It can get into the brains of infants even before they're born. And there was another study that looked at what happens when mothers have been smoking marijuana or using marijuana when they're pregnant, and this impact that's happening. This comes from the Harvard School of Public Health, looking at children whose mothers smoked marijuana, showing that there is a strong predictor that if the mother started using while she was pregnant or during the first 12 years of the child's life, so not just in utero but just being around it, that their children are much more likely to use marijuana and much more likely, unfortunately again, to use it at an earlier age. And this study was looking at over 4,000 children and 2,500 mothers, and they monitored these children up to the age of 18, I believe, and found that this very high rate of childhood and adolescent cannabis use when they were exposed either in utero or because their mothers were smoking around the children before the age of 12. So, scary, scary stuff.
But and definitely part of what we've known with alcohol and with nicotine is that in a household where there's a more permissive attitude from the parents towards the use of these substances, that you're likely to see teenagers and older children starting at a much younger age. And so it just stands to reason that the same would be true for moms that are indulging in marijuana, that they're going to have a more permissive attitude around it as the kids are growing up.
And possibly some earlier in utero or in breast milk actual exposure.
Changing of their brains.
Changing of their brains at a very early age. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about kids' brains and the use of drugs and alcohol. Thanks so much for listening.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction on America's Web Radio. Please join us at 4 p.m. on Tuesday afternoons.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back. This is Detailing Addiction. I'm Dr. Susan Blank. This is America's Web Radio. Today with me in studio is David Donaldson from the Atlanta Healing Center, and we've been looking at what happens when young people are exposed to marijuana, tobacco, nicotine, and we've talked a little bit about alcohol. And we focus primarily on children and adolescents, but I think another population that we need to have some level of concern, and that is our college-age young adults. This is certainly a time in many people's lives when they have more freedom. They can drive. They can have less limits in terms of curfew, and if they're living outside the home, they're going to certainly have less adult supervision. No offense to those people that are in the young adult age, but our brain doesn't let us be adults until we're in our mid to late 20s. So we're calling that age the adults, and everything less than that, young adults. So this was an interesting study that was...
so it's another one of the results from the Monitoring the Future study, yes, looking at the results from the 2017 group. And what this one was recognizing, looking at college-age students, whether they're attending or not attending college, and what this one found was that non-college attending young adults aged 19 to 22 were much more likely to be daily or nearly daily marijuana users. The use among non-college young adults continued to rise from previous Monitoring the Year studies to the highest level in 2017 at 13.2%.
Were daily users?
Daily or nearly daily users. And the amount of them reporting past month use had gone up as well. Interesting, the ones who are in college, they had a significantly higher use of alcohol than the ones that were not in college. I would think that the alcohol use would be pretty even, although as you think about it, alcohol use is a peer rivalry. Come on, let's go do this.
Right.
Substance for that age group.
Right, a rite of passage.
Rite of passage.
We certainly see that many college campuses really struggle with the use of alcohol. Very much a part of many colleges' Greek programs.
Cultures, yeah.
As well as football games and other sporting events, that tailgating and pre-game partying using alcohol is a really big deal.
So part of what really strikes me about this one in particular is that part of what we know with long-term marijuana use is that they have a tendency to have issues with anxiety.
Correct.
Whether it creates its own anxiety disorder or they lose their ability to cope without it, and so that looks like anxiety. Anxiety tends to be an issue that they begin to deal with in their late 20s, early 30s. And part of what I'm noticing, people who have anxiety oftentimes will look, they'll just avoid things. And they'll look like they're just being passive or just have lack of interest or just unwilling to try things in a frustrating way. But what they're experiencing is anxiety. And it could be secondary to marijuana use. It could have turned into its own real issue, but it's having a critical impact on a lot of people. And so recognizing that one of the consequences from this whole lifetime progression of marijuana use is increased isolation, increased anxiety, increased inability to self-soothe, recognize actual adequate pain levels. I mean, the consequences just continue to mount as a person ages through this.
And one of the things that we often talk about is the idea that when you start using drugs and alcohol as a way to get through life, whether that's to cope with anxiety or help you sleep or help you feel better in a situation than you normally would, whatever situation you're in, you stop developing your own internal coping skills. Now, most adolescents are awkward and fearful and have a lot of body image issues and self-criticism. And we see that this is kind of a normal thing in terms of growing up. Relationships are difficult. They don't have the skill set to talk to boys or talk to girls. They are often really struggling with how do they get their voices heard and how do they ask for what they need and how do they set boundaries. All of these things are tasks that you learn through adolescence and young adulthood. And that's part of the work. It's not just growing taller and passing high school. It's learning to deal with anxiety and stress and relationships and self-esteem. When they start using drugs and alcohol at such an early age, to very quickly change how they're feeling, modulate their mood or take away their anxiety, they don't learn the skills. They get arrested, if you will, at that whatever age they began using something regularly. We see this all the time. Here are these young adults and some adults that look at the appropriate age, and they're certainly dressed appropriately and have nice vocabularies, but they don't have the skills to, as you say, self-soothe. They don't have the ability to negotiate relationships, and they often have this failure to launch that many of our parents report, that the kids just don't want to leave home.
And they just don't leave home.
And they don't leave home.
It's a just kind of a comfortable sitting in their situation, not dealing with the stress or strains of life that they need to in order to go on and be successful.
And what's interesting is that it doesn't seem to occur to the patient or their family that they don't really have the skills to do this. They don't really know how to take care of themselves, and they don't really know how to modulate their mood or deal with stress. And so they just don't. They just kind of stay in the basement and seem very content with not venturing out and living a fully actualized adult life.
Time for another show looking at how often parents will adjust to that. And,
yes.
And parents will begin just assuming that their child is not going to ever be out of their house, and they start planning for how they're going to take care of this person after they're gone. Modifying their own lives in order to take care of this person that's just not lunching.
Yes. It's a very important topic, and it's not a rarity anymore. It's certainly not. We see lots of lots of situations where the young person may need to come back home or live at home for a while as they're working their program of recovery and getting back on their feet and making amends and getting back into school and doing some of these things where they do need the family's help to be able to accomplish recovery. And that happens, but we also see situations where the young people just are unable and many times unwilling to leave home and to assume an adult life.
And the resources really aren't there.
Correct.
I mean, if they have full-fledged diagnosed addiction and they're going into treatment and then a halfway house, and the treatment providers are really taking over. But if they're just kind of meandering through life and not launching, then it's kind of people become kind of stuck in that place.
And families, as you say, adjust, adapt, and rescue, and the real problem is not addressed, which is often that the young person has no idea how to negotiate life in an adult way because it was arrested, that part of growing and developing as an adolescent didn't happen for them, and they don't know how to deal with relationships, and they don't know how to deal with being responsible, showing up on time for work, and asking for a job, and going through a frustrating time of, I don't really like this job, but I really need the money, so I got to figure out how to...
I'm going to keep doing it until I find a new job, rather than just walking away and...
saying, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
It's an interesting phenomenon, and it is something that I think does develop, at least in some part, from young people starting to use drugs and alcohol at a very early age. So our take-home message is, please make sure that you are able to know where your kids are and encourage them to live a clean and sober life so that their brains and their ability to launch is where we are. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you all next week on Detailing Addiction.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
Cook Immigration Partners is your passport through the immigration maze. Whether it's help with E-Verify in your business, or help in how to document a new employee under the new I-9 rules, or if you marry a foreign national, Cook Immigration Partners is your best choice for a legal advocate. Call us today at 866-286-6200. That's 866-286-6200, or visit us on the web at www.immigration.net.
45 years of experience is behind the most trusted name in auto transportation. Passport Transport, the first and finest today. That's why Passport Transport is the preferred auto transport for major auto manufacturers, concours, museums, tours, and collectors, and should be your choice from across the state to across the country. When you have the need, go to PassportTransport.com and enjoy the peace of mind referenced experience will give you. Passport Transport.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction and medical director of the Atlanta Healing Center. Please join me on Tuesday afternoons at 4 p.m.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening, Tom. Thank you.
Very qualified man, been under 6, now going on 7 FBI investigations. He has been sitting on the second highest court of the land. He has nothing in his history of I don't know how many years of practice of having any women coming out and accusing him. He's shown no patterns of this behavior. What say you?
Well, I got to tell you, I'm watching this in amazement. And just having come back from Alaska, which is supposed to be the heart and soul of America, the belief in freedom, the belief in innocent until proven guilty. Unfortunately, when I got back, it looks like we have joined the ranks of North Korea, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, countries of that nature, which are proven guilty until proven innocent. You are assumed guilty in those countries. And the Democrats in this particular situation have taken our jurisprudence. If you look up the definition, innocent until proven guilty, it's the basis and the foundation of what this country was founded on. We went through this system where it doesn't work. The Inquisition, remember that? Well, nobody was here for that, but I can tell you it wasn't a happy time in American history.
I wish they still taught American history, but go ahead.
So what you're looking at now is, unfortunately, Democrats basically hijacking the entire judicial system, the Congress, the Senate, and the Republicans, the spineless, I guess, let's just say elected officials that we retained to represent the country, have somehow or another thrown all of that out the window. I mean, just look at what Joe Biden said. When they went through the FBI report regarding Clinton.
With and Justice Thomas.
We basically saw at that particular point in time that the FBI report is questions. It's not answers. And that's where this whole thing falls apart. Are the senators and the congressmen that silly and that ridiculous that they think a 7th FBI investigation is going to help get to the bottom of something that never happened?
Well, Mark, first of all, you know as well as anybody, it's darn near impossible to prove a negative. But the reality here, and tell me if you agree with me, is this isn't the Democrats caring so much for, oh no, there may be a victim out there. This is the Democrats that are stalling because they lost in 2016, and their last bastion of hope for passing their legislation is the judicial branch. And they're scared to death that they're about to lose it.
Yeah, I mean, Vic, I just find that the whole, if anybody had actually read the case where they're going after Kavanaugh on, I mean, let's face it, I don't think there's an American in this country that believes that this is because this guy may have done something in college or in high school. That's just, listen, that's wallpaper. That smells from the high heavens. What they're going after him on is Roe v. Wade. And if any one of these knuckleheads would have taken a look for 5 seconds and looked at his decision, I think it was October 24th of 2017, Rochelle Garza versus Hargan, who was the Secretary of Health and Human Services, where an unaccompanied minor was asking for an on-demand abortion, like Dish Network. But he was in the dissent. And the critical portion of this is they went, like everybody else does, NBC and MSNBC, CNN, they took parts of what they wanted. What they didn't do is they didn't read the decision. And the decision was very clear. And I quote, he says, in his dissent, all parties to this case recognize Roe v. Wade as Planned Parenthood versus Casey as precedents we must follow. He objected to this particular case based on other grounds, which are really not relevant here. But no one ever talks about the fact that he's already stated in an opinion. I mean, the guy's rendered, I think, 359 opinions. Every one of his cases that went to the Supreme Court were followed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he clerked for Kennedy. I mean, you can't get any higher of a judicial mind than this guy. I mean, Ruth Ginsburg Bader is flying off the handle. She doesn't even know what planet she's on, let alone what day it is.
That's true.
So you're going to put somebody with a great mind on that court.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you it's a life appointment, yes. But what is the basis for being on the court? Does this mean that if you push somebody in grade school that you shouldn't be on the court anymore?
No. Well, the basis should be your judicial foundation. The basis should be, hey, you have a history of making constitutional decisions or constitutional reasoning, and he's qualified.
Well, and Victor and Mark, what disturbs me is some of these statements from these leading Democrats. If you take them at face value, they threaten the very fabric of freedom enjoyed by the U.S. You know, their hatred for Trump and the fact they lost the 2016 election, it blinds them from this unpleasant truth that they are espousing the same fascist views they profess to fight. I mean, they have thrown due process out the window. They're harassing Ted Cruz. In fact, while we've been on the air here, Ted Cruz just got ricin sent to him, it looks like, at his office, and they tried to send some to the Pentagon, too. I've saw somewhere where Kavanaugh's house was vandalized. I can't verify if that was true or not. People are putting up so much fake news right now, it's hard to keep track of what's true or not.
I think the people have lost faith in the news. The people who actually think and use their brain cells or use their heads for other than a hat stand, they see what's going on here. This is the same kind of polling that they did before the election when they said Trump has no chance to win. They polled the people where they have no brain cells. Or they went to their particular boys in blue and said, hey, what do you think? Is he going to win? Who are you voting for?
Mm-hmm. So at the end of the week, it looks, this investigation. In fact, I don't actually have a big problem with Flake asking for the extra week because the ABA, the American Bar Association, several other people came out, or organizations came out, and they said, you know what, let's have an FBI investigation, and the ABA is one that had been one of Kavanaugh's biggest endorsements. So at the quickest vote, it would have been probably Monday or Tuesday. It would have been yesterday or today.
Right, and then there has to be closure, I guess, by the Senate.
Right. So we're looking by the end of the. To me, if we go ahead and get the vote done by the end of the week or for part of next week, it'll have cost us 3 or 4 days. It's too late to nominate somebody else and have them done before the election. So we're all in with Kavanaugh right now. Let the investigation run its course, and if that's what Flake needs to be a yes, or if that's what Manchin or Heitkamp or some of the Democrat senators in red states need to make them say that, okay, he has been vetted, I am going to be a yes on this, then I'm fine with that if it's a week delay. I'm okay with that. How about you, Mark?
Well, I can tell you, I know you guys were discussing this before. Senator Lindsey Graham, for the first time, he wowed me. He actually spoke his mind, and he spoke his mind as if he actually cared.
Yeah.
And that was kind of refreshing.
He
always sounds like a soundbite, and here he was with real emotion. Mm-hmm. And they were complaining about Kavanaugh being emotional. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Yeah. After, 36 years in public life, mm-hmm. after being a part of Ken Starr's team that convicted Clinton, mm-hmm. they investigated those guys inside and out. They probed them inside and out. And they didn't find anything because they wanted that to end. But no one's talking about that. No one's saying anything about the fact that he's been investigated, the investigated.
Oh, there's no question.
How much can you investigate something before you finally say, there's nothing there?
We are finding that out, and I'm sure the Democrats would like to investigate until after the November 6th election. And here's the funny thing. Even if Republicans lose the Senate November 6th, there's nothing really stopping them from having a vote November 12th for the Senate. I mean, that would be one of the most dastardly deeds ever done by an outgoing Senate. But, I mean, if the Democrats are going to play, we need to fight fire with fire, right?
Well, remember, this is a delay.
I think we might have lost Mark.
I think we lost Mark, but he'll call back in a second. But remember, this is not only a delay tactic. This is a tactic for them to just hold up a court and hopefully hold it up until 2020.
Yeah, we know, because obviously if they win the Senate, they are not going to seat anybody for a vote unless Trump nominated Merrick Garland. Then they may approve that message. But yeah, they will be happy having a 4-4 Supreme Court situation, having only 8 justices for 2 years. Because frankly, we did that to them. So we know what they're going to do.
I'll tell you something about Garland. Obama knew that he wasn't going to get Garland through. I can promise you, if he thought that he was going to be able to get a Supreme Court justice through, he would never have chosen Garland.
Who would you think he would have chosen? Somebody that actually appreciated the Second Amendment?
He would have gone to a far left. Now, Obama would have gone far, far left if he thought he could have got someone.
The biggest problem I saw with Obama was he's the only guy I know, other than kind of Hirono, who could speak out of both sides of their mouth while speaking and smiling.
Hirono from Hawaii, the senator who told men to shut up.
With the planet, she would have been thrown off of Pluto, and that's not even a planet anymore.
Yeah, and strategically, I think this is going to backfire, because I have seen so many of my friends fired up now. Lindsey Graham, I was saying before you came on, Mark, that he came in, it's like a halftime football coach that just lit his players anew, lit fire under their asses there, and said, all right, you guys are going to, get out there and you're going to knock the hell out of the other team. That's kind of what I felt like. And I saw a lot of friends on social media suddenly become invigorated. Everybody was out doing door-to-door last week. And I think that the Democrat war on men is absolutely going to cost them the Senate. And we'll just have to see what happens in the House.
I can tell you the other thing that is the downside here is that victims of actual sexual assault, there usually is a significant delay in when they report it. A lot of it's based on embarrassment. Right. There's some physiological things that go on. But the problem is that when these allegations come up from Blasey Ford, Christine, and I watched her testimony in its entirety. She was believable, except there's something called fake memories. And then we look at Swetnick, who was absolutely, I just got to tell you, if there was gang rapes at a party and she went back 10 times, she's either an imbecile, an idiot, or just telling a lie.
You know what they're saying now?
It makes no sense whatsoever what she said.
Yeah, that one and Ramirez. Neither of those two were
sexual victims now, women who are sexually assaulted, are now going to see this going on. And they're not going to come forward. And when they do come forward, they're going to be looked at through the rose-colored glass of the stupidity of what's going on now as a direct result of the Democratic Party doing this. This was calculated, folks.
Well, see,
this was not something that miraculously took place.
It was coordinated. And
her going back for 10 times, that was research, don't you know? That's going to be the line.
Yeah, well, she's not even, I don't even think the FBI is going to interview here. We got to take our midpoint break. Mark, hang out with us on the other side. We want to talk a little bit more about the prosecuting attorney that the Republicans brought in. I thought their strategy as far as bringing an outside party in was actually a good one, and I think that by letting Dr. Ford testify and put her side out there without bashing her and without attacking her, I think that's actually effective. I want to hear your opinion of that, and let us know what you think. Feel free to send me a tweet at Greg's List Live or reach out to me and Victor on Facebook. We'll see you on the other side.
Cook Immigration Partners is your passport through the immigration maze. Whether it's help with E-Verify in your business, or help in how to document a new employee under the new I-9 rules, or if you marry a foreign national, Cook Immigration Partners is your best choice for a legal advocate. Call us today at 866-286-6200. That's 866-286-6200, or visit us on the web at www.immigration.net.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And welcome back to America's Web Radio. You're listening to Greg's List. Victor Armendariz, Greg Williams, and we're here with attorney Mark Coleman, a former prosecutor in New York. Mark, let me get your opinion of Rachel Mitchell, who was brought in. She was a prosecutor in Arizona. She was brought in to represent Republicans when the Dr. Blasey Ford was testifying. I was not able to watch this live, but I was able to watch it afterwards and read some of the aftermath. Well, I think she did. I think it was a good move for Republicans not to have a bunch of old white men bashing this witness and bringing in a female witness who now has since also written a 5-page memorandum saying that no reasonable prosecutor would even bring charges in this case. So why don't you critique her performance, I guess, in the beginning, and whether or not you think that was a good strategy from the Republicans?
Well, I can tell you this much from the standpoint of my 30 years of litigation experience. I don't know if they let her know before this that her questions would be broken up into 5-minute segments, because it seemed like she had a major difficulty trying to get to the questions that she needed to get and sort of a flow. Normally a prosecutor, when they question a witness, has a certain flow. It's basically a trial flow to, discern whether or not they're telling you the truth and to get to certain follow-up questions. When you're breaking in between with, commercials for, Christine, you're so brave, you're everything else, and then now back to our prosecutor.
And breaks for Coke and a smile.
I listened to her testimony intently in its entirety. I believe something happened to her. I think what she does have, I've heard rumors about this, that she somehow is tied to Planned Parenthood and Big Pharma with the abortion pill. I don't know if that has been, discussed or if that's been proven to be correct. In this day and age, the only thing you need is an allegation. You don't really need any proof anymore.
Yeah, we found that out.
If you're a Republican man being accused, then yes, that's all you need is an accusation.
Well, there's definitely two standards of justice here. And I think it's clear to the people of any planet that the Democrats have a different standard when it comes to the Democrats or when it comes to a Republican.
Well, let me ask you this, Mark. When I watched the hearing, I thought Ford was credible if you base it on emotions, but when you really pay attention, there's so many holes. I don't think she has an ounce of credibility on accusing.
Credibility is two things. One is, how is your story being told? I always ask my jurors when I get in there, I say, do you guys believe when somebody swears to tell the truth that they're going to tell you the truth? And they think for a second, and some of them say, well, maybe not. You know, obviously, not for nothing, I can tell you that the investigation needs to happen is the two attorneys who represented her. First of all, she didn't realize that she could have had this done in private in her California area.
And they didn't tell
her. That not being communicated to her is a huge breach of legal ethics.
Well, Mark,
despite many other things that went on with these guys.
She didn't know she was afraid of flying until the hearing day.
This is a scary time in America. This really is. You know, you have a very well-qualified Supreme Court justice who has been nominated, and it's not about whether or not he's qualified anymore. It's about whether or not Trump nominated him. It has nothing to do about his qualifications, because if it was, this would be the same way that Kagan got in, that a bunch of Republicans voted for her, and we knew she was a flaming liberal. But that discourse is gone. What goes on now is it's political gamesmanship. And it's basically fueled by the media, who we used to call that the lapdog for Obama. They're now the lapdog for the DNC.
Oh, they're another wing of the Democrat Party.
Well, they're just the hate Trump wing. I think that the Democrats obviously have been fortunate to always have the media on their side, but in this case, you know, Trump's verbal attacks against the media, they're kind of running their own show at this stage, and I'm not sure if Trump is becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy with the media hating him because the way he's been attacking him, or whether or not he's just responding to what's a blatant bias. But Mark, can you kind of critique whether or not you thought it was a good strategy, whether or not you thought the prosecutor did a good job?
The strategy, first of all, became a good strategy because of the fact that they didn't seem to want to attack her.
Right.
You know, if you attack a witness, you look like you're challenging the witness, and the jury, which is now the American public, has sympathy for her. So they didn't do that. They brought in a seasoned sex crimes prosecutor. I am guaranteeing you that she was kind of not happy about the 5 minutes, because you really can't establish a rhythm.
Right.
But I don't think she elicited anything that would really become relevant. The fact that the four people she named basically came back and said, we either have no recollection of this at all, or we never took place in this, and there's standards of proof when you have a trial. And I understand this is not a trial, but it has become a Democratic trial against Kavanaugh.
Yep.
So you need evidence, corroborative evidence. And to date, not anything I've seen so far corroborates anything other than the fact that Kavanaugh probably was not there.
Right.
And was there a party? We don't even know that, because she doesn't know the date, the time, the house.
She doesn't know.
And some of the things that the prosecutor pointed out with the graphics, where she didn't drive at the time, she's 15, and she claims she got home. She doesn't remember how she got home. There's not a person on the planet who drove her home who said, hey, I drove her home from the party, she was really upset.
Yeah.
Or I drove her home from the party, she was really drunk. There's been nothing to that effect.
Right.
And that kind of leads me to believe that the absent anything astonishing, and I think if the Republicans give this another week or two, I'm sure there'll be some more people coming out of the woodwork claiming that, he was the last Messiah, and that's the guy.
Yeah.
So, the reality is that there's not a shred or a scintilla of evidence so far that makes him not qualified for the Supreme Court.
Well, I'll tell you this, Mark. If this vote happens on Friday, or if they move to have the vote, then there's no telling what will come out of the woodwork. And I hate to say it, but it's going to be made up, more made up allegations.
Yeah. Well, I think they're going to set it. They said you have 1 week for the FBI investigation. We haven't really seen much come out. We've seen some people that looks like they may have had axes to grind with Kavanaugh say, "Oh yeah, he used to drink. He threw ice at a freaking bar in 1985." We're seeing like small ball that they're throwing out at him. If they go and put this,
they're going to go back to grade school and his birth. when the doctor slapped him, and he might have slapped the doctor back.
And this is 45 years. And then at this point, we're 45-year memories, so I'm sure those are reliable. But there's going to be a vote on Thursday or Friday, and we're going to see what happens. We're going to see if Flake flakes out. We're going to see if Murkowski and Collins hold the line. We're going to see if Manchin from West Virginia. McCaskill now says she's a no, but she's going to start seeing her poll numbers and maybe change her mind. A lot of these red state Democrats are under heavy pressure. If they want to keep their coveted Senate jobs, then they need to approve Trump's appointee. And we, I think, need this as a win for Republicans to head into the November 6th elections. I personally think Trump should have nominated Amy Comey Barrett. I would have nominated her just to put the Democrats in the horrible position to have to be slandering a woman right before the elections. And if we hold the Senate November 6th, then we have all the time in the world to nominate whoever the hell we want for the Supreme Court. So that's just my strategic opinion on that.
I got a solution for the whole problem. I say that Trump should nominate Hillary. And the reason why he should nominate Hillary is because
finally be vetted,
we would get an investigation on Uranium One, Benghazi, and the Clinton Foundation, and God knows how many other things she's been involved with. But we get an investigation finally.
Well, they would suddenly change their tune, Mark, and they would.
Yeah, well,
you would be
investigation's only good for the Republicans.
Exactly. They would come up with some kind of. It would be something to the effect of you cannot victimize a woman with an investigation because that's.
As I said before, I think the Democrats have really done a disservice to people who women or men who have been sexually assaulted.
Oh, no doubt.
They have made this a circus, and they have really deflated people who would actually have reported sexual assaults after having an incident. And now they're going to look at this and say, are you kidding me? Do I want to go through this?
Well, look at this, Mark. There's a sitting congressman from Minnesota right now who has allegations against him, and
Ellis.
Exactly,
Mr. Ellison,
and the allegations have been. There is corroborating evidence, but yet, when you look at the Democrats, nothing to see here. Move on, move along.
He apparently beat the snot out of her.
Absolutely, and there's a witness.
Dragged her through the hole or something.
And the son was a witness, so there is corroborating stories here. There's things to back it up.
I can tell you, as a citizen of New York, I am absolutely embarrassed when I hear Gillibrand open up her mouth and say he's guilty.
Yeah.
She has no proof, no anything, and she's guilty.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, do you even have the enough of a spine to say, let me see the evidence, or it doesn't matter? This is what's very interesting. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, we have not talked about his record. I think it's 359 decisions that he's made. We've talked about only an allegation, unproven allegations, unsupported allegations, with nothing to back them up, and that became the focus. And I think Schumer said it best. He will do everything in his power to stop this nomination. Doesn't matter whether it's right, wrong, or anything else.
No, they don't care about right or wrong because
they care about defeating Trump. They think that this is energizing their base, and they will go 2 years without. If they do win the Senate, we'll have 8 justices on the Supreme Court for 2 years. I mean that's their strategy, and that's their end game. And frankly, it'll be a disservice to the American people. But they really don't care. Lindsey Graham said it best: "Y'all want power, don't you? I hope to God you never get it."
I mean, it's true.
I am praying to God that these people who would completely issue due process
better be careful, because when Harry Reid changed the rules for a simple majority, he was warned about something like this.
Yeah, he said this works on both sides.
Listen then.
Yeah.
And the Democrats have now set the standard. What is it? Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go really, really low.
Well, Obama said, take it to their face. And, I mean, this is something the Democrat Party, if you pay attention and look at what they're saying and what they're doing, because oftentimes
Democrats have dug a hole that it will take generations to get themselves out of.
Well, if the American people, the blue-collar worker, the old blue dog Democrats, if these guys are paying attention, and if women, you said it earlier, Mark, now the women are looking at this and should be looking at this going, do I want my son to be accused? Do I want my loved, my husband, my son, my nephew to be accused? I mean, they really need to pay attention to that. Mark, we're going to go to our next break here. Hang on for a minute. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on. Video.
45 years of experience is behind the most trusted name in auto transportation. Passport Transport, the first and finest today. That's why Passport Transport is the preferred auto transport for major auto manufacturers, concours, museums, tours, and collectors, and should be your choice from across the state to across the country. When you have the need, go to PassportTransport.com and enjoy the peace of mind referenced experience will give you. Passport Transport.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. PatientCareFoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back, America's Web Radio. You are tuned into Common Sense Radio. And Mark, what I was saying going into break is, I mean, how many women are out there looking at their sons going, all someone has to do is make an accusation and my son's life is ruined, or my husband's life is ruined, or my nephew's life is ruined. We don't want to go down this road. And Mark, you said it earlier. What about real victims? This is such a disservice to real victims, and if we go down this road and they take out Kavanaugh, then every white male is open to an accusation and their life being ruined.
Yeah, I mean, it's too late for going down the road. We're halfway there, if not three-quarters of the way there.
That's true.
They have really put a dent in all of the gains that we have made in the last 30 years in terms of sexual assault and reporting it. And their selfishness and their self-righteous abilities to try to gain power is, not only is it intolerable, but it should be objectionable to every American. The rights of women, who they touted to be the protectors of, they have literally destroyed in the last 3 weeks. They have taken it to a new low, and they have made it where an allegation is sufficient to charge someone.
Right.
That's a real dangerous thing. Like I said earlier on, they do that in North Korea, Saudi Arabia, Somalia. Are those the countries we want to mimic? Are those the company that we want to keep in our judicial system?
No, they don't. And you know, I think they've really degraded our judicial system because of their hatred for Trump, you know, and they cannot get over that. Kavanaugh, whether or not, who knows what his predilection was prior to this, but I imagine when he gets on the Supreme Court, you know, he's probably going to be a little bit more sympathetic to conservative causes than he was just because of what he's gone through. Now, I do think he's going to be smart enough that his opinions are going to be...
Here's the other thing.
Right?
They have literally, and this is probably just this is going to be a consequence for the rest of his life, whether or not he gets on the Supreme Court or not. He has daughters who are 10 years old. What do you think this is doing to his family? Do we really... The Democrats don't care? Are they that insensitive? He coaches girls basketball. You think he's ever going to be able to do that again? I mean... They have literally taken this guy, dragged him through the mud, drawn and quartered him, and hung him out to dry for absolutely no reason other than they can't stand Trump.
Well, they can't stand Trump, and they want power. And it's like I mentioned before, the Democrats are terrified right now because they're seeing their Supreme Court, the judicial branch of the government, they're seeing that slip away from their grasp. Remember, Obama had 8 years, and they had visions of Clinton having 8 years, and that would have probably solidified the Supreme Court to an activist Supreme Court. Now that's slipping away because, let's face it, Trump has Kavanaugh. And if he doesn't have Kavanaugh, he's going to hopefully have Amy.
Yep.
And then he's going to get reelected, hopefully. And he will, at the minimum, have one more, probably two more appointments. So this is what terrifies the Democrats.
Yeah, because it's going to make it even more partisan. I mean, I think, most of the nominees for Supreme Court have been qualified. I think George W. Bush's Harriet Mier, she was vastly underqualified, and that's why she didn't make it through. But what we're going to see is more and more of these justices become partisan. Neil Gorsuch was not fought because he was a replacement for Scalia, and his resume is, unparalleled, and the Democrats realize that they had another hill to die on. Their real hill will be Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but they're trying their best to die on this one. So it's going to be.
They're simply listen. The Democrats have used the Supreme Court for many years in an attempt to legislate. They just don't understand what it is that the court does. The court doesn't legislate. The court interprets what the legislature is supposed to do.
Right.
Now, if the Democrats throughout the Obama years and the Clinton years would have actually done their jobs, there would be no need for the bench to legislate things. And in fact, the founders of this country were very careful about that. That was to be interpretation, not legislation. And maybe the Democrats need to go back and read the dictionary.
Well, the sad thing is the Democrats know very well what the judicial branch is there for. But they've learned over the years that when you can't pass legislatively your agenda, you take it to the Supreme Court and you force it down the American people's throat.
Yeah, well, if anybody has any doubt as to what goes wrong in the judicial system when you put activist judges on, take a look at the Ninth Circuit in California. They're overturned 97% of the time, I think was the last count. I mean, you might as well put monkeys on the bench.
That is an astounding number. 97%. That's a great grade on a paper in chemistry, but not a good one when you're grading.
But you would have the actual grade would be 3.
Yeah. We got 3.
Well, your point, Mark, about you might as well have monkeys on the court, you're right, because it's the Ninth Circus, and they are proud to be overturned.
Did you say circuit or circus?
He said
circus. I said circus. I said it.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. Because you've got a group of activist
judges.
Not a
Freudian slip.
No, it was not. I said it. Because you have justices on the Ninth Circus that are proud to be overturned. It doesn't bother them one iota that they are overturned 97% of the time.
Right, they are proud to make their own laws. They are proud to look at the Constitution as a living, breathing document, that the first 10 amendments don't mean anything. That's what's so scary is the Second Amendment's been hanging on by a 5-4 majority opinion with 2 cases, Heller and McDonald. And that's the scary thing to me. And I do think that the left is also leery about Kavanaugh, who's been a staunch supporter of the Second Amendment. So not only are they paranoid about the 72 Supreme Court decision Roe v. Wade, they really feel like they would never get any of their gun-grabbing missives through with somebody like Kavanaugh on there.
Page 2 of the Dictator's Handbook is remove the weapons from the population.
Yeah. I mean, of course, because people without guns, they really can't fight back an overzealous government.
That's also page 2 from a community organizer's handbook.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm glad we're closer to North Korea, but I'd really not like to be North Korea.
Yeah, besides Trump and Kim Jong-un's budding friendship, we really don't want to go down that route.
Yeah, we want to interject some freedom and liberty over there. We do not want to bring tyranny and despotism to here. And
legitimacy has become a 4-letter word in Washington. It really is. It's disconcerting when you think about the people you send there. And I got to tell you, the Democrats are an amazing messaging machine. They are in lockstep when it comes to messaging. The Republicans, they can't even agree on what day it is. And that's part of the problem. You may have what they call the majority, but Trump is right. there is really no majority if you can't get your party to agree with itself.
Well, Mark, I'm so glad you brought that up, because I want to point out today, because I made a prediction when his name escapes me, but when the guy in Alabama won
Doug Jones,
when he won, and they flipped that seat from Republican to Democrat, I made a prediction that because he stood out and he campaigned that he would vote according to Alabamians. He would not vote according to the Democrat Party. And I made the prediction that that's a load of hogwash. That's bullshit.
Yep.
He will vote with the Democrat Party. Well, today, what is he doing? He's voting with the Democrat Party and said he will vote against Kavanaugh.
Strongly against, what the people in Alabama want.
I would accept the fact that they would vote against him if they had a valid reason.
A valid reason.
That's the problem that I'm having here.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I don't know the guy personally. I've seen his decisions. I've read a lot of his decisions. He's a brilliant jurist. He's a traditional constitutionalist. He does not believe in judicial activism. This guy has all the qualifications to be the brains of the Supreme Court. But yet, because of his political affiliation and the fact that he's nominated by Trump, it's a major deficit in the brain trust here. I don't understand how these Blumenthal especially, that guy gets up there and talks about truth. This is a guy who couldn't remember that he didn't serve in Vietnam when he said he did.
Oh, he completely lied about it.
That makes me laugh every time he gets up there and speaks about the truth needs to come out. Well, he doesn't even know what the truth is in his own life.
He wouldn't know the truth if it slapped him square in the face.
He can't handle the truth.
It's
Greg, that is 2 movie quotes in a week.
And
awesome.
One of the most amazing things in law is if you have to prove something didn't happen, how do you do that?
Right, you can't prove a negative.
There's always some kind of evidence that something happened.
Yeah, and this is 36 years ago. There's no Facebook. There's no social media. But guess what else there isn't? There's no witnesses. There's not one Polaroid picture. These parties had dozens of people at them, and not one person can come forward and corroborate. And if we're going to hang somebody, not metaphorically, with this scant evidence, we are going down a dark path.
Very dark path.
We have gone to a place that I didn't think in America would ever come to fruition.
Right.
We've gone over the edge. The precipice of justice is gone. We founded this country on the concept of justice, not the crown, but justice.
And the concept of presumption of innocence. And they're trying to throw that out the window. Mark, thank you so much for being a guest today. And
thank you guys for the opportunity.
Hey, I want to have you back soon. We're going to go down some more roads dealing with Supreme Court and some other issues that are going to come up.
We're going to have to see what happens next time we talk. We may have Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. I hope we do.
Fantastic show, guys. I appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely. And one thing, Greg, I want to mention going into closing here. Tune in next week because I want to talk about a 17-year-old boy who wrote an article rebuttal on why not to trash Civil War monuments and why not to blow up Stone Mountain.
Kind of like our Democrat gubernatorial candidate here with Stacey Abrams. And that's one of the things that I wanted to finish up on, too, Victor. Yesterday we had a poll come out from Landmark Consulting, 964 respondents for the state of Georgia. This war on men and the Democrats, what they've called the Republican war on women, it's showing up in polling numbers. Right now in Georgia, Brian Kemp has about a 14 or 15-point advantage amongst men, and Stacey Abrams has a 9-point advantage among women. And so, fortunately for the future of Georgia, the current trend means that we're not going to have Socialist Stacey elected in November. We just need to get everybody motivated. But I think that these Kavanaugh hearings had a direct impact on motivating a lot of men and a lot of women to say, look, we do not support this kind of attack, this kind of unwarranted, uncorroborated attack on our folks. So we appreciate you guys tuning in, and I can't wait to have that show next week. And as always, thank you all for listening. You can find us online at americaswebradio.com or tweet at me at Greg's List Live. Victor's, what's your Twitter handle?
So it is Armendariz 2016.
At Armendariz 2016. We'll see you guys next week. You've been listening to Greg's List.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
Cook Immigration Partners is your passport through the immigration maze. Whether it's help with E-Verify in your business, or help in how to document a new employee under the new I-9 rules, or if you marry a foreign national, Cook Immigration Partners is your best choice for a legal advocate. Call us today at 866-286-6200. That's 866-286-6200, or visit us on the web at www.immigration.net.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And welcome to the Business Hour. I'm Ron Camacho, your host. And today's topic is the topic of relationships, particularly family relationships, with a focus on parents and children and the relationship between couples. And to talk about relationships and how to be able to relate better, particularly with those closest to us, I'm very pleased to have Dr. Ann Scheibert, author of the Let's Make a Contract book series, joining us today. Thank you for joining us this morning, Dr. Scheibert, and thanks for shedding light on the important topic of relationships.
You are so welcome. I am so happy to be here with you, Ron.
I might add that on November 21st, Dr. Scheibert will begin hosting her own program, Dr. Ann's Relationship Radio, here on America's Web Radio. So welcome to the America's Web Radio family, Ann.
Oh, thank you. It's such a pleasure for me to be able to do this show.
Well, why don't we start off by sharing with listeners what they can expect to hear when tuning into Dr. Ann's Relationship Radio?
Well, what I'm doing right now is creating a format, and I wouldn't mind listener input. And soon we will have a question page up on on the America's Web Radio website for input if anybody has any. But what I'm thinking about is having the first segment be about a timely topic, such as today's timely topic is lawnmower parenting. So that's a hot one today. And then the next two segments would be having a guest and interviewing them on an array of topics. And then the last segment I would like to devote to answering questions that listeners have written in. And I think that would be an interesting program.
I think that would be a very interesting program because getting that feedback with people posing, we'll call it real challenges, not necessarily problems, but challenges, and having you address those challenges because you've done this for actually many years. In fact, you have a great deal of education in the field of clinical psychology, and you've spent over 25 years working with teens and young adults and families in the areas of chemical dependency, codependency, dual diagnosis, and trauma. And essentially, as a doctor of clinical psychology, working in a major HMO on the West Coast, and in its emergency department, you've done a great deal of psychiatric crisis care. So you're extremely well qualified to have your program, and I think focusing on relationships is going to be helpful to a lot of people. And that's what we're going to talk about a little bit today. In fact, I just offered an overview, but if you want to talk about the range of your practice today and the areas of expertise, why don't you share a little bit of that with us?
Well, I think you've said it all, pretty much. The work in the emergency department has taught me so much over time. I've seen things in the emergency department that I would never have seen in the mental health clinic. So I am also the main trauma specialist in the HMO in our area, and I believe that trauma is sort of an untreated phenomena that we need to be more sensitive to.
Well,
chemical dependency issues and codependency issues. Codependency is an area that seems to be ignored, but I think it is a real serious thing.
Well, in fact, we had a conversation prior to today's program, and I mentioned to you that both a friend and a former guest, Dr. Ken Miller, mentioned to me that in the ER, where he oversees emergency medicine at a very large North Atlanta hospital, he thinks there's a real shortage of support in the area of clinical psychology and counseling for what is coming in the door on an increasing basis. And we'll talk a little bit later about how there are many, many communities which suffer from an epidemic of teenagers experiencing challenges that have led them, or in some cases experimentation that have led them to being drug dependent, and he's seeing a lot of trauma in that area. Is that your experience as well?
Absolutely. It's not just the trauma of the patient. It seems to be the trauma of the family. Of course, trauma is not able to be treated in an emergency department. So I'm very fortunate that I have the mental health clinic to work out of. And I've also become, I'm almost certified in brain spotting, which is a new treatment, fairly new treatment for trauma, and it's pretty quick. And I'm also certified in cognitive processing therapy, which is the trauma treatment that the military uses for its active duty and vets.
Tell us a little bit about brain spotting.
Well, brain spotting is very interesting, and it was discovered by David Grand, and you can go and look at his YouTube. I suggest anybody who's interested in this do that. And brain spotting evolved because David Grand, Dr. Grand, was an EMDR specialist, and he was treating an ice skater for a long time and had like 2 or 3 times a week meetings with her because she was having performance issues. So he was looking at her eyes and how they were going back and forth, and he noticed that they came to rest on a certain spot. And from that discovery, Dr. Grant evolved this wonderful therapy called brain spotting that is where you look is how you feel, and that the spot that you select to look at will lead your brain to what you need to work on. It's a very interesting, lovely process. And it's not so much talk therapy. I have learned that many people are not auditory learners. They're more visual learners, and there's really very little talking involved in brain therapy. I mean, in brain spotting.
Well, you know, and many of our listeners know that I have some academic background in biology and biochemistry and biomechanisms of the brain and clinical and social psychology, even though I'm a radio host for a business program. And you and I chatted, and don't you think it's true, or you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the field of clinical psychology is constantly trying to become more and more evidence-based and scientific, in the same sense that the field of psychiatry is trying to incorporate some more qualitative aspects of psychology into the psychiatry framework. And the whole notion of brain spotting, which is one more evidence-based aspect of the field, and you working particularly in the emergency department are someone who has a good grasp of some of those physical mechanisms. So in many cases it's not just social medicine, it's actually crossing over into biochemical and actual medicine. Is that true?
Yes, it absolutely is, and I am fortunate to work with physicians who are addiction specialists who know all the brain chemistry, and so that combined with treatment in the clinic is lovely, and it really helps the patients. But we can't do that in the emergency department. It's more like a diagnosis. Or do you need to be sent to a mental hospital or not? That's kind of what I decide. And what would your treatment be that would be helpful, that we can provide you?
And I would imagine that you are really becoming an expert and one of only a handful, not just across the country but around the world, that are in that position working with an emergency department where you're making that kind of assessment, which is ever so important because, people come to emergency rooms and emergency departments for an emergency, and oftentimes that emergency is pain. But the pain that comes with a mental condition can sometimes just be so debilitating, and the evaluation of it is not always, because we're talking about the brain. We're talking about aspects of behavior and feelings that one might have and emotions. It's just not as easily diagnosed. And so you are becoming one of the experts in that ability to make an early assessment and help people move in the right direction for medical support or for clinical psychology support, because as you say, you can't treat it always in that immediate moment. You're having to assess someone and guide them in the right direction.
Well, I'm so lucky to be part of an embedded team at the hospital, the ED emergency department where I work. And over time, I've been doing this for about 16 years in the emergency department. Over time, I've really watched the difference between emotional and physical pain, which is sometimes confused. And so people come in because they're in just great emotional pain, but it's coming out in a physical way. But the seat of it is emotional pain, and that's something we definitely cannot treat in the emergency department.
It's a term we don't hear very often anymore, but I think it's probably still appropriate to use the term psychosomatic, and we're still only scratching the surface on the physical manifestations of some medical or rather mental conditions. Wouldn't you say?
Yes, but I think I don't want to pathologize folks whose emotional pain is coming out physically. So psychosomatic illness is really an illness, and sometimes I think that term has had a bad insinuation attached to it. So it's important to figure out, is it emotional pain, is it physical pain, is it a combination, and how can we help you?
Right. I mean, therein lies the challenge of your role in that entire process of assessing and helping someone on the road to healing, if you will. We're going to continue to talk with Dr. Scheibert about various areas of mental health and relationships. And when we come back, we're going to talk about her book series, Let's Make a Contract. We'll be back right after this break.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening. You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them. Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the Business Hour. We're here with Dr. Ann Schubert, a clinical psychologist and someone who is focused on relationships with the family, relationships particularly with parents and children, and the relationship between couples. And she has actually written a series of books entitled the Let's Make a Contract book series. And let's start off, Ann, by having you share with us why you named it the Let's Make a Contract series, and then we'll talk about some of the books in the series.
Well, I named it Let's Make a Contract from my own personal experience with my then 18-year-old son when I discovered he...
Every week, myself or Dr. Mike comes to you with the best in healthcare news, in chat, radio, in the issues that doctors talk about in doctors' lounges all across the United States. We try to share with you the issues about healthcare, about what's going on, so that you can advocate for your family, for yourselves, so that you can have the best healthcare possible. Because if you don't know what the issues are, then you are at the mercy of those who are going to tell you what you should be thinking or what you should be doing. And so Docs for Patient Care Foundation is the sponsor of this show. The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is the organization that I founded as a physician advocacy group years ago, and now we're a foundation and the only physician-led, physician-run healthcare think tank in the country. We stand for the doctor-patient relationship, for healthcare freedom, and we will fight in every arena for your right to be able to make healthcare choices for you and for your family. So you need to support the Docs for Patient Care Foundation. That's www.d, the number 4, PCFoundation.org. That's D4PCFoundation.org. And contribute $5 or $5,000. But this show and all the work that we do is vitally important, and I'm hoping to share with you a topic that is very, very near and dear to my heart. And if I sound a little bit more energized today, it's because I'm going to tell you some personal things about what I do and what's happening today is affecting me and my patients as directly as possible. Before I go on, I wanted to just give a plug for our healthcare meeting, the direct primary care meeting in Orlando, Florida on November 2nd and 3rd. You can find out about it on the Docs for Patient Care website. It is oversubscribed, but between you and I, there's probably a few spots still left if you wish to attend. If you're a physician, this is really intended for you so that you can learn about what is happening as far as healthcare delivery is concerned. You are not a prisoner to hospital employment or to insurance or government-run healthcare. You can do this on your own, and we will explain how that is so and give you a roadmap to do this. So I would strongly urge anyone who is interested in getting off the hamster wheel to attend this very important meeting. This is our 3rd annual meeting for this topic, and we have the superstars of direct primary care, the creators of this model there to explain how they've done it and share with you the pitfalls there, the problems that they've had and what they've had to overcome, and help you to be a happier, more productive physician. So if you are thinking about coming, just get off the dime and make the commitment and come. And we would love to have you there. There is so much going on right now in our world that it's if you are someone who has been around for a number of years, you just don't know what is happening. It seems like the world is upside down, that we're living in two parallel universes, and there is no more right or wrong. There is no more the institutions that we rely on no longer can be relied on. It seems like we are so polarized into tribes that there is really a brewing a conflict going on in our country that I am worried about. And we talk about healthcare on this show every week. That's what this show is dedicated to. And, I have been talking about healthcare freedom for years, and I've discussed issue after issue, trying to show, using evidence, using experience, that the left, I'm not talking about liberals, I'm talking about the left, they are a fraud. They lie, they cannot be believed, and they have agendas that are dedicated to undermining the principles and the institutions that make America great, make our country what we are. And I focus on healthcare, and I'm going to bring this around back to healthcare in just a moment. But my wife comments about me always being angry, and I hate being angry. I like to be happy, but I will say that for those people who feel like they don't have the time to get involved or are complacent or don't think that they could make a difference, you are wrong. If you sit on the sidelines and say nothing, then you're just as complicit as those who are trying to undermine everything that's good about what we are all about. And so, I think that, I might be angry, but I really feel like if you direct that anger in a positive way and try to make a difference to preserve what's good, I think that that's so important. And everything about the left is about restricting choices or imposing their will on people. In healthcare, it's about having the government control things and not patients with the direction of their doctor, but the government. The best way to do that is to expand the power and the reach of the government and to get it involved in decisions that it was never intended to be part of. And just everything that the left touches, it destroys. They will stoop it to no depth so low as to get their way. And they want to expand the reach of government, not help people. And that's the lie that they portray, that they're about helping people. And we know that the larger the government, the smaller the individual. And healthcare is a key to controlling a population. And if the government controls the ability of the people to be taken care of, then they're dependent on the whims of government and the people who control the government. And the leaders on the left are probably the most corrupt people and do not live by what they preach everybody should be living by. Look at people like Maxine Waters, who is, one of the leaders of this resist movement, this left movement. How does somebody like her become a multimillionaire serving as a congresswoman for decades? You just need to open your eyes and see what's going on to understand what the lies are all about and what they're trying to sell the people as a bill of goods. They enrich themselves. They suck resources away and live lavishly, while the poor schnooks who are listening to them and believing the pablum that they're serving, they buy into this garbage and accept what the politicians tell them that they should be happy with. And if you doubt this, look at every regime that is on the left and take a hard look at how their leaders live. Cuba, Russia, China, North Korea, Venezuela. Venezuela used to be one of the most prosperous countries, just filled with the largest oil reserves in the world. The leaders there live incredibly lavish lives, while the population is among the poorest in the world. They have food shortages there, and the political class live like kings. But the left are masterful at PR and propaganda. The Republican Party are the worst PR organization in the world. They just do not know how to message, but the left is great at it, and the truth is never told. And who for a second thinks that the leaders of these countries deny themselves anything? Who believes that the average citizen in these countries gets the same health care as the ruling class in these countries? That never happens. The people in these countries get the best health care, and if they can't get it in their country, they go elsewhere. Look at Danny Williams, the Prime Minister of Newfoundland, who back in the early 2000s came to Miami to get a heart surgery. And why is that? Because he felt like he wanted the best health care, and he couldn't get it in Canada, where all the other poor schnooks have to get what the country tells them to get. So we talk about this all the time. We talk about the lies of the left, the big fraud, the single-payer health care system, the expansion of Medicaid. They try to portray that as good things for the people, but these are not concepts to help people. They're fraudulent. They are tactics to control the health care of the public. And if we have time, after I tell my story that I really want to tell today, I will get more into that. We talk about that all the time on this show, and I will not stop talking about those topics, because you cannot tell that story enough so that people hear about this. But my problem is that I see through this smokescreen that's been created by the left, and when they get involved in an issue regarding health care, I have a difficult time staying silent. That's my my weakness. I can't sit by idly and let them get away with this. And this is something that is a this is what my wife gets on me about, because she feels like I get too angry about these issues. But I am sorry, that's just who I am. And I have to get involved to try to explain how the left is trying to undermine everything that is good about our country, about our way of life, about health care. And they lack human decency. They'll stop at nothing to impose their will on everyone, not what people not what people want, not what's good for people, but what they want and what they believe we should be doing. And I'm going to pause for a second. We're going to have a hard break in just a moment, but I want to just make a distinction between the left and liberals. They're not the same. The left themselves have made this distinction. They've done it with the term democratic socialists. That's a great example. There's no room for dissension among the left, and if you don't agree with their orthodoxy, you get thrown off the island. And you can look at prominent liberals, people like Alan Dershowitz, for example, who disagrees with some of the leftist dogma. He's no longer welcome. You couldn't get John F. Kennedy elected as a Democrat today because he is way, way too extreme to the right for the leftists. So we'll come back in the next segment, and I want to share with you a personal story and why I'm talking about the left today. So stay with us in the Doctor's Lounge.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back into the Doctor's Lounge. I'm your host, Dr. Hal. Today we are talking about the left and healthcare, and I'm going to share my personal story that really has just set me off and got me, all fired up. I left off talking about the distinction between leftists and liberals, and there is a distinction. The left is evil, the left is dangerous, and liberals are not. But the traditional liberals better come around. They better look toward themselves and choose a side that they want to be on, because if they choose the side of the leftists, they are on the wrong side of history. And I want to share a personal story. I got sucked into this latest fight. I seem to get sucked into more fights than I can handle, but this one could not be more personal for me, because it's the existential fight for my medical specialty against the forces of evil on the left, the militant LGBTQ community. And you can't even talk about these people without risking life and limb and personal reputation, because they're well organized and they will mount tactics against you that are very difficult to fight back against. So I'm going to walk you through the issue that has come up and explain why this is so important and so potentially dangerous for everyone, because this is the camel's nose under the tent. This is, the crack in the door, and this is where everyone must take a stand. So, for those of you who do not know what I do in my day job, I'm a pediatric urologist, and I have done this for over 30 years. Now, let me tell you what a pediatric urologist does. Pediatric urologist is a surgeon who deals with disorders that affect the genitourinary system. That's the genital system and the urinary system. They come together in people. But we address the problems in children. And many of the problems that people like myself take care of are congenital birth defects. And we perform surgical procedures, reconstructive surgery, to fix problems that occurred during the development of the children. And this is a highly specialized field. It takes advanced training, and it takes years of experience to get good at doing this. So right now, you finish college, you go to medical school, that's 8 years. Then you do a residency in urology, that's another 5 or 6 years. And then another 2 years of a pediatric urology fellowship. So this takes a lot of training to be able to take care of children with these problems. Now, urologists who devote their lives to taking care of children are perhaps the most committed and the most dedicated people in the specialty of urology. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I am not trying to, minimize or diminish the role of urologists who take care of adults with problems or any other specialty. But I believe that doctors who take care of children are blessed. I think that it takes special people to be able to take care of children. It takes patience to deal with their parents. It takes patience to deal with the children. Pediatric doctors are among the lowest paid doctors in all of their respective specialties, whether it's pediatric urologists or pediatric cardiologists or pediatric general surgeons. The people who take care of the adult problems in those specialties are among the higher earners in those specialties. So people are not doing this for money. They're doing it for the love of what they do, because they love to take care of children. They love to help people. They work often longer hours, more longer operations, more difficult problems to address. And this is what people who do what I do are all about. Most importantly, we are entrusted with taking care of the most precious thing in a person's life, their children. And this is a huge responsibility and a privilege. And most people who do what I do know that. And we don't take it lightly. We come to work every day, work hard to help children, because we know that what we do is going to make a difference in somebody's life and stay with them for the rest of their life. We can change their lives in a positive way. And this is what we're all about. And the problems that we deal with range from some of the most simple, basic issues, like doing a circumcision on a child, on a boy, to the most complex issues where the internal plumbing is messed up, and it's sometimes not even internal. Sometimes it doesn't even get put in the insides. It winds up on the outside of the body, and we have to put it back in and reconstruct things. You know, everybody's heard of, you know, separating Siamese twins, conjoined twins. Very often, the urinary tracts of those children are connected, and we have to figure out how to separate them and fix it. That's the most highly specialized surgery that pediatric urologists do. This is tough stuff. And, you know, people don't talk about urology because it's not sexy. It's not like, you know, like orthopedic surgery, you know, where, you know, you walk around with a cast. It's not like a tearjerker like brain surgery or heart surgery. But this is very important surgery for children, for people, for their families. And so this is something that, you know, we sometimes will see children who are born with genitalia, with genitals that are so abnormal and so unusual that we can't even tell what they are, let alone their parents. And you can imagine how difficult this is for a parent, and this is where the problem starts. So, when I was in training, long time ago, this was a child who was born with abnormal genitals was considered a medical emergency. And I'm going to digress for a second because there are militant activist LGBTQ groups who believe that all of these children should be left alone, that people should be happy to be what they are, to let nature dictate who they are and what they will be. And this is where this conflict lies. And I'm going to come back to this in this show, but I'm trying to explain what the issue is and set the table. So when I was in training, children who were born with abnormal genitals, they were called intersex, and they were many times we wouldn't know whether they were boys or girls. And parents, you can imagine if you're a parent and you have a child and they say, what is it, a boy or a girl? And you say, well, you know, we're not sure. And you can just imagine the anxiety and the difficulty a family has when you have to tell them that. And I was trained with that being a medical emergency, and we would do the best we could to test these babies, to do chromosomes, to do x-rays, to do all kinds of tests before the baby left the hospital so we could give the parents our best assessment of what these children were. Were they boys? Were they girls? That doesn't exist anymore today because there are 41 different genders according to some of these radical, LGBTQ groups. So this is you know, when I was in training, this was not an issue. We were concerned about this. Today, addressing this is an issue because of this militancy that exists today in our society. And this is very different than the people who consider themselves trans or who consider themselves, you know, fluid gender. You know, there's so many different mores involved in what we're talking about. But what I am talking about is children who are born with genitalia that is just not quite right. But let me further digress and tell you how things have progressed. So we did surgery on many of these children. Many of these children were gender converted based on whether or not we felt that they had functional genitalia. If you had a little boy who had a micro penis, a penis that was maybe a couple of millimeters big, long, in my day when I was training, that was an unreconstructible and unusable penis, and that child was gender converted as a girl. And I'm not saying that all of that was correct, but I'm saying that those are the things that we did 40 years ago. Many of the surgeries that got done were done on children who had a abnormal urinary tract where it was on the outside of their body and it involved the genitals. And we had to do things to reconstruct their genitals as well as the urinary tract and take a person who was a genetic male with no real phallus and make them into a girl. And that's where these problems arose. And we're at another hard break, and this is a very complicated story. So if this is interesting to you and you want to hear more about why this is so important, you need to stay with us and hear the rest of this story, because it will affect you in one way or the other. So please stay with us.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
So we are back in the Doctor's Lounge, and we're talking about an issue that's very personal to me today. This is a problem that is a existential fight for my specialty, and I left off telling everyone about the children who are born with abnormal genitalia that in the past were reconstructed. And the reason why this came up was that a body of research was produced about 15 years ago, maybe a little longer, that looked at how children who were gender converted at Johns Hopkins Medical Center for a very rare condition called bladder exstrophy were doing long term when they were genetic males and they were converted to females, and many of these adults were unhappy They were more than unhappy. They became drug addicts, or they were alcoholics, or they committed suicide. They felt like they were not really girls but boys, and they didn't relate to the opposite sex of their rearing, and it led to lots of questions in my specialty about what was going on. And the information that was produced, that the research that this spawned, it elucidated the fact that there were other factors that were going on that we didn't know of 30, 40, 50 years ago. And it had to do with imprinting of the brain from hormones that the baby is exposed to in utero. And so if you are a male and you see testosterone, male hormone, in utero, there's part of your brain that's imprinted with that testosterone that makes you feel like a male. If you don't have testosterone and there's estrogen in the that predominates, the brain imprints as a female. And we don't know all the answers to this, but this is this body of research has been unlocked and is out there, and we realized that we shouldn't really be gender converting people if we could avoid it. And so this effort by the LGBTQ community and other medical specialties that weigh in on this, and others, they are Johnny-come-latelys, because this moratorium on doing this kind of surgery was a self-imposed moratorium by our specialty. We recognized that we should not be doing this, and we have, for the most part, stopped doing this as a specialty. And let me digress. The people who want to stop this kind of surgery, this gender-altering surgery, are the same people who would think nothing of having the government cover gender altering surgery. They want to see the government cover gender conversion surgery. So their beef is that this is being done in children before the age of assent or consent. And that's where the problem lies. So let me move on to tell you about the next phase. So this moratorium was self-imposed, but this is not really the whole story. In my specialty, there are many individuals who find a lot of the things that we do objectionable. We used to dismiss them as nuts, as crazies, for years. We would go to our national meetings, and there would be, maybe 25 or 50 protesters outside of our national pediatric urology meetings carrying picket signs who were against us doing circumcisions. And, we felt like they were the fringe elements. They exist everywhere. They exist in pretty much every specialty. But fast forward to today, and one of the biggest issues, as we know, is this transgender issue. Bathrooms, the North Carolina case with the bathroom issue, having unisex bathrooms in schools, and if you don't know about what's going on with this, you've been living under a rock or sleeping through the 2000s. So the movement behind this is driven by, again, a very activist LGBTQ community. They're militant, they're well-funded, and the most militant and disruptive groups are the ones that are funded by George Soros, who is behind many of these efforts. And these groups oppose what we as pediatric urologists do, and they're prepared to shut down our specialty using any means possible. And let me tell you what that means. So they want to see an end to all gender surgery. That's their goal. And they've used the pretense of gender conversion or gender reassignment in children who have no ability to give consent for this. And it is one issue that, as I've said, is not really as big of a problem or big of an issue as it once was, because our specialty has imposed a specialty-wide moratorium, and it's us, not them, that deserves credit for recognizing this and doing this. But they now are extending this. There's a special group of children that we take care of who have a problem with overproduction, who have a problem with the normal production of hormones that the adrenal glands are supposed to produce. And they have a chemical block that does not allow those adrenal hormones to be produced. Now, in the production of adrenal hormones, there is a lot of chemical steps that go on. And one of those steps is that if there is a block in the normal production of the hormone, then everything upstream gets built up. And the chemicals before the final production of those adrenal hormones resemble the same hormones that boys' testicles make, the testosterone. And so what happens in little girls who have this adrenal problem, they have been exposed to a block in their hormone production, and they come out looking like little boys in many cases. They don't have a normal clitoris. They have a clitoris that looks very often like a penis. They don't have a normal vagina on the outside. Their vagina is up inside and not at the level of the skin. And they don't have a short urethra like most girls have. They have a long urethra like boys do. But in every aspect of things, these are girls. They're girls chromosomally. They are girls internally. They have ovaries. They have a vagina. They have a uterus. They can reproduce. They can have children. So they need surgery to fix this problem. And this is what the militant LGBTQ community is focused on. They are trying to shut this down, and they're enlisting any means possible to try to stop this kind of surgery. And they call this genital mutilation surgery, and they put into this category other things that we as pediatric urologists do, including circumcision. They lump male circumcision in with female circumcision. Now, again, this community wants to take credit for taking the cover off of female circumcision, which is also called female genital mutilation, when in fact it was my specialty, pediatric urologist, who blew the whistle on all of this when we started to see the influx of African and Middle Eastern girls coming into this country with abnormal genitalia from female circumcision. It was our specialty that figured this problem out and blew the whistle on this, not the LGBTQ community. So you cannot equate male circumcision with female circumcision. They are not the same thing, and it is, again, one of the great lies of the left to try to put this all in the same bucket. But there are other problems that we take care of as pediatric urologists. There are problems involving the penis that are birth defects that we take care of. There are problems involving testicles that are birth defects that we take care of. And if you're a parent and you have a child who has one of these problems, you want somebody to be able to help you, to take care of this problem for your child, because you want your child to be right, to not have a problem. Well, there are groups, and let me point out one of these groups. One of these groups is called Interact, and Interact is a militant group of the LGBTQ community that advocates for quote, protecting the most vulnerable members of our society, such as children born with intersex traits or variations of sex development. And again, they're lumping all of the problems of the genitourinary tract together. Now, they're very careful at trying not to put down on paper much of what their agenda is. They're trying to confine this to just those conditions that are gender-altering conditions. But that's not what they are all about. They're about shutting down any kind of genital surgery, because part of their mission statement is to allow children to be born with what they have. They should be happy with what nature and God created them to be. And this is as ludicrous as anything that I've ever heard. Could you imagine if you didn't fix problems like a cleft lip or cleft palate or a club foot or large, growths on the face of children? You would think that these parents are actually monsters, allowing their children to go through life with this. Well, having a problem that affects the genitals is no different than any of these other birth defects. But to the LGBTQ community, they are not birth defects. They are badges of honor. And they want to be the ones who decide who gets what kind of surgery, and they want to shut this down. That's what they're all about. And I'm going to just go through with you in the last segment some of the tactics that they've utilized to try to accomplish their goals and why this is so critical. This is mission critical for every single person to oppose this with every fiber of their being. So stay with us.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4. patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction and medical director of the Atlanta Healing Center. Please join me on Tuesday afternoons at 4 p.m.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com. Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're finishing up our show today in the Doctor's Lounge. If any of you are interested in more information about this or want to find out how you can help, because I'm going to tell you in a few minutes, just send an email to Dr. Hal at AmericasWebRadio.com, and I will get that and get back with you. And you should share this webinar, this podcast with people, because I think this is so important. And so why am I spending time on this show today? Because this militant LGBTQ community that is funded by George Soros to wreak havoc among parents, ostensibly to protect children from dangerous doctors like me, is really what the danger is, because they want to see a ban on surgery of any kind on any of the genitalia, and to further their goals of increasing this community of people who have genital abnormalities. And I'm not saying that these people are abnormal. That's not what I am saying. And I have nothing against the LGBTQ community. I fully support, their right to be, free to do what they want to do on a personal basis. But they need to stay in their lane and stay out of the business of parents who are trying to get the best health care for their children and doctors who are trying to provide that care for their children. This group has been very active, the Interact group, in going to legislators and trying to get this type of surgery on any of the genitalia banned in different states around the country. They failed in Nevada. They've failed up till now in California. It's going to be on the ballot again this election season. It's going to be introduced as a bill by Representative Weiner, who is going to try to put a ban on this type of surgery. But as I said, this is not just a ban on gender reassignment surgery. And adrenal hyperplasia patients, the ones I'm telling you about, the little girls who come out looking like boys who are really girls, that's not gender reassignment surgery. That's corrective surgery for a problem that they have. But this LGBTQ group are so focused and so narrow-minded that they want to lump this all together along with other problems of the genitalia, and they're willing to lie and make a case to legislators who they get on their side, who will then try to put through legislation to stop it. And California is a great place to start, but they're going to go this season to Vermont and to Oregon, to very liberal states, and try to get this on the legislative agenda and get these laws passed. Now, why is this bad? Well, this is bad because if they get this type of legislation passed, then none of the surgery can get done in that state. And that means that patients, children, are denied that type of operation. They either have to go out of state or they won't get coverage with their insurance plan, and they will have to pay out of pocket. And these people will stoop at nothing to get their agenda passed. They're already making their way into the specialty societies. They have gotten the American Academy of Family Practice to get behind this effort at stopping this surgery. They have gotten they're working on the American Medical Association. They've gotten a policy statement by 3 former Surgeon Generals to, quote, rethink genital surgery on intersex infants. And again, intersex infants is the camel's nose under the tent, because the population that I'm talking about is their way of getting this on the agenda. These are not intersex patients in the true sense of the word. And the parents of these children who have their own support group are on our side. They feel that the LGBTQ community, the Interact group, should stay out of this because this is a lie. This is just not correct. And so what the fight is, or will be, is going to be a very, very long and protracted one that's going to be costly, because they're going to fight this in every state, and they're going to fight this in the media. They're going to try to fight this by going to medical societies to support their position. And people are afraid. They're afraid to fight back against the LGBTQ community. Why? Because they don't want to become targets. One of my good friends is a well-respected pediatric urologist who runs a clinic in a well-respected children's hospital in this country, and I'm hoping to have him on a future show. And this group launched a vicious social media attack on him personally. They picketed outside of his children's hospital with his face and name on signs, calling him a baby mutilator. And this is just outrageous. It's over the top. And this is a parental rights issue. This is a child right issue. This group wants to make this into a child's rights issue because they're saying that this surgery shouldn't be done. And they're trying to usurp the authority and the ability of parents to make the right decision for their patients, for their children, and be Big Brother and be the ones to make this decision. But make no mistake about it, it will not stop at this. It's going to go on to any kind of genital surgery, including circumcision. And if you think that that's hyperbole, all you have to do is look at Iceland, because they tried to pass a national law in Iceland, and it got postponed, not defeated, not thrown out, but postponed, banning circumcision in males. Now, I recall that happened once before, banning circumcision nationally. Oh, yeah, in Germany in 1933, they banned circumcision on males. Well, you know what? This is where we're heading if we allow groups like Interact to bully their way into legislatures around the country, into hospitals, into specialty societies, into insurance companies, because this is the line in the sand that needs to be drawn. People need to understand that just because you have a popular cause and it's not popular to oppose their positions or offend them, that the positions that they take, as wrong as they may be, it's okay to fight back against them. And that's what we need to do. This is the line in the sand, because it's not going to stop here, and it's not going to stop with this issue. What happens when the government starts saying what surgeries we can and cannot do? Because that's what this is all about. They'll